Hey guys, in this course I'm going to teach you how to build a social network using Django, Django REST Framework, Vue 3 and Tailwind from scratch. Here you can see a few screenshots from the project we're going to build. The project is called Way, which is slang for bro, dude, idiot, fool, etc. Anyways, here's the feed page, here's the login page, here's the search page, and here's the chat page. I'm going to build this project without the script. The only things I've planned is the base layout of the design, so I don't have to spend too much time fiddling around with it. Before you start this course, you should know the basics of both Django and Vue. I will try to explain things as good as I can, but some parts can be hard to understand if you don't know the basics. Now that you know a little bit about what we're going to build, I want to show you a little bit of the to-do list we are going to go through. So here you can see the to-do list. This is just the base to-do list. I'm probably going to change this a little bit during this course, but as you can see here, we're going to begin by creating a Vue 3 project, setting up some static pages, create some components, and I'm going to head to the backend, configure it, and so on with JavaScript for authentication and similar. Then we're going to go through more authentication stuff, both in frontend and backend. Then we're going to start working on the posts and the feed, and then we're going to make it possible to view your friends, send friend requests, update feed based on the friends you have, and similar. And then you can see after that we're going to make it possible to chat. And after that I have a little roadmap of things I want to include or implement in this course as well. Anyways, enough of this. Let's start coding. So let's just begin at the top of the to-do list. I want to create a new Vue 3 project. So let me just go to Chrome and Google how to do this. Vue 3 new project. So then I want to click this. We are going to use Vite to set up everything. So just go in here. Don't want to try this online. I want to create a Vue application. So make sure you have an up-to-date version of Node.js and then run the following command. Okay, let me copy this, and this will actually install and execute the create Vue script. So here you can see I get the wizard of creating the project. So let me go to a command line, and then here I can go into the, let me try to zoom a little bit here, cd documents projects. There is nothing here right now, so let me just create a folder Way and then go into it. And then here I can execute this command npm init vue at latest. And yes, I want to proceed. So then I want to give this a project name, which can be Way, Frontend, maybe with the underscore. I do not want to use TypeScript, and I do not want to use JSX. I want to use Vue Router for a single page application so that everything is loaded at once and I don't have to have any refresh and similar. And yes, I want to use Pinya for state management so we can save the user and similar in the browser. I don't want to include testing, no end-to-end testing, no ESLint. Okay, so now that was done. So then I can go into it, say npm install, which it says here. And when that is done, I can run the npm run dev. And while this is installing, I can open up the main folder in Visual Studio Code. So let me just go into Documents, Projects, and open up Way. So then I can have both the front end here and the back end. Yes, I trust myself. Okay, so now I can see that everything here is done. So then I can run this command just to see that everything is working. So if I now copy this, go back to Chrome, open up a new tab, paste and hit enter. Never translate. Okay, so here you can see that if I click here now, you will see that this changes, which is a good sign that the router and everything is working. Perfect. So if I now go back to Notion, where I have the to-do list, I can see here that the next step is to install Axios. This should be as simple as just stopping this and say npm install Axios, and then I want to include this somewhere in this Vue project. So I think if I scroll down here, I have some coding helps that I have copied from other projects I've created. Then you can see here that I need to import this to the main.js file. So if I just open up this now, source, and find the main.js. This is kind of where Vue is configured. So then I want to import this up here together with the app and the router. You can see this is gray now because I haven't used it. And then I can set the default base URL for Axios. I can set it above the app here. It doesn't really matter where I set it. And then the typical URL for Django is 127.0.0.1.8000. So it can be like this. So then when we are going to specify URLs for the API later, I don't need to include this every time. Then I just need to copy this line here as well, go back and replace the router here. So the Axios goes inside here with the router. So if I now save, Axios should be installed and hopefully be working. So that means that now I can check this and go to the next task, which is to install Tailwind. So then I can just Google install Tailwind with Vue. Install Tailwind CSS with Vite. So this is very simple to do using Vue. Okay, I have created a project, so just forget about this. Then I want to install Tailwind CSS, Post CSS, and Auto Prefixer. So copy this, go back to the command line, paste, hit enter, and then this will install Tailwind, Post CSS, and the Auto Prefixer. Post CSS is something we use to minify CSS, I think. Auto Prefixer, I'm not sure what it does, but here it says that we need it, so I do it. Next of them is to initialize Tailwind CSS. As you can see here, this will generate Tailwind and Post CSS where we can configure where the templates and similar are. Just paste and hit enter. And you can see that these two files was created. And you can see there, Post CSS and Tailwind config. Nice. So let me just go back to the next step, which is to configure the template paths. Since we are now in Vue and Vite here, then it knows where we are typically having the template. So I can just copy these 4 lines, go back to Post CSS. No, not correct, in the Tailwind there. And replace the content like that and save. Then I need to add the Tailwind directives to my CSS. So it says here that I need to create a file. I don't think I have this. No, but I have a main CSS and a base CSS. So let me use the main CSS file here. So copy these 3 lines, go in here. I can just remove all of this and paste these 3 lines. The base CSS can just be deleted because I don't need it in this project. So if I save now, go back here, then I just need to start my build process. Okay, nice. So if I now go to the command line, just click up to find this one, npm run dev. So then I can try to open up this page again. You can see here you did it. Now this doesn't look as good because I removed the base CSS file, but I think if I go into the main CSS, you can see here that we are importing the main CSS file here. So if I now go back to not index.html, but app.vue, where this comes from, you can see here that we have the router view, but we can try to do something up in the navigation bar just to see that Tailwind is working. So h1 class text emerald 500 hello and save. So if I now go back, you can see here that we have a text which is emerald green. Nice. That means that now Tailwind is installed and is working. So I can check this. I can check this because now I will know that everything here is running. I can switch here and it seems that everything is okay. If I open up the inspector, there are no errors and no errors here. So I can set this task to done. Perfect. The next step then is to set up the app.vue file. If I open up that now, you can see that there are already a few things here. You can see here that do you want to install the recommended extensions for app.vue? Yes, I think this will install Volar. Okay, hopefully that is the correct one. Install, go back, and now you can see that I have syntax highlighting here. Perfect. So now everything is working here. I can try to zoom in a little bit so the font is better for you to read. This CSS can just be removed. I'm not going to use this. I can have the style tag here in case I need to add anything specific for this one. Just also want to fix the spaces. I hate 2 spaces. I want to have 4. So indent, default tab size. Okay, so then I can remove this. So I just have the router view. And then you can also see up here that I import this. I don't need any of this right now. So I can just remove the script tag for now and we can come back to that later. Same with this one. So if I now go to the browser, we don't have much here. We only have the front page. So if I go here now and open up the file inspector, you can see that inside the view we have the home view, which is one component, which is this one. So if I just here's the H1 welcome, then you can see the welcome there, and then the about page has this own separate file. Great. So if I now go back to app.vue, I want to start building the menu. So I have the template for that. So as you can see here, this is the template or the design of the project we're going to build. So I want to have this menu now. If I open up the inspector, you can see that we have the navigation bar. You can just copy all of this. Oops. Add it as HTML, and then I will go through it inside this file. So as you can see, it was 40 lines of code. So we have the navigation bar py10, which adds the space at the top and the bottom. The px8 adds the space on each of these sides. The border bottom is this one, which you also set to be gray 200. And then inside there I have a container, this one as you can see here, so it's only this wide on the screen. My screen is not very wide now since I'm zoomed in to make it easier to see, but it will only be 80 RAM width and centered on the screen. And then in there we have a flex with items center and justify between. What this does is it makes it possible to have 3 divs next to each other on the same line, the same height, and then all of the space that these 4 and this doesn't use will be filled out here and here. And then we have the menu left, which is the div for this one. If I open up here, you see the div, which is just a wrapper for the link, which takes us to the front page. And then we have the menu center, which is this one, which is its own flex container. And the flex is used to make it possible to have these on the same line and not under each other. And then I just say space x12 to add some space between each of these, and then Tailwind will fix this for me. And then each of these inside here, I have a link, which is set to the text to be purple, and then I have an icon here. These icons are found on heroicons.com. For example, the first one is just the home. search, then you can see it here, and then you can just click copy SVG and paste it directly there. Then you can do the same thing with these other three icons, which is chat, notification or bell, and search. And then on the right side we have the menu right, which is this one with one simple link inside, and in there I just have an image which is set to be rounded full, which makes this round. This URL here is just something I use to load a static or a dummy avatar, which we are going to change later in this project. For now it's just i.prevatar.cc/40, which is the ID of this image, and I get it in the width of 70. So that's everything we need in the menu right now. So if I save now, go back to the Vite app, you can see here that now we have this menu, the logo, the 4 menu icons, and the avatar for the user. Perfect. I also need to do a little thing here. If you can see here, I have a main. This is going to wrap around all of the content. So I can just copy the classes for this one. I think that's enough for now. Main class, and then we have the router view inside there. And what this does is it adds the same spacing on the sides as you can see up here, px8. Then we have the py6, which is this space in there. And then we set the bg to be bg gray 100. So if I go back now, you can see that I have the same gray color here as I have here in the design. Nice. So that's everything I needed to do in the app view right now. So I think I can go to Notion and set this to done. Before I continue, I just want to say thanks to all of my patrons. If you too want to support me, you will find a link in the description below. And then we can start working on the next page, or the first page, which is the sign up page. If I go here now, login. So it will be identical to this login page, except it will be called sign up and have 2 password fields. So I want to make it possible to sign up with email address and the password, repeat password, and also a name field. Yes, I want a name field, email, and 2 password fields. So to do this, we can go into the views folder here, which is kind of the pages folder. Create one more called sign up view.view. So I like to have all of the components or these files, which is their own page, as a view. So I know it's a view file and not a single component that is going to be reused and similar. So now that that is done, I can add a simple template tag here. Test and save. And if I now try to go back here and into /signup, then this will not be found. No match found for location with path signup. Okay, so to do that, I can go into the router and find index.js. You can see here that the home view is imported this way and added to the routes down there. And the about view is lazy loaded, as you can see here. So you can kind of choose what you want to do here yourself. I like to just import everything like this home view. I'm not sure if there is a big difference between doing it these 2 ways, but this is the way I'm used to do it. So that's the way I'm going to do it now as well. So import signup view from /views/signupview.view. And then I can copy one of these paths, paste it here, say sign up. The name for the route can be sign up, so we can refer it other places in this project. And I want to use the sign up view. So if I now go back, you can see test here, which comes from the sign up view file here. Nice. So then we can begin working with the design for this. So as you can see here, I have set up a max width of 7 XL, margin X auto, so it's centered on the screen, and I have a grid, so I can have one box there and one box there. Sometimes I like to use flex for this, and sometimes I like to use grid. But in cases like this, it's very easy to use grid, so that's why I have chosen to do it here. So if I just copy these classes, I will go through it here. Div class. And close it. Oops. Yes, so I have the max width, the centering on the screen, the grid, 4 columns. This could actually just be 2 columns. I'm not sure why I have done this in the design. And then gap 4, which is the spacing between these two. And then we have one div on the left and one div on the right. So here I can say div class main right, main left, and just say left so I can test this. And this, yes, I can come back to the content, and then we have on the right side. So just copy these 3 lines, paste, main right and right. So if I save now, go back to VTAP, I have the left there and the right there. Perfect. And then inside each of these, I have one more div where I have the background white, the border gray color, and similar. Let me just copy these classes. Div class. Oops. Sorry, forgot that I had the attribute there. So then I had P12, which adds space there, 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 and there. So on all of the sides. BG white, as you can see there. I have the border and the border gray 200. And when I just say border, it will be 1 pixel width. And then I have the rounded LG, so I have a little bit of rounded corners on these ones. So as you can see here, the menu is a little bit different now because we are not logged in, and I will come back to that and fix it a little bit later in this course. So if I now just type something random in here and save, go back here, you can see now that we have this white box here. Great. So in here we have the H1, which is set a margin bottom 6, so we get some space below there. Set the text to be 2 times XL in size. Below there I just have a random paragraph. You can write whatever you want. I just like to have a little bit of content there. And below there I have one more paragraph. So as you can see here, this sets the font to be bold, as you can see here. And then you have a link here with an underline clause on this one, so it's easy to understand that you can click this. So if I now go back here, you can see that we get the title, the text, and then this one. So if you don't have an account, you can click here to create one. I need to change this text since you are on the sign up now, so just say sign up. And maybe here we can just say already have an account. Click here to log in instead, which makes more sense since we are now on the page where you can create the account. So then we can continue to the form. So first I can just copy this div, since this white box is the same on each of the sides. And then in there we have the form, which I'm going to copy and then go through. So I can just copy the whole thing and paste it. Sorry, that was not working. Copy element. Yes. So I have a little form with the class spacey6, which adds space between these 3 divs, as you can see here, space and space. And then in each of these div I have a label with nothing more on it, and then input type email, your email address. This is set to be width full, so it fills out the whole entire space there. Margin top 2, so there's a little bit space up to the label. PY4, PY6, and PX6, it's space inside here. The border and border gray, I've talked about this already, and then a rounded LG for the rounded corners. And then we also have the button on the last one, which is spacing first, background, set the text to be white, and rounded corners, and then the title inside there. This can be switched to sign up. Copy this and say repeat password. repeat password, repeat your password, and then one more for your name. So name, this has to be input type text, your full name. So refresh, no, don't need to refresh the design here. Then have the name, then email, password, repeat password, and the button to sign up. So that's basically what the sign up page will look like. Great. So now that we have the static page for that, I can set this task to done, proceed to the next one, which will be login page. And to do that, I can just copy this entire thing, create a new file, paste everything, and save this as login view.view. And here I can remove the repeat password, and I can remove the name, because we only want the email and the password when you're logging in. Change the title to login, and the title of the page should also be login. The text can just be the same, or you can change it if you want to. And then don't have an account, click here to create one and save. Then we just need to import this to the router. So first import the view here, login view from this file. Copy this, paste, login, give it a name, and we want to use the login view and save. So now I just want to make it possible to click this one to be sent to the login page, and the other one should send you back. So if I just go to sign up view, then I can replace this with something called a router link to /login, and this like a router link instead of an anchor tag. So this is just Vue's link, so it's easier for Vue to understand how it will work. So if I now click here, I'll be sent to the login page. This one is not fixed yet, but if I copy this, go to the login view, paste it here, I say sign up instead, then this should work and I can be sent back and forth. Perfect. If you remember that we used a name here, for example sign up, we can try to use it here instead. Then we can just say sign up, but now this will not work. This will just, okay, it was actually working. I didn't think it would. I like to add the colon here so that it knows that I'm going to use a JavaScript value in here. But that did not work. Okay, so remove this, and now it is working. Okay. Okay, I think if it has a name sign up, that's how you can use the name, and then the colon, like this one. Let's try. Yes, now it's working. So now Vue will automatically generate this for me. And by doing this, I can also add in extra parameters and similar if I wanted to do that. Log in. So now I have these two pages ready, and I can go back here and say, oops, done on that task. Now I want to create the static feed page. So if I go to the design, feed, I will make these files available. If you just go in the description below, you will find a link to this on my GitHub. So as you can see here now, I have a very similar design to the login sign up. You have 3 white boxes, so it's a grid, but it looks a little bit different. So we can begin with this one. If I just go back to the code here, I can start closing a little bit of this just so it's a little bit clearer. So in views here, create one more file, feed view.view, and then I can import it to the router just so I don't forget it. Feed view, and then import it. Feed view. So then that is done, and if I now try to go here you can see at least I get an error here now because the file expects there to be at least one template or script tag inside this file component. So if I just add now template, the error should be gone, and I can go to feed, which will just be an empty screen. Great, at least it's working. So then we can begin with the grid for this page. So first add a div class, paste in this one. So I set the max width and then center it on the screen, add a grid, set the grid calls to be 4 and the gap to be 4. So the gap is this between here, and since I'm now using the grid calls 4, I have 1 column for this one, 2 for this one, and 1 for this one. So it's very easy to understand how that works. So I can just copy the entire HTML for the left one and paste it here, and then I go through it. So I have the same div class as we had on the login page with the P4, which adds space all the way around inside there. The border, background white, centered all of the text in there, and then a rounded LG for this one. And then in here I use the privatar again, just like we did up here. And then I set a rounded full, so it's a round image, and the MB6, so I have some space between my name here and the image. And then the name is just a paragraph with a strong tag in there. And then I have a new div down here, which with a margin top 6, so I have some space up to this one. And then I use this flex, so I can have the space there and there. So I can have these on the same line. And then add the space x8, so I have some space between these two. And justify around so that all of the rest available space will be added there and in the middle and there. And then in here I have a paragraph with text extra small and text gray 500, and then just a static number for posts and friends. So if I save this now, go here into the VTAP, then you can see here that on the left side I have my own profile information. Nice. And then on the center of the screen I can begin by copying the class here, talk a little bit there, div class. So then I have the main, sorry for added it in the wrong place, it was supposed to be there in the same place as the main left. So this is now set to call span 2, because I want this to take 2 of the available columns. This one has call span 1, which takes 1 of the 4 columns. And then I set space y4, and that is because I want to have space 4 between each of the elements that I add in to this column. Hope I don't go too fast on this Tailwind. If it's hard to understand, then you should just try to keep practicing, and you will understand how the classes works and similar as soon as you just use them a little bit. Anyways, if I just add some random text there now, go back here, you can see that we have it there, but the background is in another box inside there again. So I can actually just copy that one from up here, add some text in there, close the div, and now I should have it here as well. Nice. Except that there I do not want the text to be centered, so I can remove it, and then it's left aligned instead. Okay, so then we can continue and build this form for adding new posts. The attach image will come later in this course. But I can open up this, then I can copy the element for the text area first. So first add a new div with a P4, so I have some space around the text area. And then I create the text area, which have the same space inside there. Set it to be width full, background gray 100, and rounded LG. And then I set the placeholder, what are you thinking about? As you can see here. And then that's it for the text area. If I save now, go back, you will see that now we have it here, just like we have it here. Perfect. Then we have one more. Let me copy this one and go through it. I know it's a little bit much copy and paste now, but it will take so much time to write all of this just to show you. So I can copy and paste now, but later when we start implementing things like Django, the authentication and more coding like that, I will write much more and explain even more how everything works. Right now I just want to set up the design so everything is working and we can get a little bit familiar with how things are connected in Vue. So now we have the P4 again down here, so I have the space around these two buttons. Border top, which is this line. Border is set to be gray 100, and then a flex justify between. So the flex is to have these on the same line, and the justify between clause adds space between these two buttons. And then in here I just have a simple anchor tag link, inline block. Since this is a inline element, we need to set inline block. If not, the margin and similar would not work as good as it should. Then we add the spacing, set the background for that button, set the text and rounded LG. And the same for this, it's just a different background color. So if I save and go back now, we have the submit form here, just as we have here. It looks like I'm a little bit zoomed in or something. There was just so much space in here. I actually think I can remove this one. Just look, yes, that looks better. So let me remove the first P4, so only these two in here have the space. Yes, that looks better. Nice. So the next element for the feed is these two posts. I have one post where the image is attached and one text post. So let me just copy one of these, paste it below this one, PG white, and then Tailwind will automatically add the space between these since we added the space -y4 up here. So what happens now? Let me just save so we can go back here, see that it's working. Yes. And we have the div with the margin bottom 6. That's this one. So you have space between the information on the top and this image. And then we have the flex and item center and justify between, which makes it possible to have these on the same line, on the same height, and then the space available is added between these two. And then in here again, you can see that I add the same flex item center space X on this element here. So I have the image on the left side and then the name to the right. So you can see here I added a little special clause here, W dash and then brackets 40 pixels, because this is hard coded to be 40 pixels in the width. And then on the right side we have how many images, how many minutes ago we added the post. Then below I just copy the image from Unsplash. You can use whatever image you want. The clause as I added this one was W full, so that it fills out the whole post, and rounded LG, so I have rounded corners on the post. And then we have the div clause my6 flex and justify between, which is the whole thing down here. The flex makes it possible to have these on the same line, as I talked about. Justify between is this space here, and then my6 is the space above and below here. This could also be a py6 if I wanted to do that. And then on the left side, this one, we have the space flex, the flex and the space x6. Space x6 is between these two here, since we have one element here, which is this one, which is a hero icon, and then just a little helper text to tell that we have 82 likes for this image. Same thing for this one, an icon from hero icons, and the number of comments for this image. And then on the right side of this, we have a new div. And then I just added an icon here. I'm going to come back to this later because I want to make it possible to click this to get a pop-up here, so I can click report and similar. So that was that element. Let me just copy this now and make the text element below. So instead of the image here, remove that. I'm just going to look at the design to see if I did anything special here. No, it's actually just a paragraph. Lorem ipsum blah blah blah, and some random text. So if I now go back to the Vue app, scroll down, you can see here one more post from Code with Stein with this information. Nice. So now we have this part as well. Then the next step is the last line here, which will be people you may know and trends. As you can see here, this is not very mobile friendly or friendly for small screens, but we will come back to that later. So right now, let me just copy this one and create the right column first. So if I now scroll up to the top, I can minify the left column and minify the center column, so it's easier to see this. Div clause here. So this is now the main right, which is this one. Set the call span to be 1, since it's taking up 1/4 of the screen. And space Y4, because I want to have space between these. The space here comes from this gap 4 up here. And then in here, I want 2 white boxes. Copy the class for this. Div class. Top. And one more below. Bottom. So if I go back here now, we have the top and the bottom. Perfect. Then in here you can see that we have similar titles in here. So this is a H3 with the MB-6 class, so it's margin bottom 6, so it adds no space between the title and the content. Text extra large. You can just copy this and replace the content with trends. So if I go back here now, you can see that I have the title for these two. Perfect. Then I just want to show 3 hard-coded elements in here. I can copy this, paste it between this title. Whoops, that was a lot of code at once. As you can see here, we have the space dash Y4, so I have some space between each of these 3. So you can see here we have 3 identical divs here with the image and the name on the left side, and then a button to show them on the right. So this is very similar to everything else we have added. We have the avatar with 40 rounded full, and then the name next to it, thanks to the flex. And then on the right side we have a button, PY2, set the background color, text to be white, extra small, and similar. So as you can see here, now we have it there. Then the last element for the feed page is the trends. So if I just scroll down, you can see here that I also used the space Y4 in there, so I can copy it. And I can copy one of these, so it's not too much code at once. So it should be fairly familiar up to now. So we have the flex, the item center, and justify between, so that these are on the same line and similar. On the left side we have one element with the space x2. I don't think I need this one actually. Let me try to remove that clause. I would just want to save and see. Yes, it still looks correct. So I have the text small on the left side with the hashtag, and then how many posts this hashtag has. And on the right side we have a button which is similar to the show button but with a different title. So if I now just copy this, paste it a couple of times, then the feed page is ready. So now we have a static feed page we can use later in this project. Nice. So that means that now I can set this task to done, And then we can create the static messages page. So in the file browser to the left here, we create one more file, messages view.view. Create a template tag. Oops, template. Template like that. And just like the view feed page and similar, we want to have this centered on the screen and have a column or a grid in there. We'll see if it's similar. Let me just go to the design, open up the messages file. Here you can see that I have the max width 7, grid calls 4 and gap 4. Yeah, so I have the gap 4 between these two. This one will be 1 column and this should be 3 columns. So this is very similar to the feed one, so we can copy things from there and reuse the code. But first we can begin with this one. Okay, so in here I want to have the div for the main left and the call span 1. So div class main left call span 1. Main left doesn't really do anything. It's just easier for me to understand which of the columns this actually is. And then column span 1 takes up one of the 4 columns we added. And then in here we can actually just make a copy of a thing we have in the feed. So copy this one, this line, and down to this. And then paste it in here, close the div, and close the div. I can just remove the title because I just want a list of name here. Avatar, the name of the user, how many minutes ago we talked to this user. So if I save now, go back here and into messages, then this will not load because we haven't added this to the router. So I can do that before I do anything more. Messages view, the file is messages view, and I can add it below the login. Messages, name can be messages, and we're going to use the messages view. So now we have it here. So then I have avatar, the name, and the show button. But I want to replace the show button with information on how long ago we talked to this user. I can go to the design and see what I did here. If I just inspect this one, add it as HTML, copy and paste. So it's just a simple span. Text is set to extra small and gray 500. So then we have it there. Nice. So now I can copy this just so I have a few more users I have talked to, like that. Just like the design. Perfect. And then I can add the column. As you can see for this one, that is the main center. I can minify this main left here, create a new div, class, paste it here. And here I want to use the main center, call span 3, so it takes up 3/4 of the screen, and space y4, so I get some space between these two white blocks. So first I can just copy what we did in the feed view for this text area. That's in the main center, and it's this box here on the top. Then I can just paste it in there, and I can remove this button here because I only want the post button. And instead of saying what are you thinking about, what do you want to say? Save. Let me see if this is correct. Yes, what do you want to say? Then we have the line or the border and the post button for submitting the message. So this one is a little bit more complicated. So I'm going to go through it step by step. First we add the wrapper around it. We can begin by that. So above this one, create a new div, class, paste in the classes for that. And then in here, I have one div wrapping around all of this. I'm going to copy the class for this, div class, So this is a flex column because I want these to go beneath each other. Flex grow, so it grows out the whole width of the screen, and set P4 so I get some space bit around each of these. So if I save now, go back, we'll only get this white here. So it's time to add one of these. So I can copy the entire thing. So this is a message that I have sent. So it's on the right side and it's blue. First, we add one flex, set the width to be full, which is the entire thing here. You can see with the orange thing and the whole thing. Margin top 2, so it has some space or default space above itself. Space x3, that's the space here. Max width MD, so it's supposed to fill out the whole screen if I make it smaller, as you can see here. But the max width is MD, which is this width. And then the margin left is auto, so it's pulled to the right side. And then you also say justify end, just to send it to the end of this available space here. And then we have one div on the left side, which is this one. As you can see here, the background is blue, text is white and similar. So we get this box. As you can see here, we have the rounded left LG, that's these two, and then rounded bottom right, which is this one. We don't want this to be rounded since it's connected to this user avatar here. Okay, so I can copy this now, paste it below, and just remove a little bit of the text. Then you can see, like in the design, that it doesn't fill out the entire width of the screen, only what the text says there. And then the user on the left side is very similar. Let me just copy the HTML for this one. Paste it here. So as you can see, this is identical. Then we have the flex shrink 0. That's needed since it's on this side. Sorry for the avatar is a little bit special. We have the flex shrink because we don't want this to take more space than it is. Now we set the height to be 10 elements height, or whatever it's called, and 10 width. Set the rounded full and the background to be BG300. You can't see it now since we have an image, so I don't actually need this one, but I like to just have it there in case the image is missing or similar. Then inside we just add the avatar. So as you can see here, this one is this message, and then we have the avatar below the message, but this one is this one, and then we have the image and the avatar above the message. And then the message is very similar to the one we have up here. But instead of saying justify end, as you can see that we do here, we just remove that because now we want it on the left side. So that's basically how the messages will be working. So when we click one of these, the text here will be reloaded and similar. But that's of course later in this course. So now we have the static messages page. The last page I want to create now statically before we start doing anything more exciting is the search page. So the design for this looks like this. So we have a search bar at the top. We have these two just like in the feed. Here we have user results, and then below should show posts results. So we can begin by creating the file for this. Search view.view, and then import it to the router. Search and search view, and then we need to import it up here. Search view from the file search view. So now this will crash again since we haven't created anything inside there. So that will be the next step. So what we can do is to see which file this looks most like. and it's a little bit similar to a few of them, but we can copy these 2 lines, paste it, close the div, and close the template. So I want the grid columns to be 4, since this is 3 and this is 1. So let's begin by open up and create a div class main left, call span 3, and then div class main right, call span 1, since this is just 25% of the screen. Save. So if I go back here now, refresh, and go directly to search, then you can see here, this fills out 1/3 of the screen, and this 1/4 of the screen. Sorry, 1/4, 3/4, and 1/4. So on the search, we have this search bar on the top. The the code for this should be starting to look a little bit familiar. So we have the padding 4, flex, and space X. So this P4 is this space, the space X4 is between these, and the flex is so we can have these 2 on the same line. On the left you have input type search, and I would like to use the input type search because then we get this X here to cancel the search. The padding 4 is inside here, set the width to be full, the background to be a little bit gray, and then the rounded corners and the placeholder. And then on the right side we have a submit button, which is the inline block, padding, background, text, and rounded corners. So if I save now, go back, we have this here now. Nice. Then I can add one more of these white boxes for the user result and copy one of these. So if I just save this now, you will see that we have gotten this one. Okay. I should have a space dash y4 here, so we get space between these. And then this one should also have a P4, so I have some space in there. Nice. So now it starts to look more like the design. Then I just want to create one card or element for the user. These should look familiar. Then we have the avatar at the top with some space below down to the name. And then this, which is just a copy of what we have in the feed view, as you can see here. So if I wanted to, I could just copy this entire thing and paste it in there and save. So if I go back here now, whoops. What did I do wrong? That definitely wasn't correct. Okay, let me just see what I did not do correctly. Copy this one. Sorry. This one, classes, is the outer div. Sorry about the mess. So it's the grid columns and similar, because I want to have 4 columns inside here again. So it's columns here and columns inside here as well. Gap 4 is the space between these. Rounded LG is this rounded corner, the border gray, and similar, as you can see here. The border gray is there, sorry. So if I save now, go back, then you have one element in there, which is this one. So if I just copy this now, paste, and paste 5 elements, then I get 4, and the next one goes automatically, and then I have the same space there and there. Nice. Then down here is just a random post, which I can copy from the feed view, because this is something going to be reused later. So I can copy this div here and paste it below this one. So I want to go below this div, but I still want to be inside this div. So if I go here now, then I get this post below here, and the search result should almost be ready now. Oh, there, sorry. And then on the right side, as you can see here, is the trends and the people you may now know. This can just be copied from the feed. So everything inside the main right, actually I can just copy the entire main right, go to search view and replace this div here. Save, and then we have it there automatically. Nice. So if I now go back to the do list, I can set this task to done. Make people you may know a component, and make trends a component, so that this can be reused multiple places much easier. So a component is a little piece of reusable code. So if I just go into source, find a file folder called components, then you can see that there are a few already. I can just remove these. This is something that comes with Vue, which are not going to be used. And I think I can just remove this entire folder. And then in here, I create one more, people you may know.vue. And as you can see here, I did not end this with a view because this is a component and not a page. So in here I can say template and go to search view, and then I can find this people you may know. If I just copy this entire div here, save, and paste it in here instead, fix the indentation and save. Failed to resolve. Okay, this still is trying to import this component. So let me go to home view, just remove this, save. Now it's working again, and the people you may know is gone. So we need to import this into the search view. So we can either use the composition API or the options API. I like to use the options API on the view pages, and then the composition API on the reusable components. I think that's the best way to use it. So at the bottom here I can say script, and then in here export default name can be search view, it doesn't really matter. And then at the top here I need to import this component here. So from, I actually don't remember how I imported this. It's done this way. Keep forgetting this all the time. So import welcome, no, import people you may know from this file. So this still doesn't resolve anything. But let me try to use this above the trends, like that. And then something happened there. But if I try to open up the inspector, it would probably say that I haven't registered. Yes, failed to resolve. Blah, 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 blah. So I need to tell Vue that we're going to use this. So in here we say components. And then we just say people you may know. So now this is reusable. Then I can copy this, go to the feed view, paste it at the bottom, replace the name of this with feed view, and then we can reuse it here and save a lot of code like that. So now the feed should also use this one. Nice. So let me do the same with the trends. So let me just take everything there, create a new component, trends.view, template, paste it there, fix the indentation, save and close, and then import trends from /component/trends.vue, register it, trends, scroll up and add trends here. So now we have it there, and this saves a lot of code, and it's very easy to use as well. Do it like that, add the trends here, and then we just need to import it, trends, and save. So now I should be able to go to search as well, and this is still working. Nice. So this is a very good way of reusing code. You will see more of this later in this course. But I can check these two because now these two are done. Okay, so now I want to create a toast component. And this is a reusable component, so that, for example, when we sign up, I want to have a message popping up down in the right corner saying that everything went okay. You can now go to the login page to log in, or the post was posted, or other types of notifications should become up here in the right corner. So in the components folder, we create one more called toast.vue. Create empty template. So I have already prepared the code for this. So what happens here now is that this div will only render if the store, an Axios, a Pinia store, has the value of is visible. Then we have the transition, is in, is out, delay, and the duration. This is animation clauses. This is padding clauses, fixed, and top full, so it's below the screen. 8 elements, or whatever you should call it, from the right side, rounded XL and shadow XL, so it has a little bit of shadow. These clauses comes from the store, so it's easier to manipulate if it's visible and similar from other places in the project. And then we show the messages that is stored in the store in there. So we will create the store for this very soon. And then below here, you can see here that I am now importing. Actually, maybe I should do this a little bit different and use the composition API here. So script setup. Then we can import this up here. And then we just need to tell the script to use this, return, store. I think that's it. So what happens here now is that we are importing a toast store. We're going to create this in a few moments. We initialize it, and then we return it as store. As you can see here, this variable, and this variable should be stored in here. It's a little bit hard to understand right now. You will probably understand it more when we start to use it shortly. So let's create a store for this. As you can see here, we have the stores folder, which is a folder for the Pinia stores, which is state management. So we can temporarily store information in this project that can be used globally. So in here, create a new file, toast.js. And then first, as I import, define store from Pinia, because this is what we need to import in order to create a store. And then we say export const use toast store equals define store. So this is then the name of the store, which is reused here. As you can see, we import it as this. And then I want to set an ID for this store. I'm not sure where this is used, but it's probably done in some internal things for Vue. And then we have the information we are storing in the store. MS is how many milliseconds we want to show the message. Message is the message we are showing. Clauses can be that it's a green if it's a success message, red if it's an error, and similar. Is visible is default set to false because we don't want to show it before we are ready. And then below the state itself, we have something called actions, and these actions are used to manipulate these values. And then in here, I want to create one action called show toast. So this should be able to be called from, for example, search view, feed view, and similar. In here, we pass in the ms, the milliseconds we want to show the message, what the content is, and the classes. We can tell if it's a danger or success and similar. So the first thing we do here is to set the milliseconds. Just make sure that it's an integer so it doesn't crash. Set these four information, these four variables with information we get from the function. Then we create a timeout. We create a fat arrow function and say that this clauses plus equals minus translate dash y 28. So after 10 milliseconds, we are adding this clause here to the clauses, which is again passed in here. So what happens is that after 10 milliseconds, this clause is added and it will scroll up from the bottom of the screen and will be visible. Then we need one more timeout. After, for example, 3000 milliseconds minus 500, then we remove this clause and just set it to be empty. The reason why I said minus 500 is that this this animation takes 500 milliseconds to run, and I can't just say minus equal this one because that would not work, so I just need to replace this clause now with nothing. And the last one is that, for example, after 300 milliseconds, this is set to is visible, so it's no longer rendered on the screen. So this will set it to be rendered on the screen, but below where you can see it. 10 milliseconds later, this will be added, it will scroll up. 2 seconds later, or similar, it will go down again, and then 500 milliseconds after that one, it will not be in the DOM element anymore. So I hope you are able to follow along on this, but I guess that it can be a little bit hard to understand. In the next part, we are going to start using this, and it will be much easier to understand. So now I can just go back to the to-do list and set this task to done. In this part, we're going to handle the backend and a little bit more. So first, we can begin with this task, which is to set up a virtual environment for Django. A virtual environment is like a isolated environment on your computer where you can install Python packages like Django, Django REST Framework, Pillow, and similar. It also makes it easier to deploy later, so you can have the same server locally as on the production server and similar. So let's just begin with this one. So if I go to the command line, just split this screen or whatever you do on your system. And then I need to find the folder that my project is in. CD, documents, projects, OA. And here I have the front end, I have the templates and a readme. So here I just want to create the virtual environment by saying python 3-m venv, which is short for virtual environment, and then the name, which can just be env. And then here I can then activate this by saying source env bin activate. If I want to deactivate this, I can just say deactivate. Okay, let's activate it again. And since this is now activated, you can see here that the name of the environment is prepended before my username. And if I now want to install a Python package, I can say pip install Django, and then this will install the newest and stable version of Django and the dependencies that Django has. And now this will only be available for this particular environment. Great, so now it should be installed. Let me just move up this bottom line a little bit. There, someone of my followers was saying that the bottom lines here was a little bit hard to see sometimes, so hopefully this helps. So now that we have Django, we can also install the Django REST Framework. So pip install Django REST Framework. So this REST framework is used for creating APIs for the project we are building, so that the front end built with Vue can talk to the back end. So it's very easy to create views that are returning JSON and serializing data and similar. So then we have that, so check. And next one, which is Django REST Framework -simple JVT pip installed. Now this is an extra package for the Django REST Framework so that we can use a JWT for authentication. That is a sort of token authentication, which is very popular. Okay, so that is installed. Then we install Pillow, pip install Pillow. Pillow is a Python library for handling images, so we can resize them or just save them on the server or optimize them and similar. And this is needed in order for Django to use image fields, which we are going to use for the avatars and post images and similar. So now everything is installed and we can do this now, create a Django project. So we have the way frontend, which is very explanatory what this actually is. So then we can create the same name structure for the backend by saying Django-admin start project way backend. So now we have it there. I can go into it, cd way backend, like that. So here I have the manage.py file, which is this administrative script for running things in Django, like creating database tables or super users or running the development server, collecting static files and similar. In this folder, I can show you what's here. You have the init.py, which is just a file for making this folder sort of like a module. Python will at least make it easier to use the contents inside. Settings.py is a global configuration for the whole project. This is where we define the database, the template engine, users, and similar. Then you have the WSGI and ASGI, which is entry points for the web server. We will come back to this when we deploy the project later. And then URLs.py is sort of like a table of contents for the whole project, where we map the views we create with URLs. So everything there is now done. Next up then is a little bigger task. This is setting up everything. So we need to configure JVT. First I want to do this in the settings. So if I go back to Visual Studio Code and open up settings.py here. Then this now is one of the files we just created. Let me just close all of this first. Settings.py. Do you want to install the recommended extensions for Python? Yes, I can do that, just so I have it. This is a very fresh user on this Mac. So this then gives me IntelliSense and similar, which makes it easier to get recommendations for the classes and functions we are going to use and similar. Okay, while this is installing, I can just go back to settings.py and continue the configuration. So here inside the installed apps, we need to add the Django REST Framework and also the Django REST Framework simple JVT, like that. So now that we have added these, we can also configure the simple JVT by adding this. So this makes it possible to overwrite the default configurations that simple JVT comes with. So for example, I set the access token life to 30 days. Oops. What happened there? Okay, the installation is done. Okay, so I set the access token life to 30 days, which means that I will be logged in 30 days when you first log in to the application. Then I have the refresh token time life, which is how long I'm able to refresh the token that I have. So if you go in and during those 30 days, you will be logged in again and refreshed for another 30 days up until 180 days, then you will be forced logged out of the application. And then I set something called rotate refresh tokens to false. And this is just that if you already have a refresh token, and then this wouldn't be trashed or banned afterwards. So you can read more about this if you just Google Django REST Framework and simple JVT if you want to inspect it more. You can see here that I get the warning, so I need to import this. Python import time delta. Always forget where I import this. Okay, so from datetime import time delta. So if I just scroll to the top, I can remove this comment. From datetime import time delta. That's the only one I need. Okay, so then you can see here that I also need to configure the URLs for this. I actually think I want to move this down into the app for the custom user model because I want to add it there. So configure JVT URLs. So let me just remove this. I also noticed down here that I want to configure the CSRF and course. So I need to install one more thing. So if I just go back here and say pip install Django course headers. That's not correct. It's Django dash course dash headers. And this makes it easier or at least possible for a separated frontend to talk to the backend and set rules there. So I can check this now. Next step then is to configure the Django REST Framework. So we have already added it here, but we need to add it a little bit more here and talk about or tell Django how to authenticate users and similar. So we can set this, for example, below the simple JVT. Then you have this for overriding the default things that comes from the REST framework. We want to set the default authentication clauses to use JVT authentication, and the default permission clauses is that you should be authenticated to get data from the backend. So this is now the default one, and we can override this per view and similar. Let's come back to that later. Okay, so then I can set this to done. Next step then is to configure the CSRF and course. So we need to set up this CSRF, which is the cross-site request forgery, I think it stands for. So that and this is very connected, and things that we need to do in order to comply with the Django security things. So let's just go back to settings.py again. So below here I can set up something called the course allowed origins. So this URL is allowed to talk to the backend, and this address here is the same as you can find here. It might be a little bit different on your computer. And then below here we can set the CSRF trusted origins, which is the same address as up here. And then down here in the installed apps I can add the course headers, which is one of the things we just installed. So now everything is added here. These are configured. Then we just need to add the middleware here so that Django knows that we will be using the course headers before we use the common middleware for Django. So here we can say course headers.middleware.course middleware. I know that this can be a little bit much information right now to handle at once, but hopefully it's not too much to handle. If you have any questions about this, feel free to leave a comment below and I will answer as soon as I can. So now I think everything is okay here, so I can go back to the to-do list, set this to done, I can set this to done, and I can set this to done. So now I actually set up the backend and everything there should be okay. So the next step then is to create an app for the custom user models, because I don't want to use the built-in that Django comes with, because this will make it easier to add extra fields like the avatar and similar. So we can begin by creating the app. So let's just go to the command line and then here on the right side, Python manage.py. So now we talk to the script, start app account. No module named Django REST Framework. I thought I installed it. Django REST Framework. Okay, it actually might just supposed to be REST Framework here. Sorry about that. Let me try to now again start the app. No module named REST Framework. Okay. I have to Google this. Pip install Django REST Framework. What did I do wrong? Pip install Django REST Framework. Okay, there was supposed to be an underscore. Sorry about that. Save. Let me try one more time. And now the app was created. Perfect. So let me find it here again. Account. Then we have the views. Tests if we wanted to do that. Models for telling Django what we want to store in the database. Apps is just configuration for this app. Admin.py is where we can register models so we can see them in the admin interface. Init.py is just telling Django that we want to use this as a module. Okay, so let's start setting up the models.py. So first I just want to import UUID, so we can have UUID, unique identification things for the users instead of the typical increasing integers. And then from Django auth models I want to import the abstract base user, permissions mixin, and user manager, because I want to override these and create our own so it's easier to use them later in this project. And from Django.utils I want to import time zone so that we can use that to handle when the user last logged in and similar. Okay, so I just pasted a little bit of code here. So now this is a custom user manager, so I can talk to the model we are going to create a little bit easier. Create user function, create super user function, and similar. If you're a little bit familiar with Django from before, you know that you can run python manage.py, create super user, but that user requires different fields than what we are going to use. So for example here I want the name, email, and password. And then up here, this is typically more normal what the default looks like. So now that we have a custom user manager, it's easier to talk with the model we are going to create. And then the model for the user will look like this. Okay, or something like that. Let me just convert everything to space like that. So we want to use the abstract base user and the permissions mixin. First I set up the ID field, which uses the UUID, which we imported at the top. Then I want the field for handling the email, which should also be the username. One field for the name, one field for the avatar. And this is an image field, and the images will be uploaded to a folder called avatars. I want one field for checking if the user is active. This is a boolean and it's default to true. Later in the series we're going to set this default to false so that the user have to click an email and activate their user. You can also check here if it's a super user, if it's staff, and similar. Then we have a date joined, which will set automatically to timezone.now, which is now. Last login to check when the user last used the account. And then we have the objects, which just refers to the custom user manager. So what happens here is that, for example, when we say now user.objects.all, that means that we get the objects here and not the default objects that the typical model is using. Then down here we specify which of these fields we want to be the username, which should be the email field, and which fields to be required. This should maybe actually blank equals true. I think this should be like this because we want to require that. Actually not sure if this should be filled out or what. I just tend to use it like this, and up here is authentication anyway. So okay, let's just leave it like this. Then we need to tell Django that the default user model is this one and not the one that Django comes with. So here in the settings.py we can set this below here. You can just say auth user model account, which is the app, user, which is the model, and save. Okay, so now we have set up the model and everything there. That means that I think we can now first run the make migrations. So Python manage.py make migrations. No, this has not been installed. Okay, sorry, I forgot to add the account here. Account, save. Let's try again. Then you can see here create model user and then Python manage.py make, migrate to actually run the migrations. So now everything here was created. Nice. And then our DB SQLite database is also created there. Nice. Okay, so now that that is done, I can go back to the to-do list. So we now have added this to the settings. We have created the model. And then I need to configure the JWT URLs for this. So in the account app here, I want to create a new file called urls.py. And then here I need to import from the REST framework JWT something called views, and there we import a class called token obtain pair view, which is the view we use to log in and to get the two tokens, the refresh and access token. And then we have one view for refreshing that token. Then in here I can just say URL patterns, which is a list. And then you can see here we just say path login, and when we go into that one, we want to use this class as a view, and we just say name token obtain. You can see here I get a little warning because I haven't imported this from Django. From Django.urls import path, then the warning is gone. And then I need one more path refresh from the token refresh view as view name token refresh and save. So I think that should be it for now. Sorry, I need to do one more thing. The main urls.py file, I need to import a urls file we just created. So here I need to import include from django.urls together with path. And then down in here, if we go to a URL called path, and this begins with API / then we want to use the one called include account.urls. So if the URL we try to visit or use now is API, then it will try to go in here and find if one of the URLs matches this one. So if it's API/login, it will use this one. If it's the other one, it will use this one. And if it's none of these, it will continue down this list. Okay, so let's set this to done and this to done. So now I want to make it possible to sign up. As you can see here, I have this implement verification, reset and forgot password and similar. This will come later in this course. I just want to get this thing up and running as a minimum viable product to see that everything is running and similar. Anyways, let's make it possible to sign up. So what we need to do then is we need to create a new file here for the API calls for signing up the user and similar. Okay, so in the account app, create a new file, api.view. We could put this in the views.py if we wanted to, but I like to keep things like this in the api.py file because it makes a little bit more sense. So here we can say from django.http import JSON response because we want to return JSON as the data form. And then I want to import some decorators from the REST framework. So from REST framework .decorators import API view, authentication clauses and permission clauses. So this makes it possible to handle a view as an API view. This can override the authentication default clauses that we set here in the settings.py, and the same with this one. The permission clauses can override this if we wanted to, because we can't require that the user is authenticated, for example, to create a user. So here, then down here we can say @API view, and we expect this to be a post request. We don't want get data here and similar. We don't want the user to go to this URL and similar. Then def sign up, pass in the request parameter, and then to get the data that the user sends to us, we say data equals request.data. Then this will be a dictionary or list with the data like the username or email and password. We can set the default message, for example, to be success, and then return JSON response, parentheses, curly brace, and then status message. And if the user isn't signed up, for example, we can return this as a error message and similar, but it can be like this right now. Then I just want to import this to the urls.py before I continue. So inside urls.py, which is located in the account app, here we can say from .import views. So we just import the entire, from .import API, we import the entire file. So path sign up / sign up name sign up. API.signup. So now this points to this view we just created, and the URL for this will now be API/signup. Before I do anything more here, I want to create a form for this so that Django can handle the validation. So forms.py. And then here I want to import the default user creation form from Django, from django.contrib.auth.forms import user creation form. And then I want to import the model we just created. So from models import user. So instead of importing the user from Django contrib auth models, we import it here. And then here we can say class sign up form, pass in the user creation form. And then we set the class meta so we can configure this a little bit. We want to say the model to be user, so we point up to this one, and then which fields we want. And here we want the email field, the name field, the password 1 field, and the password 2 field. And then the password 2, it's just repeating of this one. So then I can save this, and then we can import this into api.py. So from forms import sign up form. Then below here is a form equals sign up form. Then just fill this out with email data.get email. Just copy and paste the name, password 1, password 2, password 1, password 2. Okay, so that should be it there. Then we can see if this form is valid by saying if form.is valid, just like we do on a regular form. And if this is valid, we can just say form.save, and then the user should be created. If the form isn't valid, we can say message equals error, and then this will return an error instead. So now the view for creating a user is ready. Here we could, for example, say send verification email later and save. So that's everything we need to do here now. It's imported to the URLs, so now this should be available to be used in the front end. Nice. Actually, I need to set up these two decorators as well. So set this to be empty and permissions clauses to be empty. So now we can access this view without being authenticated, which makes sense. So everything there is now done. So now I want to work a little bit in the front end. Let me just look at the to-do list. Yes, there is nothing particular here or more detail, so still on this task. So if I now find way frontend, source, stores, and then create a new store, user.js. So just like here, we keep track of things like the message we want to show, the classes and similar. Here we want to do the same thing, but we want to keep track of everything connected to the user. So first I import the defined store from Pinya, and then I import Axios because I want to use this store also to talk to the backend. And then below here, I say export const use user store. Then we set this to be a defined store. The first thing I want to set here is the ID, which can just be user. And then just like in the toast, we can set the state for whatever data we want to store about the user. To keep this as clean as possible, I just want to store one object in here with several properties. And this should have the isAuthentication set to be false, the user ID, the username, the email, the access token, and the refresh token. So everything of this will now be stored in the state, and I also want to store it in the browser so that when you refresh and similar, you will be automatically logged in. And just like here, we will also need a few actions. And I know that this part that's coming up now can be a little bit confusing. There will be a lot of code, but don't worry, when we start using this later in this project, you will also understand much more and why it's easier to just make it finished now. So first I want to create one action called init store for initializing the store. And what I do first here is to check if the local storage, which is something in the browser, has an item called user.access, which is the user access token. Then I know that the user should be logged in. And what we do then is to set the state up here to, for example, this.user.access. Then we get it from the local storage. And now we do it with all of these values. Then we set this to be authenticated to be true. So in theory, the user is now authenticated. But to make sure that you are actually allowed to be authenticated, we call this.refresh token, which will talk to the backend and make sure that you are within the days that we set in settings by these here, that you are authenticated. And then I just go to the console log to print this out just to make sure that everything is okay. I will show you later in this part how we are going to call this. And this will be created further down in this actions list. Next, I have an action called set token where we pass in a list of data called data. Then I just want to console log it so that every time we log in and similar, I can see this and just verify that it's okay. Then we set the access token, the refresh token, and that you are authenticated. And then we store these two in the database. Next, I have one for logging out called remove token. Then we console log this, set everything in the state to be null, and then everything that is stored in the local storage to be empty. So that now you're logged out and you will be redirected to the login page or the front page or whatever you decide to later. Also, one more called set user info. So when we log in, we automatically will just get typically the token from the backend. So we need to do one more call where we will get this back. And this user variable will continue to contain the user ID, the name of the user, and the email. And possibly also the avatar and probably more fields also later. Then we store all of this in the local storage and just console log that the user stored in the state is this user. And then last but not least, we have the refresh token action. So what this does is that it now send a post to this. This is not the correct URL. It's supposed to be API/account/refresh. and it sends this information, which should be up here, and this information is pulled from the browser in this action here. And when this is done, we get the response. Now we just store the access token, because the access token is the only thing we get back from the server. Now we can also set that the Axios default headers should be authorization, bearer, and then we pass in the response data.access. It's very important that you remember this space. I know that many people don't notice this, but it's bearer, space, and then the ticks. If there are an error in the refresh, for example, that you have gone over the 180 days, then we will show an error in the browser and then say just this remove token, which calls this here. You will be logged out and redirected. So it was a little bit much code at once now, but I hope you are able to follow along. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to leave a comment below and I will answer as soon as I can. Great, so now that we have a way to store everything about the user, the backend should be ready. Then we can continue to open up the sign up view and make sure that when we fill out this information, we can pass it on to the backend. So at the bottom here, we can create a script tag. The first thing I want to import here is Axios. So import Axios from Axios. And then export default. And then in here, I want to create one method called setup, so that when we go in here and set up everything here, I want to use the toast store to show a message that the user was created, or if there was an error. So here we can say const toast store equals use toast store, return toast store. So now this should be available to be used other places in this script. And then below here we set up the data, so we can store different things. Return, actually this is supposed to be a function. And then in here we have the form, where we can have different fields like the email, set this default to be empty, name, default empty, password 1, default empty, and password 2, default empty. And then I also want one more variable here called errors, which should be a list, but default empty list. And then below here we set up the methods. I want to a sign up method, so that when we click sign up, the button here, we should call this function. So sign up or submit form maybe. Then first we can default set this errors equals empty, so that if you do anything wrong, try to send it in again, it will be reset. And then here we want to do some very simple validation of the data. You can say if this.form.name equals empty, then we push this string into the list of errors. Your name is missing. And we can do the same thing with the password. Password 1, your password is missing. And we can also check if this form.password and this form.password 2 is similar. If this.form.password1 not equals this.form.password2, then this.errors.push the password does not match. Okay, and we also need to do the same thing with the email. Can have this at the top. Email, your email is missing. Email, like that. Okay, so once the validation has gone through, we can say if this.errors.length is 0, then we know that we can send this to the backend and everything should hopefully be okay. And then in here we can use the Axios we imported at the top. Axios .post, and here we want to post to /API/sign-up, which is the view we created here. So here we're going to send an email, name, password 1 and password 2. So since we stored everything in this variable, the only thing we need to append and send in is actually just this.form. And when this is done, we can say then response, then we get something back from the server, or we can say catch error if there are any errors. And if there are any errors, we can say console.log error. This is typically not the type of errors we want to show here anyways. And then here, if the response is good or bad, we can do a check here. So what we sent from the backend here was a status, but it should actually be message. So then here we can say if response.data.message is success, else, and if it's a success message, we want to show a green toast down in the right corner. To do that, we can say this.toast store, which will point up to the toast store we have here, show toast, which is this function here. And here we pass in that we want to show this in 5,000 milliseconds or 5 seconds. Then the message, the user is registered, please log in. And the background can be PG Emerald 500, for example. And if it's an error, we can say this.toastStore.showToast 5,000. Something went wrong. Please try again. And then this can be BG Red 300. Okay, so now we give some feedback back to the user if it went okay or if there was something wrong. And after that, at least, inside here, if the user is registered, then we can say this.form.email empty, just so we can reset the form. Password 1 and password 2. Okay, so hopefully everything should work here now. No, I forgot one thing, and that was, of course, when we click this or submit the form, v-on submit.prevent submit form equals submit form. So when we submit this, as you can see here, we want to prevent default so that we don't refresh the screen as similar. We just want to call a method called submit form, and this submit form is this method down here. And then we need to connect these 4 fields with these 4 variables down here. So after type, I can say v-model form.email, copy this, paste password 1, password 2, and the name form.name, and save. So I noticed that I have not done anything to show the errors if there are any. So you can show this above the sign up button. Template v-if. So if there are any errors, I think I can say it like this. Then we can say div class bg red 300. Text can be white, rounded, LG, my6, so I have some space above and below this. Actually, this is already handled there, so I don't need this my6. But I want some padding in here, p-6. Okay, I think that's okay. And then in here, p v-4, so we want to loop through all error in errors, v-bind :key, because we need to make this element unique. If not, Vue won't work. So you can just say error, and then in here we want to print the error. Sorry, not brackets, curly braces. We are using Vue now. Okay, so I think that's it. there are no errors there. Let me try to run this. Run server, no, Python measured by run server. Yes, so now it's running at this address, which we set up as the default URL for Axios in the previous part in main.js. So if I now go back to VTEP, open up the inspector just so I have it here. I can open up the console so it's easy to see errors. If I now go to sign up, boop, use toast store is not defined. Probably just forgot to import it. Import use toast store from /stores/toast. Hopefully. Refresh. The requested module does not provide an export named default. What? Toast.js. Export const. Okay, so everything should be okay. I just imported it the wrong way. Okay, so it's a little bit different syntax. So import toast store from @stores.toast like that. Refresh. Okay, so now the error is gone, but that reminded me that I need to do a little change in the app.vue because I need to tell Vue where to put this data. So here in the app.vue, I need to create a script tag at the bottom here. And then I need to import the toast component and not the toast store. And then I need to set up the export default components. So I need to tell app.vue that we're going to use this toast here. And then I can just paste it below here. So now the toast component has a way to insert itself in the DOM somewhere. Return outside function. Okay. Use toast store. That did not look very good. Okay, so the problem is not inside the sign up view, but in the toast.vue, which we created in the previous part. Const store. Okay, just need to Google this. View composition API return store. So it looks like this. But what if I want to have it in the script tag? Script setup like this. So it's just set up like this, blah blah blah. So it's just set up like this. Maybe I don't need to return it. Maybe it's okay like this. Let me try to go back and see. Refresh. There are no errors at least, but this should not be showing. So maybe I need to check the length there as well. So if this is greater than 0, nice. Okay, so sorry about that little back and forth. Name Stein LZ, code with stein@gmail.com, and then a password. Sign up. The user is registered. Please log in. Okay, if I try to go to the terminal, you can see here that this was posted. So, in theory, the user should have been created now. So, we can verify this by going in here again and say Python, stop the web server, Python managed by shell from account.models import user, users equals user.objects.all users. And then we have the user here with the username codestein@gmail.com. User equals users.first, user.email, user.name. Nice. So now the sign up is working and we can run the server again. So that means that I now can go back and set this task and this task to done. And now I want to make it possible to log in. That means that we should be able to get and refresh tokens. So we can begin by copying a little bit here and put it in the login view. At least these two I know I'm going to use, and then I can close a little bit here. Open up login view. And then at the bottom I can paste this, export default like that, close the script. And then I can set up the methods first. And here we should also need a submit form method. And when we call or submit here, we say v-on submit.prevent, and we call the submit form like that. And we need to connect these two down here, so we can set up the data, return, email, empty, password, empty. And we should also probably set this in a form, so we can just put in all of the form at once. Errors can default be an empty list. Sorry, I forgot to add a colon. Then we can set up the v models here, v model form.email and v model form.password. Save. And I can also copy one more thing, and that is the error showing here, like that. So if there are any errors, this will show. Okay, I also know that I'm going to use the user store, because now we're actually going to get the data from the server we want to store here. So at the top here we can set up the setup of this page, and then const user store equals use user store, return user store. So now this should be able to be used down here and also in the template if we need that. So then I can go back to the sign up view again and copy a little bit. We can copy this to reset the errors list, and we can copy the validation for, we can take these two, paste it. If form.email is empty, your email is empty, and if the password is empty, your password is missing. And we can also just copy this line here, and this, and this. Actually, you can just copy the whole thing, so we have it, paste it, and then close this if up here. This can just be removed for now, and we want to use the API/login. And if we open up the urls.py file there, it should be this one, which should return a token back to us. So when we get this token, we want to store this in the user store, which we are importing up here. So to do that, we can just say this.store.setToken and pass in everything we get from the backend, which should be an access token and a refresh token. And this function here is the one we have in the user.js, the set token, as you can see there. And this will also store this in the browser and set our user to be authenticated. And then I just want to set the default headers again, just like we do on this initialize, because now I don't want to call this because everything here is not set yet. So now we have this here, and we can get information from the backend in the correct way. So let me save this now. And what I want to do now is to make this function here, the submit form, an async method. So that means that I can pause things down here before we continue. And that's exactly what I want to do with this one. Await Axios. And when this is done, and this is okay, then I want to get more information from the backend. So below this Axios request, I have one more Axios request, which will go to API/me. And this will have information like your name and similar, which we don't get up here. And when this is stored, we just say this.router push / which will return us to the front page of Way. Maybe we should be sent to feed instead. Save. So now we just need to create this view in the api.py. So here we can say at API view. Here we just want to have get request because we just want to get this information and post anything to it. We don't want these two because now we want to use the default authentication classes here, which is the JWT, and that we are authenticated. So you can say def me request, and then in here we can just say return JSON response. We want to return the ID, the name, and the email. So that was it for there. Then we just need to import this to the URLs here. Path me / api.me name me. So now everything should be ready to be tested. There are no errors, no errors. The browser refresh. We have the user created. So now I should be able to go to login. Login with code with Stein, which is the email I used. If I write anything there, you'll see that I get the 401 authorization error. That's okay because I didn't write correct password now. I will handle showing errors here later. But if I sign in with the correct password, I still get this. Okay, that's not good. Unauthorized. Why am I unauthorized? Login did not work. API login. Login view. Send the email and the password. Okay, if I just go here now, open up the network tab. Often there is better information here. Response. No active account found with the given credentials. Coded Stein, that was what I was using. Okay, still. Okay, yes, so now it was working because now I was writing the correct password. So you can see here now that I get the refresh token and I get the access token. Both of these should be in here. Refresh first and then access. So now these should be stored in the database, but I have a new error here. Authentication credentials was not provided. Okay. So that means that this didn't work as expected. Just the console.log response .data.access, just to make sure that that's what we are setting down here. Okay, so let me just try to log in one more time, just to refresh so everything is okay. Log in. Okay, so everything there is okay. Console.log. Can't read properties of undefined set token, so that is not working. The set token, which is this one, which points to this.store, which should be this.user store. And same down here, this.user store. That means that it couldn't go past that point. Let me try one more time. Log in, and now I was redirected to the front page. Nice. But if I now refresh, I will not be authenticated anymore, which is something I just want to fix before we continue, and that is done in the app.vue. So here I want to import the user store just like we did here. So import, copy, paste, and we can copy this entire thing, put it at the top here, fix the indentation, and then before everything starts to happen here, we're going to call something called before create. Then we want to do something in here. This is supposed to be a function like this. And what we want to do here is just this.userstore.init what did we call it? Init store. Like that. And then everything here should be fixed or run. And then I want to get the token by saying this.token equals this.userstore.user.access. Now we can check if we actually got this, and we only get this if we go into here and say if token. Then we want to set the default headers again with the bearer token. And if we don't get this, we want to set the empty default. We can just copy this, paste like that, and save. So if we now go back and refresh, there is something wrong. Console Axios is not defined. Okay, that's valid since we didn't import it. Import Axios from Axios. Save. And now there is no errors here anymore. So that means that this is hopefully working. Let's go to user.js, say console.log init store. Refresh, then you can see that we go in there. Now you can see in here console.log user has access. Refresh, and it did not go in there. That means that the user isn't authenticated. So this was probably not working. That's weird. Let me just try to log in again. Log in. So set user info. It sets the token. So we have this function set token with the data access. So that should be working. Let me try to console log this here. Console.log user.access like that. Just refresh now. We are still not logged in, so there is something wrong here. Login, user access. So this is okay. But why is it not okay here? Let me see what is there. Okay, you can see here there is something wrong. You can't find this URL API account refresh. And that is the one that is called when we go there. Refresh, API account refresh. API account refresh should be correct. No, it should not include the account like that. Let me refresh now. Not working. Okay, log in. Sorry about the back and forth. Typically. Log in. Okay, now I didn't get allowed to be logged in. There's always something. Login, detail, no active account. Okay, probably wrote the password wrong. Code Stein with, that's not my name. Code with Stein. Okay, so now I was logged in. Similar. Open up the console. You can see that things here looks okay. And now if I refresh, everything is okay. So that means that there was just something wrong somewhere here. But now this is okay. So I'm now logged in. So it was this refresh token that was not working as it should with this URL here. So now refresh is working and I'm still authenticated. Nice. So now I can go here, set this task to done, because now we can log in and refresh and similar. Nice. Okay, so now I want to do a little few changes up here. For example, I only want to show this when we are authenticated. So if we now go to app.vue, you can see here that this is hard coded. But I only want to show this when we are authenticated. And down here you can see that we have access to the user store. So this should be very simple. You can see here v-if user store. That's not the, we want this one, which is the variable for the user store. .user.is authenticated. And now this just points to the variable that we have here, or here to be precise. So if we save this now, go to the browser, you can see that this is not working. Okay, I've stopped the server. Okay, so if I just refresh again now, you can see here init store is not working anymore because we are not authenticated now. So now this is gone because we are not authenticated. And when we are not authenticated, I want to show a login and sign up button here instead. So if I just find the sign, it should be somewhere here. Login. Yes, then we have these two buttons instead. So if I now just copy this, we can do the same thing here on this one. But actually I want to add a template tag here because I want to have more in here later. So if we are authenticated, we show the avatar. If not, we say template v-else. So here I want to add a login and logout button. So I can copy this, add it to HTML. And it should actually be a router link and not an anchor tag. Router link. And this should go to, then just /login. Let me copy this, paste it, and say purple instead of gray. And then this should have the title sign up, and go to sign up and save. So if I now go back to the page, you can see that I have them here. I should also have some spacing between them. For example, the login button can have an MR4 for margin right 4, like that. So now this should take me to the login page, and this should take me to the sign up page. Great. Let me try to log in again. Log in. Okay, so now I'm authenticated. These are showing again, my avatar and the login button are gone. Refresh is still working and everything is good. So I don't think there is a front page. We don't need it actually. Okay, so that was not actually a task, but maybe I should add it here just so I know that this is done. Fix buttons in menu when authenticated, and just set it to done. So now everything should be working here. Today we're going to focus on creating an app for the posts. We're going to create the database model, set up serializers, views and URLs, and I want to create a test feed so that I can get my own posts and show them in the front end. So we can begin by just creating the app. So if I now go to the command line, stop the backend or the Django server and say Python start app post and hit enter. Okay. Python managed by start app post, of course. Sorry about that. And then if I go back here now and find settings.py and the install apps list, then I can add it here. Post with small letters, lowercase, like that. So then the next step then is to create the database model. So I want one for posts and one for the attachments. So we can begin with the one for the post. So if I just go back here and find the models.py located in the post app. Then in here I can start by importing UUID. So import UUID. And we also did this here in the other models.py in the account app, as you can see here. And then I use it like this. So then I just override the default Django ID field, which is a big integer field with incremental ID. So class post, pass in models.model. Then I can begin with the ID field, so that's done. So then I need to start thinking, what fields do I want here? I want one for the content itself, or the body. So body equals models.text field. Oops, text field. I want this to be not required in case you just want to post a picture, for example. So I can say blank equals true and null equals true. So now this will not be required in the form. I also want to know when it was created and by who or whom. So let's begin with the created at. So created at equals models.date time field auto now add equals true. So then Django will fill this out automatically. And then created by equals models.foreign key to the user model, which you can see here. I've not imported it. Related name can be posts, and on delete models.cascade. So when we delete the user, we cascade or go down or whatever we will call this, and also delete all of the posts that this user has created. So now I just need to import this from account.models import user. So then we imported the user model from here and not the typical that we import for Django. I know that I want to have something called votes. So you can vote or like, maybe that's better, likes. I'm not going to add this right now. And I want to have a likes count because I don't want to, this should be a reference to all of the user that has liked this post, but instead of counting them each time I want to know how many has liked it, then we have one integer field as well. I will come back to this later. Okay, and I also want a reference to some sort of attachment. So here we can say class post attachment. This will then be a part of this task here, model.model. And then here I want to make it possible to upload images. So we need a way to do that, but we can begin with the ID field. And then here I want image equals models.image field upload to. So now we need to specify where we want to upload this to on the server. So here we can just say post attachments like that, and then this will be put in a folder on server. I want to know who created this. So post attachments can be the related name. When you delete the user, you delete the posts and also this. And then I want the reference between these two. So then I can say attachments equals models.many to many field post attachment, and blank equals true, null equals true. Maybe I don't need these two, but it can be like this. Okay, so this is a very simple way to set up the models. Maybe we'll add more later. So if I now go to the command line and say python manage.py make migrations. Yes, here you can see the null has no effect on the many-to-many field. So I can remove this, but the field can still be blank. So make migrations, no warnings now, and then python manage.py migrate. So now we have the two new models, these two, in the database, and I can run the server again. So now that that is done, I just want to register this with the admin interface so that we can log in there later. So from .models import post and post attachment, admin.site.register post and admin.site.register post attachment. So now we can add these in the backend later, so it's easier to build a test feed for us. So now I can close this. So if I now go back to my to-do list in Notion, I can set this to done, this to done, and this to done. Next step then is to set up the serializers. This is then serializers for the Django REST Framework, which makes it possible to convert the data in the database to JSON format. So if I go back to Visual Studio Code, I can create a new file called serializers.py. You can call this file whatever you want, but it's best practice to just call it serializers.py because it makes much sense what you have in it. So now we can begin by importing the two models from .models import. Actually, we can begin with just the post for now. I will come back to the attachment later anyway. Now we can begin by continue by creating the serializer class post serializer, and here I need something from the REST framework, Django REST Framework. Always forget what to put in here. Tutorial serialization. Yes, then I can take. No, I actually want the model serializer. So then I can create the feed or the JSON based on just the fields in the model. So I can begin by importing this or copying this, paste it in there. Then I need to import this, and that comes from there, from REST Framework import serializers, like that. And then you can see, if I just scroll down again, that we need to add the class meta, and we need to specify which model we want to use, and that's of course the post model, and then the fields we want. And we want to get the ID field, and we want to get the body field, and we can also get who created this, so created by, and when it was created at, like that. So then we have the serializer, so that the feed contains this data now. So then I can set this to done. Next step then is to set up the view. So we need to use the serializer to create a view that the browser or the app can access. So in views.py, we can do it here. Then maybe there was an example here, creating this views, blah blah blah. No good examples there. Just want to import JSON response. Okay. Yes, let's just do that. Okay, let's go back here now. From Django.http import JSON response. Then I want to import the serializer we just created. From .serializers import post serializer. Then we can create the view def post list request, and then we first get all of the posts here. So posts equals post.objects.all. You can see here then I need to import the model as well. So from .models import post, and then we can set up the serializer. So serializer equals post serializer pass in the post that we want to get and set many equals true, because there are more than one object and we want this as a list. Then I can say return JSON response, create a dictionary here called data, and then here we can just say serializer.data, if I'm not mistaken. Serializer.data, yes. Great. So now that that is done, I need to add a API view here, just like we did on the account. So I want to add this like that, and then I just need to import this, and it's done. I can actually take all of these just so I have them in case we need to use them. So then we use this API view, and I can remove this render import. And actually I should move this into api.py file. So create a new file, api.py, and paste everything there, and the views.py can just be empty. So now we have it here separated, and everything should be okay. This will also now require that we are authenticated, because we have not overridden the things we set in settings.py. Up here we set that you need to be authenticated to get the feed. So then everything here should be okay. So then I just need to create a urls.py file, as it says here, urls.py. Then from Django.urls import path, and from .import API, and URL patterns equals, create a list path, and when this is empty, I want to use the view called api.postList, set the name to postList. And then we just need to import this to the main urls.py file, which is located in way backend, path api/posts include post.urls. So when a URL begins with api/posts, it will go into this, check, and if it's not more than api/posts, it will match this one. So that means that this should now be okay. And if I go to the browser, I do not think it would work. API posts. Yes, authentication. You need to be authenticated to see this, but that's good because I am not authenticated. But then means that I can now go here, set this to done. So then this says get a test feed and show it in the front end. And it should be your own posts. Okay, so then I just need to add a few posts to this user. So if I log into the admin interface, I don't think that I am the owner or the admin. No, let me just create a super user. So go back here and say Python manage.py create super user, code with stein2@gmail.com. Forgot to add the .com, and then a password. Null constraint fail. Okay, didn't pass in the name. Okay, and that's because the one thing that we have in the account app models, it fails because it expects the name to be set and similar. So I'm not sure how to do this then. So what I can do then is say Python manage.py shell and do it this way. Then I can import the user from account.models import user, and from post.models import post. And then I can get the user by saying user equals user.objects.get email equals code with stein@gmail.com. That's my email for the first user I created. User.id, yes, and user.name, as you can see there. And then I can create a post by saying post equals post.objects.create. And if I go back to the models.py for this, then you can see that we are expecting a body. And yes, that's actually the only field that we are expecting. No, the created by as well. So we can say body equals first post in way created by equals user. Hit enter. So now we have one post in the database. Let's create one more. Then I can say second post in way. So if I now say posts equals post.objects.all, then you can see that we get two here. So one object and one object. Nice. So let me run the server again. And then I can continue to showing this in the front end. So if I just go back here now, refresh, you can see that I'm logged in. And now I want to replace these two with the actual two objects from the feed. So if I go back to Visual Studio Code, I can just close a few of these fields and open up feedview.view. And then I want to import Axios because we need Axios to talk with the backend. So import Axios from Axios. And then mounted. So when this mounts and it's ready to show data, then we can call a method called getFeed. And then we just need to create this as well. Methods getFeed, like that. Just add a space between these to keep things a little bit tidy. And then here we can say Axios.get /API/posts, and then this will then point to the URLs file in the post app to this view here. Then we will get some response back. Response, create a fat arrow function, console.log data response.data. If you get an error, we can say .catch error, new fat error function, console.log error, like that. So let's see if we go back here now, refresh. GetFeed is not defined. No, sorry, it's this.getFeed to point to the object we are in. So if I refresh now, you can see that the data, which is this one, says that there's an array of 2. So in here, we actually have 2 objects that we can show there. Nice. So then we need to set up the data array up here so we can assign this data to that one. Return posts. This can be default and empty list. Then I can say this dot posts equals response.data, like that. Okay, I think that is correct. And then up here where we are looping through the posts, we can set this on the top here. Just paste in that one, move this to a separate line, and then here we can say v4 post in posts, which just points down to the list here with the data from here. And since we are using a v4, we need to set v-bind : key, and that is the key for this object. We can set the post.id, and that makes this div unique. Hello test. So refresh. There is nothing there now. Okay, why isn't that working? Let me scroll down, and down here is the console.log data2 this.posts, just to see that it's have everything. Yes. Okay, maybe I need to set data like that. Refresh. Yes, now I get the hello test and hello test. And if I take this there, you can see that it's only showing one because the data is inside the data.data. Maybe this is something I could change in the back end. Okay, just let me see how they did it. Yes, they just a serializer.data, so I don't need it like this. Okay, so no warnings or anything. Go back to the feed, then I can say it like this and refresh on the Vite app. Okay, there is an error. In order to allow non-dictionary object to be serialized, set the safe parameter to false. So in the API.py, we can say safe equals false. And that is just to make sure that it's allowed to be converted to JSON, I think. So if I refresh now, then you can see that it's looped through there. Nice. So then you can see that I are looped through here correctly. Nice. Okay, so let's go back here again, remove this one, and scroll up to where we are looping through the posts, because that was actually supposed to be on this object. So copy, paste there. Okay, this was a little bit messy. Let me comment out one of these two. Down to there. And then copy these two lines. Remove the whole thing here. And just paste it in this div instead. So now the loop is on this object here, which is the whole thing, as you can see here. Nice. So now we are actually getting this from the feed. So now I want to replace the paragraph, as you can see here, with post.body. Okay, first post in way, second post. You can see already now that it's looping the different wrong way. So in the models.py we can set the default ordering for this. So on the post we can say class meta ordering equals minus created at, like that. So if I now go back and refresh again, you can see that the second post is on top and the first post, which is the oldest one, is at the bottom. Nice. So this is something we need to come back to. This is something we need to come back to. And the same with avatar, but we can show the user name here. So if I go to feed view, I can replace this with post.createdby. This will not look good. Now we'll actually get just the user ID. So what we need to do then is to go back to the serializer. Now we need a separate serializer for the created by. And I want that serializer to be located in the account app. So here we create a new file, serializer.py, serializers. Whoa. Okay, so I can just make a copy of all of this, so we can replace a little bit. Here we want to import the user, and say user serializer. And for the user, we want the ID, we want the name, and we want the email. That's everything we need there for now. Later we want to get the avatar and similar, but we don't need that now. And then to get this data correctly on the other serializer, we can open up that one, serializers in the post app. Now we can import that serializer we just created from account.serializers, import user serializer. And then here we can say created by equals user serializer, read only equals true. And the reason why I say read only is because that when we create posts later, we don't want to mess with the created by field anyway. So let me save this now, refresh, and now you can see that the created by is actually this whole object here, which means that in the feed view we can say post.createdby.name and save. So now we have the name for the user instead. Perfect. And then we can go back to over to this one, which is the post.created@ field, which doesn't look good. It contains all of this. So I want to convert this to this sort of data instead. So to do that, we can, for example, say Django REST Framework serializer date ago. Maybe we can just see that. This is not the correct one. Django serializer, humanize, human date. Let me just find out how to do this the best way. Okay, so here you can see how it's done here. Let me just import this first of all. Let me then go to the serializer. I think that's the correct file. No, this is actually set up in the model file. So here, import from django.utils.timesince, import timesince. And then you can see that there are a specific function for this, which should go here below the meta. And I want to say created by formatted instead. Don't need to import this here since we did that on the top. And then return timesince self.created@. Okay, just see that there are no errors. And then copy this name. Go to the serializer, and instead of saying created@, we say created@ formatted and @formatted. No errors. Now we can try to refresh. And now it says 18 minutes ago. That's not correct because we need to add it here, formatted as well. So now it says 12 minutes, 13 minutes. Now we can remove this one and just say ago. Nice. So now it actually counts that correctly. Nice. So that means that now I can go to the to-do list and set this to done and this to done and consider ourselves done with this one. By the way, if you want to learn even more Django or Vue from me, you should check out my website codewithstein.com. The site has many premium courses and a lot of awesome blog posts. And for as little as $20 per month, you will get access to all of my content and you will be able to track your progress, you can talk to me and similar. So go to codewithstein.com after the video and sign up. Okay, so then the next step or next task will be to make it possible to add text posts. So I want to make it possible to write something here, click post and have it in the list here. So we can begin with the backend for this. So if I go to Visual Studio Code into API.py, then we can create a new API view and say post, because we only want to make it possible to post data to this. Def post create request. There should not be a colon there. And then we can get to the data by saying data equals request.data. Print this just to make sure that we are getting everything that we need before we do anything more here. Now we can just say return JSON response. Hello. App. Just so that we get something back to the front end. Now we need to add this to the URLs file. So path create API.post create name post create and save. So we need to do more in the backend. For example, we need to create a form. You need to handle the form handling here and similar. But now we can do a little bit more in the front end first. So if I then go back to the feed view, that's actually where I want to do everything here. This can just continue to be, and no, I can remove this commented here. I don't need it anymore. Like that. Save, just so the code is a little bit more clear. So what we want to do here now is that we need to connect this field to the backend and this button here. So we need to connect this to the script below and this to the script below. So if you scroll down, then here we can say body, which will refer to the text area, can default be empty. And then we need one method called submit form. And this can just be like this, console.log submit form. So then I want to make sure that when we click this, we will show the this.body at the end here, so we can see that everything is working before we start sending it to the backend. So if I scroll up again now, I think it would be wise to just set the form here, form method to post. We can set it to this like that. And then we close it at the bottom here, fix the indentation, and then v-on :submit. When we submit this form, we want to call the function submit form. But you also need to set a .prevent here, so that the browser doesn't do not refresh and similar. And then instead of having an anchor tag here, we can convert this to a button and close the button like that. That might fuck up the styling. No. Testing post. And then you can see that we submit form, but there are nothing at the end here. And that's because we need to set the v model to body here. So now that this text area is now connected to the body, which is the one we have here in the data, and which is the one we are printing out at the end of submit form. Let me try one more time. And then we can see submit form and SDF, blah, 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 which is the same as here. Nice. Okay, so then we can actually think about sending this to the back end. So Axios .post /API /posts /create /. And when that is done, we can say response equals like that, console.log data response.data to see what we get back. And if there are any errors, we can just show them in the console. We will come back to handling errors in a better way later in this series. But if I now click save, it will not work because we need to connect this data to the backend as well. So here we can add a dictionary, this.body. So if I now save, go back, refresh, you can see that we get this data from the backend, which is these posts, test from the front end post. Then we can see here, this was sent to the backend. Hello hep is what we got back. That is correct because this is what we sent back. And if I go to the terminal, you can see that we are console logging this, which comes from this print data. Nice. So now I can create a form for handling this data. So in the post app, we say forms.py. Then we can import the model form from Django.forms import model form. And we need to import the model for the post. So from .models import post. And then we create the form class post form, pass in model form. Then we need to use the class meta to specify the model we want to use, which is model equals post, and then the fields we are expecting and that we want to validate, and that is just body. The rest we will add manually or is added automatically by Django. So now that that is done, we can import this form into api.py. So from.forms import post form. Then we can handle it here. If form equals post form, and we pass in the request.data. We don't need it like this. If form.is valid, then we can say post equals form.save, but we cannot save this to the database yet because the post field has this field required. So to do that, we can say commit equals false, and then post.createdBy equals request.user, and this request.user is added there automatically by Django since we are authenticated when we send thing back because we have the token authentication. Then we can say post.save, and when post.save is run, this field is added automatically. This is not needed, and this is also added automatically. So let me see what happens now. If I refresh, test from front end, post, we got this back again. There are no errors, and if I refresh, then we can see that we have this post here as well. Nice. And that means that the posting was now working, but I want to add this write down immediately when it's done. And to do that, I just want to return the data here. So return JSON response serializer data and safe equals false. Then we need to set up the serializer like we did here, but here we say post, and we do not need to set this. So now we use the serializer based on this data and return it like this. And if the form is not valid, error, and then we can add something here later. Add something here later, like that. So now we get the post in return with the correct data handling and similar. So that means that it should be very easy to just say this.posts.push response.data and save. So let's try this again. New post, and it's added at the bottom, but it should be on the top here. So instead of using this.post.push, we need to add it at the beginning of the list. So JavaScript add to array at the beginning or something similar. If you need to add an element to the beginning of the array, use unshift. Okay, I just want to see an example of this. Add to the start. Okay, so I just say unshift like that. Could not be easier. Let's go back and refresh again, test, blah, 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 post, and now it was added at the beginning here. Cool. Okay, so now we have the functionality to get the post or a simple feed from the backend, and we are also able to create new posts from the front end. I also think that when we click post here, this form should be reset. So at the bottom here we can say this.body equals empty. One more try post. And then it was reset and it was added here. Nice. So now everything there seems to be working and I can set this to done. Today we're going to start working on the profile pages and also a little bit with the friends. So we can begin by creating a profile page so that when you click this you should be able to see your own profile, but you should also be able to go directly and see other people's profiles. So we can begin by going back to Visual Studio Code, close everything here and close this one, and then inside the views we can create a new view called profile view. Profile view.view. This is going to be very similar to the feed view, so we can copy everything here, post it, and just save it as profile view. And then if I now go back to the router, we need to add this to the router, then I can import it here, import profile view from /views/profile view.view. Okay, so now it's imported here. Then I just need to add it to the list here. I can copy one of these, replace with profile/:id, because here we are expecting a custom ID so that you can visit other people's profile as well. Profile, and we're going to use the profile view. Okay, so then I can activate the button up in the menu. This is located in the app.view, I think. Yes, here you have the user store is authenticated. This should be now a router link. Close the router link, and not the href, but a 2. So router link :2, and here I want to use the name profile, and then ID should be user store.user.id. I think this is the correct way. If I refresh, then this is not working. Profile was accessed during render but is not defined on an instance. Profile, no, sorry, this is a string like that. Refresh. Missing required parameter ID. Okay, so it's not the correct way to do this. View 3 router params. So how to do that? Okay, I done it correctly there at least. So then I just need to set the router link. Okay, there are no examples. That's weird. How to get, okay, try this one, router link. No, why are here no examples? Okay, now maybe. So, okay, the params are set up like that. So we have the name profile, and then params : ID, close this one and close this one, and the name should be like that. Okay, now maybe it's working. Go back, refresh. No warnings or errors, and you can see down in the left corner that it's going to profile/my unique ID, and if I click it, I'm sent to this URL. I should now be on my profile page, and what I then want to do is to show my profile here. This is still just hard coded, but here I just want to show my own posts and not from everyone else, which is the one you are showing when you are there. So we can begin with this one. and this data should be available already. So this should be in the user store. Is that activated here? No. App.vue, let me just copy the initialization. So import this like that. Then we can copy this entire thing, paste it above the component or wherever you want actually. And then I should be able to scroll up again and find the name in here and say user store.user.name, save. Then we can see Stein Helset. Nice. And then before I forget it, I want to do a little change on the feed page. So if I just go to feed, I don't think I need my own avatar and similar here. So if I go back to the feed view, I can just remove it from here. So remove this one, the main left, and then this can be called span 3. So now it looks a little bit better because you don't need to know about your own profile when you're on the feed page. And if I click here now, you can see it like this. Perfect. And this is also how other people's user profile pages will look like. Okay, so now that that is done, this is done, then I need to make sure that the feed we are getting is the user's own feed. So if I open up api.py in the post app, then we have this, but this should be the post feed actually. And then we can say at API view, create one separate just for this, get def post list for the profile, pass in a request and the ID. And then this ID will be either your user ID or the user you're visiting. So then we can say posts equals post.objects.filter created by equals ID. Then we need to specify that we are just referring to the ID field on the created by. Then we can copy this, paste it, and save. So now we have a separate view just for a profile. So now we just need to open up the URLs in the post app and add it here. Path, you can say for example profile, so then the URL will be api/posts/profile and then string ID. Or is this a UUID? Wait 1 second. api.postListProfile name postListProfile. This should maybe be a UUID. Let me see if we get any warnings. No. Okay. So that means that this is probably the correct way to do it. And then that will give this ID. Everything is working. Yes. So now I just want to update this profile view to use that URL instead. So down here where we get the feed, that's this one, yes, then it's a profile / the ID. So I want to pass it in like this. This.route.params.id. Then you can see here this will now just be a string, but if I convert these to be backticks and like that, that makes it possible to pass in variables for JavaScript inside strings. So let me save now, see if this is working, and then go to the backend. Then you can see that we are getting this URL. Nice. And if I go to the feed, it uses this URL to get the posts. Nice. So everything there is now working. And as you can see here we just get all of the posts, but change later to feed, because here you just want to get your posts and your followers or your friends' posts. Anyways, I can go to the to-do list now I can view a profile. Maybe I should create one more user just so I can test this. Let me just go to my profile, copy this and paste it in here. And then I can log out. Maybe I haven't fixed that. No, later. Okay, create a new user, Stein, or code with Stein. And then a password. Sign up. Okay, the user is registered. Please log in. So let me go to login. Log in with the user I just created. Okay, so now I'm logged in with the new user, and you can see that I get all of the posts, which I actually shouldn't, but we will fix that later. And if I go to my profile, the feed is empty, the name is code with Stein. And if I now try to go to the other user, then I'm now visiting Stein Helset, but this is not correct. Okay, yes, because I can't just get this from the local storage, I need to get it from the server based on this. Okay. But anyways, this was now working. Plus, when you're visiting someone else's profile, this form should not be visible. Let's begin with the name there. I can add it here. Fix correct name on the profile. Hide post form when you're visiting someone else's profile. Someone else profile, else's, yes. Okay, so fix this first. So what we need to do then is that when we are on the profile here, we can actually get the user profile as well. So to do that, we can say user equals user.objects.get pk equals id. We need to import this. Let's do it below here. From account.models import user. And I need to import the user serializer. So from account.serializers import user serializer. Then we can say posts serializer, and we can say user serializer equals user serializer, pass in the user object. Now we get a warning here, this should be posts serializer, but what do we do with this one? So we need to change this a little bit. So we can say posts, we should use the posts serializer.data. Oops, like that. And then on the next line we can say user, like that, user serializer.data. And then we can close this data, close. Actually, that was not pretty. Let's do it like that, the comma, like that. So now it's return JSON, pass in the two data objects, set the safe to false there. So we get no errors there, and if I refresh now, I will not get the correct thing here because I updated this a little bit. So here where we get this, we can say data.posts, save. Now we have the posts back, and then I can also say profile, which can be an object or user. This.user equals response.data.user, which points to this one. So then if I scroll up again, instead of saying user store.user.name, we can say user.name. And now I'm visiting Stein Helset. If I go to my own, it says code with Stein, but I needed to refresh. Okay, that's a little bit problem because we are switching URLs up here, but nothing happens down here. And that is because things are not getting refreshed as it should. View component not updating on data change. Cache router or something similar. Okay. I know that if I just scroll down here, if I just call this again, then it should work actually. Then I just need to see one of the other lifecycle hooks. View lifecycle hooks. So when this is updated, if that is one, created before mount, mounted, updated. Let me see, updated. Solid.log, updated. Let me see if that is working. So if I go to this user, that's not me. Okay, so now I'm on Stein Helset, which is the other user. Refresh, data updated. If I now click there, it's updating again. So that means that in here I can call this, and hopefully everything should work now. I think it needs to be in both there and there. Refresh. Okay, so let me go back now. Now I'm on Stein Helset. If I click my own, updated, and it was updated here as well. Nice. So now everything there seems to be okay. So that means that now I can set that to done. And then I just want to hide this form if we are on someone else's profile. Like here, when I'm visiting this profile, I do not want to see that form. So let me scroll up, and I can hide all of this if that is the correct case. So here I can say if user store.user.id not equals, now if it equals to this user here, user.id. So now the form is gone, and if I go there, we are seeing this form. Cool. Post. So call it Stein added this. If I refresh, everything is okay. And if I go back to the other user, the form is gone, and this is looking good. Nice. Which means that I can go here, set this to done, and set this to done. So now we have made it possible to view other people's profile. It's a little bit hard to do it right now. It will be easier later when we can have friends and similar, and when the search is created. The search is there, and for the next parts now we will work on friends and make it possible to accept friends and similar. Before I continue, I just want to say thanks to all of my patrons. If you too want to support me, you will find a link in the description below. And actually, when I think about it, before we make it possible to do the friendships, maybe we should actually create the simple search just so it's easier to find user profiles and similar. So let's do that next now. So if I go back here now, we already have the search view. So if I just go directly to search, you can see it here. So that when I'm searching for Stein, nothing happens, but then I want to show the users matching it here. So let's begin with the backend for this. If I open up the API inside, it not fits in the post and not the account. I think actually this should be in the separate app, or yes, we need to create a separate app for this because it doesn't fit good in either of these. So let's create one more app. Python match by start app search. Then we can run the server again. Just need to add this to the list of installed apps. Search, like that. Okay, so let's create a new file here, api.py. We are also going to need a form for this. No, we don't need a form. So let's just have it. We need a urls.py, yes. Okay, let's create a very simple backend for the view, for the search. So we can begin by importing a few things from the other here. You can import this and paste it like this. Then we can say at API view. Here we just want to accept post data, def search request, and then we can say data equals request dot data. Query should be data query. So I can say print query, just to see that everything is okay. And then return JSON response. Just add some random things here so we can see that we get something in the front end. Then we need a separate urls.py file. So from Django.urls import path from .import API, and then the URL patterns. Create a list, and when this is empty we want to use api.search, name is search, like that. So then we just need to import this to the main URLs file in the way backend folder, path api/search include search.urls. Great, so now I can close that, and we can go back to search.view. So then here we need to import Axios because we're going to use that. Import Axios, and we can set up a connection between this field and this button to the bottom here. So data return query, default this to empty, and methods for handling the submit form, like that. So log submit form. So that makes it easier to test that everything is working and similar. So if I scroll up now, I can convert this to a form v-on submit dot here submit form submit.prevent, very important, and close the form like that. The class can just be like it is, and then this needs a v model to query, and this should actually be a button instead of anchor tag, button, and save. So if I refresh now, what I'm looking for, Stein submit form, yes, and we can also add the this.query here just to see that it's working. Yes, perfect. So then we can send this to the backend. Axios.post API search. Then we need to pass in the query here, query this.query. So then this will be available there. Then we get some response back. Create a fat arrow function, console.log response.data. Okay, and if there are any errors, we just say .catch error console.log error, and we want to see what the error actually is, like that. So now we can test this. Stein, then submit Stein form response. This is what we got back, and the backend can say that we got the query Stein, which is what we are searching for. So let's begin by searching for users. So users equals user.object.filter, where the name I contains equals query. Get a warning here because user is not defined, so we need to import this from account.models import user. Okay, so now that is done. The warning is gone. Then we need to import the serializer from the users from account.serializers import user serializer. Users serializer equals user serializer, pass in users and set many equals true, because there should be more than one user, or at least we want this as a list. Then we can say user serializer.data say safe equals false and save. So let's try one more time. Stein. Then I got two objects back, Stein health at user and code with Stein. If I search for something like this, I get an empty response because there are no users matching this. Great. And then we can start looping through these objects and showing them here. So if I scroll up, I have a lot of users here. So I do not need that. Okay, it's these ones, yes. So remove 2, 3, 4 of these. And then set this to the next line, and we can loop through the user here. v4 user in users. And then v-bind:\key user.id. And then I said this.users, but that's not defined yet. So we can say users, default and empty list, and then this.users equals response.data. Yes, just like that. Refresh. There is not anything there because I need to search for Stein. Then I get two users. We can fix that they are showing the correct name. That's there. User.name. Okay, so now it shows code with Stein and Stein Halset. Cool. And then I just want to fix the search for the posts as well. So posts equals post.objects.filter body I contains equals query. And then the question here, should you just get posts that from your friends, or should you get posts from everyone? Right now I just want to get posts for everyone, and then we can handle permissions and similar later. Then we say posts serializer equals post serializer posts many equals true. Get two warnings here. So we need to import this from post.models import post, and from post.serializer import post serializer. Then we need to add the dictionary here, users and posts.data, like that, just like we did on the other place. Just need to say post serializer.data. Then I need to update the front end a little bit, because here I need to say response.data.users, and this.posts equals response.data.posts, and posts should be an empty list like that. Okay, refresh. You're still seeing this one. That's okay, because that's still hard coded. But if we want to make things a little bit easier now, I can just remove this post like that and copy the one from the feed view. Because here we already have the loop through a list of posts. Like that. Save, refresh, Stein. Okay. If if I search empty, then I get everything. So now I get the correct post here as well. So now the search is working. Let me try to just search for cool. Then I just get this. The problem now is that if this is empty, I don't want to render this at all. So to fix that, I can scroll up and find this one. Send this to a new line. When I have multiple attributes like here, I like to have it on a separate line, which makes it easier to read. v-if users dot length. Maybe I need to say that. Yes, Stein, and then it's showing. Perfect. So now we have a very simple search, which will make it possible to click this to be sent to the correct profile page. So here around the name, we can say, just to clean this up a little bit, router link to :2, and then close it at the end here, and I can copy this from the avatar in app.vue. Since we are using the parameters and similar, let me just copy this entire thing and paste it like that. But here we should not say user store, of course, just user.id, because that's the one we are looping through here. So if you see down in the right corner that the ID is updating when I'm hovering on these two. Nice. So now we have a very simple search. Post, this should be updated with the icon. I can copy the one from the menu, which is number 4, this one. So search view should not say post, it should be an icon for posting, of course. That's much better. And I think also that this should be a router link that you can click on. So if I just copy this where the name is, scroll down, then here, let me fix the indentation here as well. Below here, I paste it, and now you can see here that we are using post created.name. So post.created_by.name and post.created_by.id. Think that should work. Let me save, refresh, search for cool, and yes, I can click this to be sent to that user profile. Nice. Okay, so now we have done a lot of things here. I know that we are reusing this code on the feed page, the search, and the profile page and similar, so that's something we need to fix. I can set that up as a separate task here. Convert feed to a separate component. Set this to done, and now we can do this now. Okay, so if you go back to Visual Studio Code and scroll up to the components folder, we can say feed item.view. Then here we just create an empty template tag. Scroll or find the search view, and then I want everything inside here as a component, so it's this one. So this should be like it is. In case these clauses needs to be changed from the search page to the feed page to the profile page and similar, it's just easier to have this here. So just post everything here, paste everything. Sorry, I read the word there. Then we can say feed item, and then we want to say v-bind. We want to bind the post to the post. So this is now a property that will be passed in there, and the value is post, which comes from this one. Then we need to import this component. So import feed item from /components/feed item.view. Then just register it here, feed item. Okay, so then that is done. It should not be working now. At least one template. Okay, I forgot to save it. Refresh, and now that is done. But now I'm on the feed view. Let me go to the feed. This wasn't supposed to be working now. No, sorry, it was the search. Sorry. So let me go to search and search for cool. And now I get the error here. And that's because that the data you are trying to show here is not correct. So we need to set up the script tag at the bottom here. Then export default props. We need to set up the properties. Post. This is an object. So now this post refers to this one here that we are binding the data to. So if I now refresh, search for cool, then it's now showing here, and it's much easier to read this code because now everything is stored in there. So that means that this can now be added to the feed view as well. So everything inside this for loop can be replaced by this simple thing. Then we can import this feed view, and then just add it at the bottom there. Could not be resolved. Feed item, sorry. Like that. So now if I go to feed, this is working there as well. And then I just want to do the same on the profile view page. So here we are removing everything. Then we can just say feed view, v-bind, post, close it. Then we need to import it, feed item, and add it at the bottom there. So now the profile should also be working. Oops, that's a weird loop. Okay, you can see here there's some weird shit going on. Let me just go out of that one. Profile, we are importing this. What did I do there? Let me go to the feed again. Okay, everything here is okay. So on the profile page there is something weird. Feed view. I don't think I wrote it incorrectly, no? Yes, okay, I see here that I used feed view. So let's try to use the whole feed page. But there's still something weird here. Okay, let me just try to take this away. Refresh. The problem wasn't there. Where is the mistake here? Still there. I think it's between these two. Yes, okay, so we need to figure out a way to fix this problem here, that when you go between two user profile, this doesn't update. I just think the problem is that when this is finished running, then it will be updated again because this data is updated, and then it will be an infinite loop. Okay, so then I just want to see, I can set this to done now because then I can go back to fixing this. Fix the problem with the update on the profile. So the problem is switching between two profiles. Let me try to see what view switch between two views, update, switch between same view, update content. Let me see if there are any good examples. Okay, so if I am watching the router view URL changing, then I can call this. Okay, let me try to just copy this, paste it. So instead of saying this, we can say this.get feed. That's correct. Let me just try to save this now, see if it is working. Go back here now, and if I then, sorry, if I go to this one, just refresh. So now I'm on someone else's profile, and if I click here now, it's not updated. Okay. Nothing happens here. But maybe this is not the correct way to do it. Or we can try to use this. I hate when things happens like this and I'm not sure why. This.get feed. Let me try to say console.log blah blah blah. Refresh. Okay, go back to my own profile, click that profile, then you can see this happens, and this was updated. So that means that it looks like I can just use this one. Okay, so remove the watch, remove the updated. So what happens here now is that before this URL changes, it's going to go into this here, and it will check that if the name is the same as the name we are on, which is the profile name that comes from the router file, then we call the get feed based on the next URL. Nice. So that means that it's now working. I'm on other profile now. Click here. Sorry, I was not on someone else's profile. Now I'm on someone else's profile, my own. Not working. No, it did not work. Sorry about this back and forth. Okay, so I'm on someone else's now. Click here. This is updated, but the content here is not updated. But why isn't this working? Okay, first of all, it's not supposed to be called the user ID. Let me try this one more time. Sorry again for the back and forth. It's just ID. Console.log, hello, change, and save. Then I can try one more time. If I'm on someone else's profile now, click my own. You can see that this was run, but not this one. That means that this wasn't working. View 3, watch router, route params. Okay, I'm not using I'm using the options. Maybe it shows if I search that instead. Watch route params. Okay, let me just copy this. Test it. Console.log. That did not look good. Watch route on Vue.js. Okay, maybe I just forgot to add the deep. ID handler can be empty like that. Okay, one more time. Refresh. There is something wrong. Add the comma there. Refresh. Okay, so now I'm back to the other person's profile. If I click this one, this is added, but not this one. So the watch here is not being updated. Okay, so let me try one more time now. Just copy this.get feed, refresh, and now I'm Stein headset. click this one, and then I was sent here. There are no eternal loop here, and everything looks to be okay. So remove this one, fix the indentation for this one. So it seems that the problem was that I forgot to add the deep through here. Okay, so now it's watching the URL, and when there is triggered a change, it will call this.getFeed and continue down there. So now everything there seems to be okay. Let me try to visit this here profile again just to test, and when I click here, it's refreshed the content here. Nice. So everything here is now okay. So I can set this to done. In this part we're going to work with friendships, sending and accepting friendships, and also viewing the list of friends. So let's begin by setting up a database model or do some changes to fix this. So what we are going to do is to go to the editor, and then we can open up the models.py inside the account app, because I want the friendships to be between the user models. So if I then go to Google and just search Django many-to-many field friendship. So then how do I do this? Many friends relationships. Friends. Okay, so here we just use a many-to-many field and refer to self, which is the user model we are on. So it can just be like this. But I want one user model also for sending the friendship requests. So we can say class friendship request, and here we want to pass in the models.model, and then I want the ID, so we can use this one. I want to know who created this, so if I just open up the models.py in the post app, I can actually make a copy of these two lines, paste them there. And these, this can just be changed to friendship requests, and then maybe created friendship requests, and then who this was sent to. So maybe created for equals models.foreign key user, of course. Set the related name to received friendship requests, and if the user is deleted, we can also delete the friendship request. Okay, so now we have this. Maybe we should also have a status with a few options to choose between. Sent, set the label to sent, accepted, and rejected. Now we need to set up a tuple for holding these, so we can select between these three. So status choices equals, and then a tuple, then first sent, which is this value here. These three are the values that will be stored in the database, and then add one more here, sent. This is what we will see, for example, in the admin interface and also in the front end. And then accepted, rejected, like that, and then we just need to add it at the bottom here. So status equals models.char field. You can set the max length to be 30, because none of these are particularly long, maybe 20 to save even more space in the database. And then choices should be this list here, status choices, and default should just be sent. And then this sent here points up to this one. So now we have a model for this, and when when a user accepts this, I want to just add the list to the list here, and then there will be a friendship. So whoever is your friends, you will also be their friends. So it's not like followers on Twitter and similar. So if I then just go to the command line, stop the web server and say Python men.py make migrations, and Python men.py migrate. Then we can run the server again, so we have it running in the background. And we can continue working on this. So if we go to the project now, and let's say that I go and visit someone. Let's try the search Stein. Okay, before I do anything more, I just want to link this button here to this page. So open up navigation, no, app.vue is where this is located. So this is now number 4, which is this one. Convert this to a router link to /search, and then just close the router link and close this file. So if I refresh now, I should be able to click this to be sent to this page. Nice. So then I can search again, visit Stein Helset, which is not me. And then I want a button below here, which should be a send friendship request. So if I then open up profile view, we can find this here. You can see it there. Then we add a new div, class margin top 6. So we have some space between this and the button below. And then I can copy the code for a button like this. I can just copy the classes. And then we can set this, we can set this to be a button actually. Paste the classes, send friendship request, and save. So if I go back now, you can see the button there. Maybe you should make the font a little bit smaller. So text SM, XS maybe, that will get it on, no. It's a little bit big this here. Let's make the padding smaller like that. So now we have the send friendship request button. So the next step then is to create a function that will talk to the backend. So when we click this, we can say @click send friendship request. Now we can copy this and scroll down to the script area. So this should then be a method like this. Close it and add the comma. And then in here we can show, we can use Axios. And here I want to post because we are asking the server to actually do something and not getting information back. So .post /API what should the URL for this be? Let me open up the URLs in the account. You just /signup API send friendship request. Actually, we can call this for friends, and then request. Okay, so then we need to tell the backend which user we want to create this for. So as you can see down here, I'm using the route param to tell the server which profile we are on, so we can use that here as well. Then I just need to convert these to backticks. So now the full URL for the friendship request will be like this. and then we will get something back. So we can copy this, close it, and if there are any errors, let's show them in the console. So I can save this now, go back, refresh, and if I click it now, you will see that I get a 404 not found. And that's because we have not done anything in the backend yet. So let's go to the editor again. And if I then here open up the api.py in account, then I can add this at the bottom. Then say at API view, and here we only want to accept post requests. So then we just fill in post. So then you can't go to this in the browser or similar. So you want to get any information. And then def send friend ship request, request parameter, and I also expect here to be an ID. So PK, which is the primary key for the user we are creating this for. And then we can do a print here just to see that we are calling the correct function and similar, and add the PK at the end then. And then we can say return JSON response message blah blah blah, like that. We will add more here very soon. So then I go to the urls.py in the account app. At the bottom here we can say path friends / create request, because we are requesting a friendship. And then here I expect a UUID called PK, primary key. And the view I want to use is api.send friendship request, and set the name to be send friendship request, and save. So now that page should exist, and if I click this again now, you can see that in the return I get this. And if I go to the terminal, you can see here that this function was called, and here you can see the primary key for the user we want to create a friendship request for. Okay, so then I should create the actual friendship request and talk to the database. So here we can import the model we just created from .models import friendship request. And let me just copy these fields so I know which one to create down here. So first let's get this user from the database. So user equals user.objects.get primary key equals primary key. And this model is not imported, so let's import it. Important that we use this one and not the from the Django. And then let's just remove this comment, and then we can create the friendship request. So friendship request equals friendship request. The ID is added automatically. Created for is something you need to fill in. Created for equals user, which is the one in the URL. And created by is request.user, which is the authenticated user. And then created at will be automatically added, and status will be set to sent. So I can actually do this now. And then I don't need to do anything more here. I can say friendship request created, just so that the front end is aware that this happened. So if I go back now and refresh and click this one, you will see here friendship request created, and here are no errors, and that means the friendship request is now created. What I want to do then is to hide this button, this one here. You shouldn't see this button anymore now, since you have sent the request for the friendship. So then I need to know that this has happened. So what I want to do then is that I want to call this function here again, so that we get the posts and information about the user. Actually, that maybe I should just get this information back from the server, like that, and then save this. And then in the backend, I will do some changes. So what I want to do here is that I want to import the serializer from .serializers import user serializer, and then scroll down. Actually, maybe that's not necessary. Let's just take this away for now. Go here again. Let's just keep the button there for now, and we will come back to that later. But at least now we can send the friendship requests. It requires a little bit of work to make this work as I want, and I don't want to do that right now. So if I go to the to-do list, this is still something we can set this to done and continue to this, where we want to make it possible to accept. No, we have actually done this too. Then it's this one, make it possible to accept friend requests. Before I continue, I just want to say thanks to all of my patrons. If you too want to support me, you will find a link in the description below. So if I now go back here, then I want to log out and log in with this user instead. Okay, so now I am logged in as Stein has said, and this user should have a friendship request. So where should I show these? Maybe just in the friends page. So let's create that now. So in the profile view, let's just copy this entire thing, create a new file and save it as, and then save it as friends.vue. And here I do not want this submit form, I don't want the get feed, and I don't want this, but I know that I'm going to need some methods. I can also remove this one, and we don't want to call this. Oops. These can just be emptied components. I can use these two components. They can be there, the user store, and then this can be changed to friends view. I'm going to use Axios so that I can just be like it is. And then inside the middle here, friends, blah, blah, blah. And then on the left side, I can see myself and remove this. Okay, so if I save this now and then open up router/index.js, we can add it to the list here. Import friends view from /views/friends view.view, and then scroll down and we can add it after the profile page here. We still want the ID, but that can be in the middle, and then we add friends at the end. The page can be called friends, and the component we want to use is of course the friends view. Okay, so then we can save this, and if I then go to the profile view, I want to make this a button that we can click to be sent to the friends page. So here I can actually just say, no, we can create this to be a router link, that's the best. Close the router link and say to, and here we can say that we want to go to name, friends, params, ID, and this is then the user ID which we are visiting. I think that's correct. So let's save this and see if it works. No. could not import friends view.view. No, I saved it as friends, sorry. Okay, so I need to rename this. Rename friends view.view. And then we have it there. So if I now click this, I'm sent to profile there /friends. Okay, there seems to be something wrong with the file. Cannot read. Okay. Friends view user is not set. Okay, let's copy this. We need it after all. But here I don't want to call the get feed. Here I want to call a function called get friends, because here I want to get the friends and the friend requests. So we can copy this get feed and just change it a little bit. So inside the get the mounted, rename this to get friends, and then we just want to say friends like that. Then we can say this.user, we want to get this from the backend. This.friends should be friends, and one more, this.friendship requests equals response dot data dot requests. Then we can add this up here, should be an empty list, and friends should be an empty list like that. So if I now save this, why is that error there? Expected. Okay, can just remove that comma. And then I need to do some changes in the backend to create this view. So in the API, we can create one more here. At API view, this should be a get request view. Def friends request, and we also get the primary key for the specific user. And then we can get the user there. And I only want to get the friendship requests if this user is actually you. So if user equals request.user, then friend, we can say requests equals friendship requests dot objects dot filter, and I only want to get the ones that are sent to you. So created for equals request dot user, else then requests can just be an empty list. Actually, I can just define it up here, so we don't need this else there. And then to get all of the friends, we can just say friends equals user.objects. Let's say user.friends.all. So now we get all of the friends that are in this field up here, which right now is empty, but we will make it possible to accept these requests, and then this will be filling up. And then we can start returning some data. So return JSON response. Let's set this, and then we also need to set the safe equals false. And then in here we say user should be user serializer. I haven't imported this. No. From .serializers import user serializer. I can use that. Serializer. Pass in user, which is the one from the URL. And then I also want the friends. And this should also use the user serializer. Friends. And this can be set to many equals true, because this should be a list, since there usually is more than one, and we want this as a list anyway. And then we need to create a separate serializer for the friendship requests. So let's create that now. If I go into serializers.py in the account folder, let's import the model class friendship request serializer, pass in serializer.model serializer, set the class meta, and then the model we want to use is friendship request. The fields we want here is ID and who this was created by, so created by, and add that comma, and then the created by should be a user serializer, read only equals true, like that. So that makes this information serializable, so we know more information about that user. So actually get this information in the list of friendship requests. Save, and we can import it up there, friendship request serializer, and then we can say here requests friendship request serializer, pass in requests, and set many equals true. So I think that should be it here now. Then we just need to add this to the urls.py file inside the account app. So here path friends slash api.friends name friends, and save. So check here now, there are no errors. If I refresh, there are no errors, but I see that I get an unexpected token in the get friends app, sorry, in the friends view. Mounted, this should say this.get friends, of course, and this should be moved down to the methods. Sorry about that. So if I save now, go back and refresh, then we can see here that this is now working, this is working again, and this is the information that I put in the middle there. Now here I want a list of friends and a list of friendship requests. So we can begin with the friends, since I already know what that's gonna look like. I can just open up the search view and I can make a copy of this list of users here. So I can copy this div, go back to the friends view and just paste it in there. So if users.length, then this will be generated and users can be renamed to friends. So for user in friends, and if friends.length, then it will be created. So there are nothing now because we don't have any friends. I also see that I get a 404 error again. API posts. Okay. Did I do something wrong? Yes, profile. The URL I want to use there. Let me just scroll down and see what I do. Posts profile. No, this should say friends, like that. Just like we do in the other, not the search one, but on profile view. We use the URL, as you can see here. That's the same type of structure I want to use. But let me take this request and add it at the end there, so I can clean up and make the URLs a little bit better. So then it's friends/the ID, and here it's friends/the ID and a request at the end. So then I can make a copy of this, paste it there, and set a request at the end instead. So this is how we get the friends. This is how you send a friend request now. So no errors. Let me try to refresh. Still get an error. 500 error. object of type user serializer is not JSON serializerable. That's probably because this is empty because it's from this up here. So if I just move this up here, requests equals requests dot equals requests dot data. Let me try to see if I can do it like this instead. So now it's either an empty list or it's this data array. Refresh. Okay, it's a new error. Okay, might still be the same problem. So let me just remove it from there right now. Save it, go back and refresh. No, there's still something wrong in the backend. 401 unauthorized. Why do I get that? Okay, I'm all of a sudden not logged in again. Okay, so the problem wasn't this. Okay, let me just get the user and we take it from there. Refresh, still get an error. What am I forgetting? Let me open up one of the other API files. The post serializer.data. Okay, that might be the problem. So if I here's a .data, refresh. Okay, so now there are no errors from there. Okay, let me get these back again. .data and .data. And this already gets the data from there. Refresh, and now I don't get any errors longer anymore. And this is showing the correct name. Okay, but we don't have any friends in the list, so let's show the friendship requests the same way. So a little bit back and forth now, sorry about that. Let's scroll up and we can make a copy of this one. And between these we say HR just to separate this a little bit. So you can see here we get the HR line, and then we can rename this to be friendship requests. And that's the one on top of these two. So that did not work either. I can see that the requests is empty. But why isn't there any friendship requests? That should have been created here. Created for user. Okay, let me try to visit the other user. Go into Code with Stein and send him a request. Okay, that looks okay. So if I try to log out and then log in again with the other user. Okay, so now I'm logged in with Code with Stein. So if I now click to see my friends, it's still empty. Let me see check the database to see if there are any friendship requests. So Python mentioned.py shell from account.models import friendship request FRS for friendship requests equals friendship request.object.all. And this is empty, which means that we have not been able to create a friendship request. I see here that I forgot to add .objects.create. That's probably why it was. It's okay to put data into this, but it hasn't been saved in the database. So that's a bummer. So if I then go to search Stein, go into Stein Helset, which is the other user, send friendship request, and then try to log in with the other user again. So log in with Code with Stein at gmail.com, and then go to my profile and into my friends, and now this is a friendship request. And you can see down here in the corner it says requests array 1. Nice. Okay, So let's go back here again. Then you can see here I loop through the user in friendship requests. But why isn't the name showing here? Let me inspect the data I get from the server a little bit. So the requests, you can see here, contains just the ID, temp.id. No, it contains everything, so it has the name and the email. So why isn't it showing? Just write something random there, that's showing there. Okay, so it should be user.createdby.name. There, you see it. Okay, and then the same here. If I want to visit this user, it should be user.createdby. And this should actually be a little bit confusing. So let's rename this to friendship request in friendship requests. And then friendship request.id, friendship request.createdby.id, friendship request.createdby.name. Okay, so that's a little bit easier to understand. So I should only have one on each line here, so it's a little bit easier to see this. So instead of having a grid calls for, we can just remove this grid, then it will fill out this whole thing instead. The image is absurdly large, so let's rename this to 100, and we want to center it, so MX Auto. So great. Then below here I want to have a button that should say either accept or reject friendship. So let's add those two buttons. Div class empty 6, and then in here we say button class. This can be a purple button. I can copy that from the profile view. We just created that very earlier. This post button here, accept, and I want a reject button in also. And this can be red instead, reject. Then we need some space between these, so space -x-4, like that. Maybe we should also have a title up here that says friendship request, so it's easier to understand what this does. That can be above here, h2 class text -xl friendship requests. Save, and maybe some space down there, so mb-6. Okay, so then I need to create one function for these two buttons. Let's create that first. Scroll down to the methods, then we can say handle request and status. So here we can either pass in reject or accept. So we can say console.log handle request and then the status, just so we can test this. So if I then scroll up and find these two buttons again, then this one can say @click. So when we click this, we want to call the function handle request and pass in accept as a string. Copy and paste, and here we can pass in reject instead. So if I then go back, refresh, and click this, then you can see handle request accept, handle request reject. Okay, so then we need to send this information to the back end. So what we can do then is to say Axios.post. Want to use the backticks here. Oops, backticks /API friends. Now we pass in the ID for the user UR. That's not correct. We want the user for the one you're clicking. So let's pass that in here as well. So if we here say friendship request.id, so we can pass in the ID for the friendship itself, like that. Not the user, but the friendship request. So scroll down again. So then we get the status and we get the primary key for the friendship request. So then we do it like this. No, sorry, again, let's set the ID there so that we can use the same type of URL. So here we say created by.id, friendship request dot created by.id. Okay. So then down here again I can say PK, which is the primary key for the user you got the request from. Let's do it like this. And then here I pass in one more variable, status, so that the backend knows if it's a request or accept or reject. Then we get some information back from the server. We can do it like this just to see what we get back, and if there are any errors we can show them in the console. So let's set up the URL for this first, so we still have it fresh in the head. So the URL here is path friends slash, I can go back just to take 1 and 1 to make it as clear as possible. So we have the friends. Now we want the primary key for the user, which is a UUID PK. And then the status, which is accept or reject. And this is a string now, status. And then we can call this for API.handle request. And name is handle request. Like that. And I see that this is white because we haven't created it, so that's the next step. So again, we want to use a post request here, so API view post. I hope that the code I have made so far isn't too complicated. If there are any questions, feel free to leave a comment below and I will answer as soon as I can. And then just def handle request, pass in the request parameter. We want the PK for the user and we want the status. So then I can copy this just so that I have the user. If I need any information about it, we can get the friendship request by saying friendship request equals friendship request dot objects dot filter. So then I can get everyone that is for me. Created for equals request dot user, and I want to get one specific one, so dot get, which is created by equals the user, which is the user it points to here. And then we can just say friendship request dot status equals status, because this is now either accept or reject. And if I go back to models.py, that's exactly what we set here, accepted or rejected. Okay, let's convert these in the friends view to accepted or rejected so that they are matching the database information. And when that is done, we can say friendship request dot save, and we can return information friendship request updated. Okay, so if I then go back here again, then we should hopefully get that information back down here. So let's refresh. So if I now click accept, friendship request updated, there are no errors. So if I now refresh, it was not supposed to be there anymore. What did I do wrong this time? So handle request, print handle request. Just want to do some debugging here. Print friendship request, just to see that we get this from the database. Yes, sorry, I forgot to do one thing here, and that is to actually add this user to the list of user. So here I should actually say created user.friends.add request.user. So now I add myself to the list of this person's user, and then user.save. So let's try this one more time. Accept. This was accepted. Refresh. And now I was added as a friend there. Nice. But we are still showing this. And that can be fixed very easy by going back to here where we go into friends. We want to filter here on status equals friendship request dot sent, because you only want to have those, not the ones that has been rejected or accepted. So if I refresh now, that is gone. And then I also want to hide this HR line. So go back here again. Where is it? It's there. I can put it inside this div instead. And this div is controlled by the length of this list. So now that is gone. Perfect. I can also make this a little bit wider. So if I scroll down, we can say grid calls 2. So now we have 2 and 2 friends. Nice. So now we can actually send requests and we can accept them, and reject should also be working. Now we can update this number here. If I go to the models.py, it can be a little bit expensive to call the count on this every time we want to show that count. So let's create one more variable, friends count equals models.integer field default equals 0, because you usually don't have any friends when you just create this. So the problem now is that this user has one friend, but the count will be 0. So we should have a way to fix that. And that should be very easy. For example, I can just say on the friends page that request.user and u equals request.user u.friends count equals 1 u.save, and user.friends count equals 1 user.save, just so I update me and the user I'm visiting. So if I then visit Code with Stein, which is the other user, okay, get some errors here. Okay, I need to initialize the database, of course, so make migrations and migrate. Run the server again, go back and refresh. So now I'm Code with Stein, and if I go into the friends of that user, then I should hopefully have increased the friends count with 1. So let's just remove this now. And then we need to do some more changes here. So how do we get this and this? Well, we can change the serializer for the user. So here we can say friends count and save, so that we get that. And then we can update this every place we see it. So here, for example, on the friendship request, that's not visible, so I'll take that very soon. But on the friends list, this one, we can say user.friends count 1 friends. Nice. So we should do it there as well. And that is on the profile 182. that's not the correct one. Let me just search for 182 friends, because this is hard-coded multiple places. Friends view.view, replace it there, and in the search view. So now you can see it's fixed there and it's fixed there. Great. So then there is one more thing I need to fix before I can continue, and that is go to api.py, where we accept the friendship here. Then we need to increase the user count for that user. User.friends count equals user.friends count plus 1. But I also want to do it for yourself, so request user equals request.user request user.friends count equals request user.friends count plus 1 request user.save. Okay, so now that is done. So if I go to the to-do list, I should be able to set this to done. But before I continue there, prevent sending multiple friendship requests. Because if I now try to send one more, then it will just be one more friendship request, and that is not good. So I want to check here if this already exists, and then create it if not. So first I can get all of the friendships that you are a part of. FRS equals, just call it very short there, friendship request object filters. This is everyone that is for you, and yes, so it's for you from this person. Check 1, but I also want to check the other way. So here we can say user and request.user. If check 1 or check 2, then if not and not. So we only create these if that, and then else return JSON response message request already sent. So if one of these two already exists, then we will not create a new one. So let's try this. If I go into Stein Helset, click this one, then I get a 500 error, not what I was hoping for. Friendship request matching. Okay, if I say filter on both of these two, send friendship request created. Okay, not what I was hoping for. Or maybe this should be an or. Try that, refresh. Yes, request already sent. So now it's checking if either of these already exist, then we send this message back instead. Okay, so then we should also set that message to the user. So let's find the toast again, so I can use that. So I have this in the sign up view. Let's import this to the friends view. So import the toast store, const toast store equals use toast store, return toast store, and then we call it very simple by just saying this to toast store. This is actually an error, so let's go back here, and then in the handler request, if response.data.message equals request already sent. Then we say this.toastStore.showToast in 5 seconds. The request has already been sent. But if it's not this message, then it means that this was created. So then we can say Emerald 300, the request was sent. So let's try this. Send friendship request. That did not work. But why? Console.log. Just see that we are going into this correctly. No. Okay, because I'm not on the friends view page. Okay, that's because that's not the correct one, sorry. Just move everything here into the profile view. Scroll down and find it here instead. Go back to friends view and take the import it here instead, and then I want it there, and this can be removed. Sorry about that. Toast store. So now we can try again. The request has already been sent. Nice. Okay, so that means I can remove this console log, and we can also have this when we are accepting a friend request and similar, but now you know how to do it, so that can be an excellent task for you to try. Okay, so now this is done, and then I want to update the feed to include your friends' posts. So on the feed page, here I don't just want to show your post, I want to show the friends' posts. Okay, let me just fix this first. Name friends. So that's probably this one not working. Router link to name friends. Let me find this link. The profile view. Let me just remove and see if the error is gone. Yes, so it's this one. Name friends, param user.id. But why isn't it working? Missing required parameter user.id. It's printed there, so it exists. Okay, maybe I need to just add those one. No. But it's actually working, so okay, it says undefined there. That was very weird. Okay, it's because it's rendering before the user is loaded. So let me scroll down. If I in here say ID, set the default to null, refresh, then the error is gone. So now it's temporarily using null until it's loaded. So it's now working. Okay, so let's go back to the feed. So can fix this button as well in app.view. So that's the top one here. Convert this to be a router link. Router link to /feed. So now we'll be able to click this and be sent to the feed. So now I can see only my posts. Actually, I see mine and code with Stein. Why is that working? Post list, okay, this gets all posts. So I want the one created by me or my friends. So then I need a list of the IDs for me and my friends. So user IDs equals request.user.id. Then I can use it here to filter created by ID in user IDs. Let me try to refresh. That did not work. Not a valid UUID. Okay. If I just do it like this, maybe. No. Okay, that looks a little bit weird. So I want this ID and not the information about this. Print request.user.id. So to see what the console says. So it says it like that. But why is the list like this? User IDs dot append request user.id. Still like that. If I stringify it. No. Okay, so that was working. Print user IDs. So user IDs looks like this. But if I want to have more than one user ID, for user in request.user.friends.all, I want to loop through user IDs.append user.id. New error. UUID has no attribute append. Okay, Python list of UUID. Why isn't this working? Okay, let me try Django. Filter in list UUID. Query an object using UUID. There, I think it's this one. Okay, let me just copy this. This should be like this. Right now, let me see what this looks like. Okay. Print list user IDs. Just see what that looks like now. Sorry that I have to test it while you're watching. List has no attribute to replace. Blah blah blah. Okay, so I think what I need to do here now is to add the ID field here and convert this now to a list. And just remove this, and I can remove that. So remove that as well. So hopefully now it should be working. Refresh, and yes, now I have the posts from both Stein and Stein Hellset, which means that this is now working. Nice. So now we get the feed for our friends and yourself. Perfect. Hello test. So if I refresh now, this is on top over Stein. Perfect. That means that I should be able to go to the to-do list and set this to done. I noticed up here that I haven't fixed any log out functionality. And I know that I have said that I'm going to log out a few times, and what I have done is to just open up the inspector, open up the local storage under application and just delete this. But let's fix the logout functionality once and for all. So when you're on your own profile, you can have a logout button below this button. This button will be removed soon or later in this series. So on the profile view, we can check if this is your own profile by testing it like this. We can see if this is not you, that means that now it's gone here, but if I try to go into code with Stein, then it's still there. Nice. But instead we can actually show a different button. Maybe we can have it on the button itself, so I don't need two divs. And then button. Okay, let me copy the entire thing. Here we can call logout instead, logout. And if the user ID is the same that we are on, text can be logout. And this can be a red button instead. Nice. So now we just need to fix this logout functionality. So if we scroll down to the methods list, we can say logout, console log out, and here we can say user this.user store dot. Let's open up that one so we can see which function we can use. Remove token. Let's call that one. Remove token. And when that is done, we can say this.router.push can be sent to the login page instead. So let's try this now. Log out. If I refresh, we are not logged in anymore. Nice. Hey guys, in this part I'm going to make it possible to like a post. So what I want to do then is to go to the models.py for the post and do some changes there. So if I just open up the models.py in the post app, then you can see here that I have two fields here already, which is commented out. Let's set this likes count to be a models.integer field, so we can have just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which makes it easier to show the number of likes that the post has. So default can be 0. And then this should be a reference to a separate model. So up here we can say class like models.model, and we want a UUID. We want a created by, so that we know when who liked this, so likes, and we can also know when it was created. And as you can see now, we don't have any reference from this one to, for example, a post attachment or a post, which makes it easier for us to reuse this. So we can, for example, just like an image, or we can like a page or similar. So for now, this is very universal and can be globally used for anything else. So here we can just say likes equals models.many to many field. Then we pass in like and set blank, or is it null? No, so blank equals true, because we don't necessarily have a like for a post. So, and since we have this, it's easy to know who liked the post. So we can, for example, view this in a list, or we can at least prevent double posting or double liking. And this makes it easy to just update this number. So now that we've done these changes, we can stop the server and run the make migrations again, and then the migrate script. Migrate, like that. Then we can run the server again. So I want to add this now into the serializer for the posts, so it's easy accessible for us. You can add it here, you can add it at the end or wherever you want. And then we can start by updating this. So if I now just search for 82 likes, I can find every place that I have hard-coded this in the feed.html. I can just replace this with post.likes. And I have it one more place in the same file. Post.likes. think, sorry, I've just edited the feed.html, my template. That was not supposed to be changed. Discard, just let me close that. It's just in the feed item, of course. Post.like and save. So if I now go back, it says likes. It should be likes count. 0 likes, and that should be for everyone. And this feed item is the one we are reusing, for example, on your profile and similar. So let's now make it possible to click this so that this increases. First, we can begin with the API endpoint for this. So in the API file in the post app, we can say at API view post, because we want to do some changes to a model and we also want to add a new object. And then def post like request, and then the PK for the primary key, so it's easy to get this from the database. So here we can get the post from the database by saying post equals post.objects.get PK equals PK, and then we can say post.likes count equals post.likes count plus 1 post.save. We also need to create a new post, a new object of this. So we need to import this model like, then we say like equals like.objects.create, and this is added automatically, so we just need to think about the created by, because this is also added automatically. So here is it, created by equals request.user, and I want to create this above here, because here we also need to say post.likes.add like. So now we add this like to this list here. But before we do this, we want to check if this user already has created a like. So to do that, we need to say likes equals post.objects.filter. Let me just do some testing here. Comment out everything here. Print post.likes. Now this will give a list of all of the likes. But how do I query it to see if I am the owner of one of these likes? .filter created by equals request.user. So then this will filter this one. Let me just see what this looks like. So at the bottom here is a return JSON response message like created. So then we can add this to the URLs, so we can test this a little bit. Path. Here we want to check the UUID. API.postLike name postLike, and we also want to add a like at the end there. So now we have the URL, we have the view, then I just want to go to the feed item and I want to make this clickable. So at click like post, and in here we pass in the post.id. So let me then just copy this. Then we need to set up the methods for this. Post like, then id, console.log, like post, pass in the ID. So we can just see that this is working now. If I click this, it's the same problem as in the previous part. Okay, let's just ignore it for now so we can fix this like button here, which is not working. So let me find it here again. Feed item, when you click this one. Okay, it's just this I made clickable, as you can see there. So let me move this up to this div. Let's make more sense. So I can click this whole thing here. Yes, nice. Okay, so then that is working. So then I just need to talk to the backend. So let's import Axios. And then Axios dot post. Let's use the backticks here. So /API/ post. What is the URL? Posts. Yes, posts, and then the UUID. Post /ID /like, and then we get some response back. Console.log response.data, and if there are any errors, let me just copy this from one of the other ones. Copy these 3 lines, paste it there. So then we can test this. Like, I get a 500 error. Post like got an unexpected keyword argument ID. Okay, sorry, I said PK there instead of ID, so rename this to PK. Makes more sense. Whoops. Nothing is working now. Post list profile got an unexpected post list profile. Oof, this renamed this to PK. Sorry, this one, not this one. Refresh, and then I get it back here again. So let's try to click this for like now. Then it was sent there, like created. Get an empty query set. That is this one, because I have not liked this earlier. So then I can uncomment this to see if it is working. Just refresh, click the like button, go here, no errors, there are no likes, that's okay. And then we comment this again. So hopefully, if I now try to click like there, this is not empty anymore. That means that this is a good way to see if a post is already liked. And then I can say if not posted likes there, then we can show these instead. Sorry, go to this code instead. So if this isn't true, then we create a new like. And then we say else return JSON response message post already liked. So let's try this now. Refresh, click like on this one, post already liked, like this one, like created. Cool. Before I continue, I just want to say thanks to all of my patrons. If you too want to support me, you will find a link in the description below. So that means that now this is working as well. What I want to do now is to automatically update this number, but I already liked both of these, so I can't do it here. But if I go to the feed, I can try to do it with one of Stein Helseth's posts instead. So if I go back to the feed item, I think I can say here if response.data.message equals like created, which is this one when it is created, then I can just say post.like likes count plus equals 1. Let me see if this is working. Like it. Post is not defined. Okay, let's say this dot post dot likes count. Yes, that it automatically increased. Nice. So that means that we are now having likes in our system. Awesome. So then I can just remove this one so it doesn't fill up the console, and I can remove this one to clean up this component. Okay, so then we have the likes in our system as well. In this part we are going to work on discussing posts. So we're going to need a new extra database model to keep track of the comments. We also need 2 extra new fields on post model to get the reference between them. After that, we need to start working on a detail view for a post. So we need a serializer, we need a new view and URLs, and also a new view file we can go to. So let's begin with the new database model. So if I just go to Visual Studio Code and open up the models.py inside the post app, then just like we have a comment, just like we have a like model, I want a comment model as well. So let me just copy this first and paste it there, rename this to comment, and then this can be comments. Okay, here we also want a body just like the posts have. Now we can paste it there, and that's actually everything we need right now. So now we have the model, but we also want a reference down here up to this. So just like we have these 2 files, we can copy and paste, rename this to comments, and this can be comments count, and then this also needs to be comment, so we can reference this model instead of this. So then we can save this, go to the database, to the terminal, and then we say make migrations and also the migrate. So now we have updated the database with the newest changes. So that means that I can go to the to-do list and set this to done, and I can set this to done. So then we can start working on the detail view for this. So inside the API file, inside the post app, I want to have a post detail view here, so it's easy to get just that. So we can have this below here. It doesn't really matter where we put it, but API view. This should also just be a get view. Def post detail request, and then we also need the ID up here so we can get the specific post from the database. Then we can say post equals post.object.get primary key equals primary key. Let's rename this to primary key instead. And then let's fix the serializer first. So in here we create one more class, post detail serializer, serializer.model serializer. We need to fix this first. Then we can have the created by, just like we have it up here. And then I can just copy the rest also, because we want the ID, we want the body, the count, created by, and when it was created in the formatted way. But here we also want a reference to the comments. So let's create a comments serializer, class comment serializer, pass in serializers.model serializer. Here we need to set the class meta model to be comment, so we also need to import this. And the fields we want to get for this is ID, we want the body, when it was created, and who created this. So we need it like this. That means that we also need this created by up here. And this function also needs to be added. So we can copy here and post it here up under comment. We can go back here. And then we say comments equals comment serializer, read only equals true, and many equals true, because we want a list of comments. So then we can add it at the end here as well. Comments. So I think that should be it. So now that we are on a list of posts, we don't want the comments, because that will require much more data usage and similar. So that should be the serializer. So I can set this to done, and then we can continue working on the view. So here we can first import the post detail serializer. Scroll down. And then here we can say return JSON response post. Now here we need to use the post detail serializer, pass in the post, and then .data. So I think that's everything we need there now. At least for now, this should be it. So let's copy this now, open up the urls.py in the post app, and then we can copy this, paste it, remove like, and here's a post detail, and rename the name to post detail. So now we have the unique ID here called primary key, which is passed in here, which is the one we are using to get the correct post from the database, which we then post into the serializer and return as a JSON response. So now we have the view and the URLs as well. So that means that we can now start working on the view file. We also need to do a little bit other things here, like make it possible to add a comment. Let me just convert this to task. Turn into to-do list. Yes, like that. So that's what we need to do after we have fixed the detail view. So then I can start creating the view file for this. So if we just open up the file tree here and go into views, and then create one new view here called post view.view. Then we can just add the template tag here, an empty one, post detail view, and we can then add it to the router, so it's done there. So just copy one of these, rename it to post view, and the view here, post view. So if I then scroll down, then I can add it. Where do I want it? Yes, let me just copy this. Maybe we need to restructure the URLs later, but for now it can just be like this. So when we go to just slash and an ID, then we should use the post view, and the component is post view. Fail to save. Okay, there, don't know what that was all about, but yes, now we have this as well. Okay, now that that is done, we should go to the feed view, or actually feed item, and make it possible to click this to go to the detail view. So let me just see what this looks like. Yes, we should be able to, for example, click this to go to the detail view. So this one can be turned into a router link to, and then close it correctly. And then in here we pass in the post.id. Sorry, we need to say like this, name, post detail, params, ID, like that, close and close. So we use this correctly. Post view, sorry, that was the name, post view. Okay, so let's see there, no errors. If I go back here now, I should be able to click this now to be sent here to the post detail view. Nice. So then we need to figure out what we want this to look like. I think I just want to make it look more or less like this page with this on the side, but we don't need this, and this can be gone. So if I then open up the feed view, then I can just copy, actually I can just copy the entire page and go to post view and paste it here. I'm going to need a submit form, so I can just comment out this for now. Get feed can be renamed to get post, and also here get post instead. Then instead of assigning this to this.post, we can say post and make this an object and remove the body. So everything there should be okay now. This can be renamed to post view. Continue to scroll up, and then I can remove this. Actually, I can keep it because I want to use this similar here for the comment form. And instead of looping it like this, just remove the v4 and vbind and continue to have this here, which will reference this one now. So let me save and see if this works. Click on this one. Get an error now because reading ID isn't defined. But I think if I say ID null, refresh. Okay, it's still not working. Feed item post. Okay, I think it's this one that's not working. But what if I up here say v if post.id? Yes, so now it's not loading, or we don't get any errors, and we haven't started loading the post here. So that's the next step. So the URL we want to use here, first we convert this to ticks, and then in here we pass in the URL we are on, which is this one. So here we can say this $sign, a curly braces, and then this.router dot this.route.params.id. So if I refresh now, go here again, then you can see that we are calling this page and we get this information back. Here we have the post with the body, the comments, which is empty for now, created by ID and likes and similar. So then we just need to figure out why this wasn't loading, and that's because we didn't do that. .post. So now we are showing the detail page of a post, and then below here I want to show the comments and also make it possible to add a comment. And since we don't have any comments in the database yet, I first want to start with making it possible to add comments. So let me first go back here, set this to done and this to done, and then we can do this. So first we can create the view for this, and then we can set up the function in the view file. Okay, so let's go back to api.py, and where do we want this? We can have it below this like. So at API view, this needs to be a post request, def post comment request, maybe post create comment. And we also want the primary key for the post we are creating a comment for. And then we can get this from the database just so we have it in case I need it. And then we can print the data we are sending back just to see that we are getting everything we need. So print request.data, return JSON response, message, comment was added, or something similar. So let me just add this now to the URLs file. Then we can copy this, copy this since they are similar. Comment, post, create, comment, and set the name to post, create, comment. Since this is an API, I actually don't need to set these names, but I like to do it anyways in case I need it later for something. So now it's there, and that means that I can set the first task to done. And then we need to start working on the functionality inside the post view.view. So here we have the function from previously, the submit form. This.body, let's add it up here. Body can be empty by default. And then this.posts, then we want to pass in the URL we are on, just like we do up here. /comment. And then we need to convert this to backticks, so we are allowed to use variables inside there. Then I can just empty, remove. No, I want to use this afterwards when we are adding this to the list of comments. And when the form is submitted, we are resetting the body field, so it's empty. Okay. So now the function for this looks to be okay. If I scroll up, I can make a copy of this or remove it from there and paste it below the post instead. So now we have it here. Let's remove this attach image. I don't want to use it here. And then these two classes can also be removed. And we can also say comment instead of post. And then the placeholder can be what do you think, or similar. So just it's a little bit different from the other form. So this is already connected and this is already connected, which means that I can test this now. Hello, first comment, send. So this is sent there now. This is in return. There are no errors, which means that we are sending the information correctly to the backend. And if I then go to the api.py and just see here, this is okay. So we are getting here the information we need. So that means that now we can create a comment. So comment equals comment.objects.create. Let me see which fields we need. Copy all of these, just paste it here. And we need to set the body equals request.data.get body, and created by is request.user. So that means that now this is set automatically and this is generated automatically. So you can see here I get a warning because I haven't imported this. So let me import this model together with post and like. And since we are now added one more comment, we need to say post.commentsCount equals post.commentsCount plus 1, and then post.save. And this should be called after we create the comment, so that we also can say post.comments.add comment. So now we are adding this to the list of comments connected to this post, and we are incrementing this so it's easy to show how many comments a post have. So that means that this should now be done and hopefully working. So let me just refresh this. First comment test. So there were no errors on the server. So it looks like everything is okay. So the next step then is to show the comments here now. So if I then just go back here, I need to figure out what I want this to look like. So this should default have a list here called comments, just an empty list so it's easier to loop through it. And when this is submitted, we can add the comment that we get back to that list of comments. So this.comments, this.post.comments referencing this field here, and then we pass in the response.data. But that also means that instead of returning this, I need to return a comment instead. So here I can say, no, let's do it in here, just like we do there. So let's initialize the serializer, the comment serializer, pass in the comment, and then we can say serializer.data and safe equals false. Then we just need to import this comment serializer, and this comment serializer includes everything we need. As you can see here, we get the ID, the body, the created by, and created at. So that means that I can save now, and hopefully this will work now. Refresh, second comment, then I got this back here. Nice. So that should work now. Then we just need to show this list of comments. So between these two, I want to create a new div, class bg white border. Can have the same classes as this actually. v4 comment in post.comments. Then we need to set the ID for this, so it's unique, so v-bind key, and set comment.id as that unique element. And then in here we can show comment.id just to see that yes, we are actually loading 2 comments already, which is the 2 ones I have created. Nice. So here I want this to look a little bit like this. I want the avatar, the name, and when it was posted, and then just the information below there. So we can create a component for this, like this, just so it looks a little bit better for the code. So here we create a new file, comment item.vue. Then we can just copy the entire thing there and post it there. I will come back to things like this later. So let me just remove the like post. I can remove this one. The property here should be comment and not post, of course. And then we don't need the Axios either. Just want to point out that this is just something that Visual Studio Code is adding. It's not part of the code. As you can see here, the cursor is just hopping over this. And then I can remove this bottom line here and scroll up, and here I can say comment.body, comment.createdFormatted, and you should be able to go to comment.createdby.id and comment.createdby.name. So then I can save this, go back. Nothing has changed yet because we haven't imported this into the post view. So let's do that now. Import comment item from .component comment item.view. Add it to the list here, comment item, and then we need to use it in here, comment item v-bind comment, which is the iteration we are on right now. So if I then, forgot to close it, refresh, and then we have it here correctly. First comment, second comment. I want this in the different direction. I want the newest one at the bottom. So let's fix that first. So if I just go to models.py, in the comment here, I can say class meta for configuration for this specific model, ordering equals created at save, refresh, and then I get the first one at the top and the newest one at the bottom. Nice. Then I just need to fix the padding in here. That looks awful. So that is probably this box here, which is missing the p-4 class. So now it looks much better. Maybe this should be a little bit to the right or similar, just to make it more clear that it's comment and not a part of the post. So let me just try MR6, L6 of course, so it's a little bit indented to the right. And if I now try to write something here, it should, okay, it's adding there now instead of at the end. And that is because I'm using this unshift, as we saw in the previous part, which should be append push in JavaScript. This post comments push. Let me try one more time. Fourth comment, smiley face. Yes, so now it's added there like that. Nice. So if I now go here, I can set this to done and this to done, and now we have make it possible to discuss a post. I want to fix this number here, so I can do that before I continue. So if I just go to the serializer, I can add it here on the post there, comments count, and the same can be added here on the post detail. So then it's just a matter of adding it here. If I find the hard-coded number there, post.comments count, save, not updated. Yeah, there it is, nice. And also on the post view detail page, okay, I actually just used it like that. So that's everything I needed to do in order to make that work. So now I have the commenting counting here. Clicking on this, hello, comment. Maybe this should increment also automatically when I actually send a comment. I can fix that as well. So when this is added down here, I think I can set this post.comments count plus equals 1. Think that should work. Testing. Yes, 2 comments. 3. Nice. So then that is working as well. Perfect. So now I can set this task to done. Hey guys, welcome back. Today we're going to work on messaging between users. So first I can create a new app for messaging where we're going to have models, serializers, views and similar. So let's go to the command line, stop the web server, set python manage.py start app chat. I like to call it chat because that's very easy to understand what is. So then I can go to settings.py and just add it to the list of installed apps, chat, save and close this file. So then I want to open up the models.py in the chat app which we just created. Then I can create one app for the conversation, and then I want one model for the conversation message or conversation item. So here I just say class conversation, pass in models.model. Here I want a reference to the users who are connected to this conversation. So I just say users equals models.many-to-many field. The reference here should go to the user model, which you have not imported. So I can do that now from account.models import user. And then I can set the related name to conversations. Next, I want to know when this was created and when the last time it was updated. So created at equals models.date time field. This should be auto now add equals true. And then modified at equals models.date time field auto now equals true. And auto now equals true means that every time we save this, this is automatically updated. This is only updated when we add this to the database. So then I want one more database here, one more table or model class conversation message. I could just use the word message for the name, but that will crash a little bit with Django's built-in messaging system. That's why I like to have it like this. Models.model, and then I need a reference from this up to the conversation. So conversation equals models.foreign key, and then we should just pass in the conversation, set the related name to messages, and if we delete a conversation, we should also delete all of the messages. So on delete models.cascade. Then here we can have a body, which is a models.text field, just like the comments and the posts. So we have a very similar way to do this. I want to know when this was created, so I can copy this. And I want to know who it was created by. So created by equals models.foreign key user, which is this one. Related name is sent messages. And if we delete the user, I also want to delete all of the messages. So models.cascade. And to make it easier for us in the front end, we can also have one more field here called sent to equals models.foreign key user. Set the related name here to be received messages. And if we delete user, we should also delete all the messages. So model.cascade. So now we know who it was sent to and who it was sent by. So that makes it very easy to work with this now. So that means I can save this now and then update the database. So let me just go to the command line, say Python manage py, make migrations. That's 2 new models, and then Python manage.py migrate. Okay, so then I can run the server again, go to the to-do list and set the first task to done. Okay, I see here that I forgot to add the unique ID, import UUID. I don't think it's too late. Let me just copy this from one of the other ones. Paste it and paste it. Then we need to run the scripts here again. Migrate. Okay, run the server again. So now everything there should be okay. So then I can go back here. Look here. The next step is to create serializers for this. So open up here, and inside the chat tab we create a new file, serializers.py. Then I can import a few things from the other ones here. I want to import these two because we want information about the user. And then we can import the two database model as well. So from.models import conversation and conversation message. Let's begin with the conversation serializer class conversation serializer, and then we pass in the serializer.model serializer. Then we have the class meta for configuration, model equals conversation, and the fields we want here is the ID, but we also want the users and when it was modified. We don't need to know this in the front end. So users and create modified at formatted. So let's copy that function from here, paste it there and paste it there. Paste, not past. And also import this. So everything there looks better now. Go back to the serializer. So then we need to say modified at formatted, and this is created at formatted, because here we need to know when it was created. Then we just need to say users here equals user serializer, and say read only equals true. So now we should get information about both of the users. Then we can create the other serializer class conversation message serializer, pass in serializer.model serializer. Here we also want information about the user, but here we have the sent to equals user serializer read only equals true. Forgot to set this to many equals true since this is a list. Just copy this and say created by. So now we get all of the information we need there. Class meta model equals conversation message, and then the fields we want. Here I want the ID, I want the sent to, I want the created by, I want the created at formatted, and I want the body like that. But we are actually not going to use this very much, so let's create one more. So class conversation detail serializer, because when we are on the list of conversations we don't want to load the messages. So conversation detail serializer, pass in serializer.model serializer. So it's a little bit much right now, but this will be more clear when we start using it very soon. Here I want the reference to the messages, which should use this serializer. Set this read only to true and many equals true. And then I think I can just copy this ones and add one more field here, messages. Okay, we will check this very soon if it's working. So then we have the serializer, then we just need the view. So let's create a new file here, api.py. I need to import a few things. I need to do this one and this one. That's everything we need right now. Just paste this, and then we can import the serializers we just created from .serializers, import conversation serializer, conversation detail serializer, and conversation message serializer. Then we can begin with the view for getting all of the conversations that we have. This should be set to get, because we only want to get the conversations. Def conversation list request, and then we need to get all of the conversation where you are a part of the users list. So conversations equals conversation. Okay, we need a model as well. From .models import conversation. Can take the other one as well if we need it later. Then .object.filter. I think I need to do something similar like I did here. So let me just copy these lines so I can see. Just wait for, you don't have to start typing this yet. Filter. I think I can say users in equals list request.user. Let me just now print this conversations. Now we can say return JSON response, blah 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 blah. So we can test this and see that this is loading correctly. So then we need a URLs file as well in the chat. urls.py from Django.urls import path and from dot import API. And you can add the URL patterns. URL patterns equals create a list and a path. And when this is empty, I want to use API.conversation list. Set the name to be conversation list. So last step for the backend then is open up the URLs file in the way backend and edit here. So path API chat. So when the URL is this, it will go in and match this one and give us the list. Include chat.urls. Save. So there is no errors now. So hopefully this is working. So that means that I can close this for now, find the front end, and then inside the views we can create a new view called chat.view.view template chat and the script tag at the bottom here. Export default name chat methods get conversations, so log get conversations, and then when this is mounted we want to call this, so this.get conversations like that. So then we need to import this to the router before we can test this. Import chat view from .views/chat-view.view. Then last step there is to add it to the list down here. Chat, and we want to use the chat view. If we then just go to app.view, we can fix the link at the top, if you remember it, this one, to send to, so you can be sent to that page. And that is the second button, which is this one. So replace this with a router link to /chat and close the router link correctly. So if I now click this, I should be able to be sent there. You can see down here that we are calling the get conversations, which is this function down here. So now we can import Axios so we can talk to the backend. And then Axios.get/API/chat, and that's everything there. Then we get the response back. Console.log response.data, so we can see what we get, and if there are any error, console.log error. Okay, save this now, go back. You can see here that we are getting this information, which is the one we are sending in the API here. And this print also looks like it's working because this is empty, but there are no errors. So let me just try to create an empty conversation. Python managed by shell from chat.models import conversation, and from account.models import user. So then I need two users for this. User1 equals user.objects.get. Okay, let me just see which users I have here. Users equals user.objects.all. For user in users, print user.id. So I have two users in the database. User1 equals users.get pk equals, copy this, paste it. User2 equals users.get pk equals this one. Okay, oops, I forgot to add the tick there, like that. Now the user1 and user2. And you see here that I said just users.get because I already got them from the database like that. So you don't need to use users.objects.get and then this. That's the same thing. So then I can create a new conversation. So conversation equals conversation.objects.create. And if you see in the models.py, we need to actually don't add anything. This will be added automatically. I'll do this later. This is added automatically and this is added automatically. So we can just call it like this and then say conversation.users.add user1 and user2. So this is, by the way, a very smart way to add multiple objects to the many-to-many field. And then conversation.save. So now I can say conversation, then we get this object, I can say .id, I can say users, then we see these two users here. And I can say created at, which will return right now. So now we have one conversation in the database, so it's easier for testing. So if I go here now and refresh, then still nothing there, but the console is now listing one conversation object. Perfect. So if I now go to the API.py, we need to use the conversation serializer. Serializer equals conversation serializer. Pass in the conversations. Say many equals true. Then we can send this to the front end by saying serializer.data and safe equals false. So if I now refresh, you'll see here that we now got a list, and inside there we have one conversation. You can see the ID here and a little bit of the other information. So I think if I go back to the front end here now, I have actually created a messages view already in one of the previous part, but I want to call this chat instead of messages. But here we have the designs at least. So if I go to messages, you will see the design here. So now we want to list out the conversations here, and then this will be taken care of later. No, I have not written any Arabic here. Okay, so that means that I can copy this entire template tag, and in chat view I can replace it there. So now I can just remove this file messages view, and I can also remove it from the router. So remove it there and remove the import. So if I now go back here, then you can see, stop, never translate. Okay, so then I want to fix that we are showing the correct information there. So right now we are just listing out 3 user conversations. Let's remove 2 of them. Fix the indentation, this one, and that's a v4 conversation in conversations, v bind key conversation.id. And if I scroll down, I need to add now a new data array down here. Return conversations. This can be an empty list. And then down here, I can just say this.conversations equals response.data. Save, go back and refresh. And now this is actually loaded from the server, but the information is still hard-coded. So let's replace this with conversation.modified at formatted 3 minutes ago. Nice. And then we need to fix the name and the avatar. So since we now have a list of names, I have a list of the 2 users, which one should we show here? We need to find out which is the other user. So here, first of all, I can just set this to font semi-font bold, so I don't need the strong. And then I can say, not sure what the best way to do this, but if I here say v4 user in conversation.users and v bind key user.id. Then we can show the name here, user.name. Then we get both code with Stein and Stein with Hellset, but we just want the other person. So then I need to know which user I am logged in with right now. So I need to import this user store. So import it, at the top here, initialize it in the setup, like that. So now I at least know which user I am logged in with. So then I hopefully here can say v if user.id not equals user store.user.id. No, that did not work. Cannot read properties undefined. User.id. Okay. Which one is undefined? Let's open up user. It's the correct user.id, so that is correct. It's probably this one that is not ready. So the conversation.users, maybe if I just add the users list here. Okay, so how else can I test this? Okay, if I just try to rebuild this a little bit to be a template, not sure if this will work. Then add the class into there, close this after there, and then just take this away a little bit. So now this is still working again. And then if I do the check in here, then it should hopefully work. Yes, so now I only get the other person's name because I am logged in with code with Stein. Nice. So now we have a list of conversations as well. And when this conversation is active, I want to load the messages here and also make it possible to send the messages there. So first, just to rename that button there to send. That's a little bit better. And then I want to load the messages here when this is active. So I need to keep track of the current active conversation. Let me just check the to-do list. This is done and this is done, which means that yes, this is also actually done, and now we are working on this one. So active conversation. That can be an object, and when this is loaded I want to set the last conversation in this list, or actually the first, to the active conversations. So here, if this dot conversations dot length, we need to know if there actually are any conversations. Then we can say this dot active conversation equals this dot conversations 0, which is the first one in the list. So if I down here say console.log this.active conversation, go to there, then you can see here that this is now added, and this is the current active conversation, which is this one. And this should also include messages. So I need to create one more function here. Get messages, and that means that down here I can call that one. So this dot get messages, console.log get messages. Yes, you can see this is being called. So now we just need to create a new view for loading the messages for a specific conversation. So that will be then conversation detail request and the primary key for this specific conversation. So conversation equals conversation.objects.get primary key equals primary key. But we also need to make sure that you are actually the owner or a list member of this conversation. So if we first filter on this one, that you are in part of this, then we get it based on the ID. Then we set the serializer equals conversation detail serializer, which contains both the conversation but also the messages as well. Then we just pass in conversation and set, yes, we don't need to set many there. So copy this, paste and save. So now the view is ready for this. We just need to open up URLs in the chat app, path, UUID named primary key. Then we want to use API.conversation detail, set the name to be conversation detail. So the backend should now be okay. So let's go to chat view and load this here. So Axios.get/API/chat, and then we need to pass in the URL we are on. Now we actually need to pass in for the active conversation. So let's use the curly braces in there. This.activeconversation.id. And then this needs to be backticks, so we can have variables in there. Remember the slash at the end. And then we get information back. Paste it. And if there are errors, we can show them in the console. So let's save now, go back and refresh. Then we can see here that we get a new conversation, the one we are having active, and the messages is in this array. Nice. So then here again we can say this.activeConversation equals response.data. So we just update this again with the information we get from the server. Since the information about the conversation is as little as it is, we can just load it instead of having a separate view just for the messages. Okay, so then we need to start showing the messages up here. As you can see, we have 3 messages. Let me try to just use the one on the top for this, and then we will fix this very soon. So here is a v4 message in conversation. Actually, this should be active conversation dot messages v-bind key message.id. Let me save this now, refresh, and then that message is gone because there are no messages in that list. And we can replace the body message.body, and we can replace the date here, message.created at formatted, and save. Still not showing because there are no messages, but this should now hopefully be working. So I can set this to done, and then we can make it possible to send messages, so it's easier to see up here if it's actually working. So let's begin with creating the view for this. At API view, post, def conversation, send message, request, and the primary key, because we need to know which conversation the message should be for. So copy this and paste it there. And then we can create a new message. So conversation message equals conversation message.objects.create. Here we need the conversation. That's easy because that's this one. So conversation equals conversation. We also need the body, which comes from the front end. So body equals request.data.get body. And then this, this is added automatically, the created at, but we need to set the sent to and the created by. So created by equals request.user and sent to equals sent to. So I need to fix this. So just like we did this in the front end where we get the other user up here based on the user you are not, we need to do the same thing here. So for user in conversation.users.all, if user not equals request.users, if this is not the one which is logged in, then we can say sent to equals user. So now this is created, and then we can return this message to the front end again by saying serializer equals conversation message serializer. Here we just want to use this one because that contains everything we need. Pass in conversation message like that, and then we can copy this return statement and save. So that's everything we need at the backend for sending messages. Let's just add it here. So the URL can then be the ID for the conversation. Let me see if I added anything here. No, we haven't done anything in the front end, of course. Send, that's enough. Conversation, send a message, and put the name correctly there. Okay, so now the backend should be okay. So let's create a submit form function here. Submit form console.log submit form this.body. And then we need to add this to the data up here. Body can be empty, and then we need to connect this and this to the form here. So v model should be body, and then we can create a form wrapper around here. So form v on submit.prevent, and then just submit form. Fix the indentation, paste that there like that, and then this button here, or the link, can be converted to button instead. Button, and save. So we are still not sending anything to the backend, just want to see that this is working as it should. So refresh, test, yes, submit form, test. So that should be ready for sending to the backend. Axios.post, copy this address here, just paste it and add send at the end, which then points to this API endpoint. And then we get some information back, like that. And if there are errors, let's show them in the console. So save this now, refresh, test message, send. Okay, then you can see there we got an error in the backend. Constraint failed, chat conversation message.body. Yes, see here, I forgot to send the information to the server. So at the next line here, we set the body to this.body. Of course, I forgot to pass that in. Refresh, testing, send. Now I got a message back. Nice. No errors here. And if I now refresh, we actually have this message up here. Cool. So that means that now I can add this automatically up here when we are sending it to the server. And we are getting it back here. So here I can say this dot active conversation dot messages dot push response.data. So let me test this. Hello, send, and then it was added automatically below this message. And if I refresh, we have both of them there. Perfect. So that means I now can remove this hard-coded message first, which is this one. And then we should do a little change, because as you can see here, this code here is for this one, and this code is for these ones. So we need a way to change this based on if it's you or the other user you're talking to. And the same with the image is below here, but here it's above the message. So I think we can solve this by creating a new template tag up here, moving the for loop to this one. Like that. And then I can move this entire thing in there. And then I can say here v if message dot sent to equals myself. Sorry, if the created by, that's probably best, .id is user store.user.id. Then we are using this one. If not, we are going to use this one. So below here, paste it, fix the indentation, move this to a separate line, and then just a v else, and save. So now that message is gone. So now I should actually try to log out and log in with the other user. So code with stein@gmail.com. Then go to chat, and you can see here that I'm chatting with code with Stein. Sorry about the confusion with the emails. And then the messages is now on this page or side. Hello, send, and my messages is here. Just need to fix that this is hard coded. We can't have any of that. So message.body should go down here. And we need the correct message date down there. Save. So if I refresh now, everything looks okay. Was there one more thing I needed to do? No, I think the conversation is okay. When we click this, I want to refresh this. So that will also be true if there are multiple conversations there. So if I just scroll up and find the conversation here, then I think I here can say v on click active conversation equals conversation, but that will not trigger this one, so let's call a function here instead called set active conversation, pass in the conversation.id. Hopefully this will work now. We can copy this method name, scroll down, add it here, id, console.log, set active conversation id, and then just this dot active conversation equals here it should be, actually you can just set it to id, and now we can fix it down here, and then we call this dot get messages and pass. No, we don't need to pass in anything there, but instead of setting it like this, we can set dot id there as well. So we're setting it the id first, then we do it like this. So now we are actually passing in the id to this function instead. As you can see here, we're just using this directly, which is the ID, but down here we set it to the object of the conversation. Save, refresh. So if I click here now, you're seeing that this is refreshed and we are loading the messages again. Perfect. So that means that now we can set this to done, because now we have the possibilities to send messages. Okay, so then I want to make it possible to start a conversation. So since we already have a conversation between the current users, I need to create a new user. So I need to log out and create this one. hello@gmail.com. Maybe you should say John Doe, so it's easier for me to separate these from each other. So then I have that user. Then I need to log in. John Doe@gmail.com. Okay, I did wrong. I need to go to sign up, of course. John Doe@gmail.com. Then the password. Sign up. User is register. Please log in. Log in. Okay, so now I have this. There is an error. Instance update is not a function. Where does that come from? Not from here. Okay, we'll come back to it if it appears again. But now, okay, my first post. Just check that this is working. Yes, it's working. Nice. So let me try to go to some of the other users. Stein. So if I go into Stein Helset, I want to have a button below here for starting a conversation. So you can see there's one more error, but do not know why it's coming, but I will come back to this later. Now I want to focus on this one. I will create one more part before I start on this, where we're going to have a little refactoring and fix a few small things. But right now we can fix that button first. So if I open up profile view, then we have the send friendship request, and we should only have this button if we are not the correct user. So copy this one and then send direct message. Send direct message. Save. Let me just copy this, create the method, and test that it's working. Console.log, like that, and there. So let's try this now. Just refresh, click this one, and then you see it's appearing down here, send direct message. You should also have some space between these two. So send message can have an empty 4. Nice. So then I need to know when we click this, if we already have a conversation between me and this user, or we need to create that conversation. So what I want to do down here then is to actually send an information to the backend that I want to create or get an conversation. So here I can say Axios.post. Now this will be a get because I want to get this information. /API/chat get or create, and then the ID for the user we are visiting, which is this one down here. So get or create with this ID. Then response console.log response.data, and if there are any errors we can just show them in the console as usual. And based on what we are getting here, I want to redirect us to the inbox page. So now we have it like this. So now we can create this in the backend, open up the API pie in the chat. So we can have this below the detail at API view get def conversation get or create request, and then the PK for the user we want to load. So user equals user.object.get primary key equals primary key. So I need to import this model from account.models import user. And then here we should check if me and that user is in the users in one of the conversations. So I can do it like I do up here. I get this conversation. So first I get all the conversations that I'm a member of, and then filter users in equals list, and then here I just pass in the user object which we get from the URL. And then I think I can say if conversation.exists print exists else print create, and then we can just return for now we can return a JSON response. So return JSON response, just something random, so we can test this. So now we need to add this to the URLs as well in the chat app. So now these are the primary keys for the conversation, but let's do it like this. It's still the same, but here's the get or create. Maybe we should rename this to user PK just to make it a little bit more clear. And then conversation get or create, conversation get or create. So now when we click this send direct message, we should hopefully see that this is working now. Refresh, click this, get the 404 error, API chat. Okay, I have it in the wrong order here in the front end. It should be like that. Okay, refresh, try again. Then I get this back, and in the backend here it says create because we don't have a conversation, me and this user. So when we don't have that, we want to create this. So then we can say conversation equals conversation.objects.create, and here we need to pass in, let me see what we need there, the users, and these other fields are automatically added. So let's just create it like this, and then conversation.users.add user and created by, no sorry, not created by, but request.user, and then conversation.save. This is exactly what we did when I run the Python manage shell command. But oops, this should of course be down there, and if this already exists, now you can just say conversation equals conversation.first. And to make it a little bit clear, let's make this conversations plural, but here we rename it to singular. And we get the first one as the list, even though there should not be more than one anyways. And when this is done, we can return the detail view for this. So serializer, then we pass in the conversation, either the one from this list or the one we created. And then down here we say serializer.data and safe equals false. So now I should hopefully get something back. Yes, I got a new conversation that was created. Perfect. And then I got the ID for this conversation. That means that now I can redirect us to the chat view. So in the profile view here, where we get this back, I can just say this.router.push, and here I can send us to /chat. Since we here are already loading the newest conversation and setting that to active, I don't have to pass in anything here. So I think this should be working already. Like this. That was sent here. Hello. The message is sent by me. If I refresh, we have these messages. Perfect. And if I now go to the Stein health set again, into him, then we are already having this here. Awesome. So now the conversation part is working, so I can go to this to-do list and set this to done. Hey guys, and welcome to this part of this tutorial series. Today I'm going to start working on some of these things. Specifically, I think I'm going to start with the trends thing. I'm also going to do a few other small things that I will do first. So if I go to the app now, I think that on some of the profiles, you can see, for example, this error here. I need to fix this. So let me just set up a to-do here. Fix error on profile page. And I know that now I'm on my own profile, but let me try to visit someone else and see if the problem is there as well. So I just refresh now. Yes, the error is here as well. So it's looking like it's on all of the profile pages. So let me try to find out where this error comes from. So it's looking like it's something here. When I try to, it's probably this link, and you can see here that the ID is null, and that is not good because then the missing required parameter ID is missing. So let me try to find the code for this. So let me open up profile view and then search for friends, and then it's the one that we have. Yes, there it is. So it's this router link, and this is missing sometimes. Okay, so maybe I should only render this if there actually is a user. So let me try to if user. Maybe that will solve it. No, the error is still there. Okay, if I scroll down, then you can see that I have set this automatically. But if I set this to be an empty string, maybe that will work. No. So that's not good. Okay, just give me a few seconds and I will try a few things. Okay, it seems that this was the only thing that I needed to do actually. Check if the user ID is set. And if I then refresh, the error is gone. And if I go to myself, there is no error here either. Nice. So that means that I can set this task to done. Next step is that I see that this is still hard coded. So I need to fix that. So first, I can add a new variable to the models for the account for the user. Here we have the friends and we have the friends count, but we can also add posts count models.integer field default equals 0. So then I need to update the database, stop the web server, make migrations and migrate. Then I can run it again. So then I can begin by showing this number where we have this. So if I just now search for 120 posts, then I can see that I have this multiple places. So this is the template and this is the template that we started with, so I don't have to think about this, but it's still these files here. So here I can say user.posts count, and the same here, user.posts count. One more time, user.posts count, and save. So then there is actually no difference there. Let me go to the profile view and update it here as well. user.posts count, and in the search user.posts count. So now this doesn't say anything because we need to add this to the serializer as well for the account. So here we already had a friends count, but let's add posts count as well. So if I now go back and refresh, it at least says 0 posts, but I know that I have 1 post. So what I can do then is to go to the shell and manually fix this for the users that we already have. So Python mentioned.py shell from account.models import user, and then users equals user.object.all. So now I have all of the users. So then I can loop through them and say for user in users num posts equal user.posts.count. So now I say user.posts, because if I go into the models.py in the post app, you can see that a post here is directly connected to a user. So that means that now I know the number of posts the user has. Then I can say user.postsCount equals num posts, and then just user.save. So that should be it. So I can quit here and run the server again. So if I now refresh, this should hopefully say 1. Yes, nice. And if I, for example, search for Stein, go in here, you can see this user has 7 and this user has 2. Perfect. So now that is working as well. I know also one more thing that I need to add here, and that is to edit profile. Make it possible to add avatar. That's also something I need to do. But let's begin with the trends. And the trends is what we see on the right side here. People, you may know, no, it's this one. So, for example, posts that contains this hashtag should be able to click this to search for this one, and then I will sort of just be sent there and search for this hashtag. Or maybe I should have a separate page for showing one specific trend. That's probably better. Let's do that instead. So what should we do first? Well, we can begin by at least creating one post. Test post with Stein and Django. So what I want to do then is to make a script that goes through all of the posts in the database and generate this list. So in the Visual Studio Code, if I just close all of these, then in the backend, this folder, I want to create one more called scripts. And then in here, I can say, for example, generate trends.py. So then I need to be able to talk to Django, because I want to be able to run this using cron jobs, and then I need to know how to run Django from outside. Django run script every hour. Yes, we can test this just to see if we get what we want here. This is not how I'm used to do this. Okay, so then in here I just use this for setting the file running as UTF-8. Then I import Django, I import OS, and I import sys. Sys is used to set the directory we are in, which is where the Django manage.py file is. Then we set up the environment and set the Django settings module, set way backend, which is the name of this folder, and settings is just this file here. And then we run Django setup. Below here we can use Django as we are used to do. So here I can say, for example, from post.models import post, and then posts equals post.objects.all. And then I can say print posts, and we can see what this looks like. So if I go to the terminal now, stop the web server, I can say Python scripts and generate trends. Then you see here, I get the query set with all of the posts that we have in the database. And then we can set up, for example, an empty list called trends equals, set this to be empty. And then we can loop through the posts for post in posts. And then we need to know how we can find hashtags and the hashtag itself in a post. So Python find hashtag in string. So then we have a function called define extract hashtag. Put it there. Hashtag list, that can go there. And then we loop through each of the words in the text we are putting in here. I will go through that very soon. If one of the words first letter is hashtag, so if it begins with Stein, this is then word 0, correct. If it is, then we say hashtag list dot append word. Yes, okay, we need to do this, because then we just strip away the hash itself. So then we can here say return hashtag list. So down here we can no, not that one, that should be like it is, but here we can say trends dot append post dot here extract hashtags, pass in post dot body. So what we do here now is that we first get this, we can do that first so we can see what this looks like. Print, so we print this, run it. So here you can see it found Stein and Django, nice, which is the two ones I just added. And then below here I can add trends.append, and then we pass this in. And at the bottom here we can say print trends. And then this should not be empty, and this should not be like it is. It should actually just be one list. So here I think we can say hashtags equals, first of all, and then we say if hashtags, then it goes in there, and we say hashtags. So that should get rid of the empty ones, but I still want this to not be an array in an array or a list in a list. So how do I do that? I think actually the best thing is to just pass in trends here. Define this, yeah, it can be defined there, don't mind me. And then we pass in the text and trends. And then instead of defining it here, we can just say trends and return trends. So what happens then is that we are appending it to this list, which we are sending in there. And then you can just take it away like this and this. So let's try to run it again, and now we have only one like that. Perfect. I just want to run the server again so I can add one more post. So go back here now. Second one with Django and something else, Python. So if I now stop this again and run the script we just had, then you can see Django is referenced 2 times, Python 1 and Stein. So now we should be able to count the occurrences of each hashtags here and create a list of that, which we can show here. And this list should be in some sort of a database. But we can begin by checking how we can count an occurrence of a string in the array. Count occurrence as in a list. So how do I count occurrences in a list item? Okay, how often do you find one? But this is a very slow. Okay, perfect. This is something I want. So maybe I need to install this. Let's just try to import it and see what happens. So at the top here, import collection. Okay, there are no errors. So let's try to do the rest here. Counter C. Print counter C, but here we want to say trends instead. So if I now run this, you can see counter, Django 2, Python 1, Stein 1. Nice. So then we want to have the top 10 of this stored in a database. So we can create a new table for this, or a model, and I think this can go in the post models. So here we can add this at the bottom. Class trend models.model, and here we should have a title or a hashtag. Models.char field max length can be set to 255, and occurrences equals models.integer field. Default, no, we don't need to set the default, it can just be like this. So then we have this, so we can update the database, make migrations and migrate. So let's go back here again and import this model trend. And then let me try to loop through this. So we can say trends counter equals, and then I want to just try to loop through this for trend in trends counter, print trend. Just want to see what I get then. Whoops. This, of course. Okay, perfect. Can I get trend dot count? Was that the correct one? No, built-in method count of string. Print trends counter. Let me just see what that looked like. Okay, so the string itself. Okay, how was I supposed to use this correctly? Okay, here I can actually get the most common ones. So let me try that. Let me just take this away a little bit and say print trends counter dot most common. If I just want 2 of them, then it just gives me Django, and the next one is Python. Nice, but I actually want 10, even though there are not 10, but it will be eventually. And then I still need to know this. Okay, so at the end of here I can just say most common, pass in 10. So now the trends counter should maximum have 10 of them. And then for trend in trends counter, print trends counter, and if I then pass in like this, if I said trend there, that did not work. List analysis must be integers or slices, not a tuple. Print trend, what was this? Okay, so this was a tuple. 0 will give me the name. Okay. and trend 1 will give me the number. Perfect. So then I know how I can add it to the trends list. So trend.objects.create, then the name hashtag equals trend 0 and occurrences equals trend 1. So now down here, just for testing, I can say print trend.objects.all, and this should now have 3 in it. If I do this one more time, we should have 6 I mean. And then we have a little bit problem, because then we have duplicates. So before we do this, I actually want to delete all of the trends we have in the database. So at the top here we can say trend, you can do it all the way at the top here. For trend in trend.objects.all, trend.delete. So then we should only have 3 in the database, but I don't need to print this now. So what happens here now is, first we do some importations, set up the Django environment, import the 2 database models from the post. Then we just loop through all of the trends, which is the ones we should be showing here, and delete them. Then we get all of the posts from the database and set up an empty list of trends. Then we loop through these posts and run this function where we post in the body, which is the text, and the list of trends we have. Up here we just split the body into words and check if the word begins with a hashtag. If it does, we know that we have a hashtag and we can append it to the list of trends. Then down here we loop through the trends counter and get the most common one, the 10 of them. Then we loop through this again, and then we create new trends based on this. If we want to clean up this a little bit, we can take this, move it down there, because we are only using this variable one place, and the same is down here. We can say it like this, so then it's a little bit better. So if we save now, go back here, let's try to run this, then we can run the server again. So then I want to show these here. So if I then search for trends view.view, we can remove 3 of these, and then we can get these from the database. So here we can say script, then export default name. We don't need a name, but we can set this to trends just so that is done. And then we want to have a data array, return, and here we want to say trends. This should be a list like that. And then we can import Axios, so we have it, import Axios from Axios. And then at the bottom here we can say methods, this actually list, get trends, and then Axios.get /API posts trends dot then, because we get something back from the server, response, and then we can say console.log response.data, so we can see what we get. If there are any errors, just say .catch error console.log error : error, so we can see it in the console if there are any. And then to call this, we just say mounted. So when this component is mounted somewhere in our system, we call this .get trends and save. So if I go back now, I will get a 404 error because we have not created the trends API endpoint yet. So we can do that by going to API inside the post app. But before I create the API endpoint, I want to create a serializer. So let's import the trend there. Then we can create the serializer by saying class trend serializer. Pass in the serializer.model serializer. Then here we say class meta for configuration, model equals trend, and the fields we want here is ID. We want the hashtag and occurrences, and save. So just copy this, close the file, and import this serializer. So then we can create the view for this. So that should be very simple. API view. Need to use get here. Def get trends request. Then we get all of the trends that we created in that file by saying trends equals trend.objects.all. See here, I get a warning because I haven't imported this model trend. So that's imported, error is gone. Then we say serializer equals trend serializer, pass in the trends, and say many equals true. Here we can also do the same thing like we did in another file. We can just put it in like this to simplify this a little bit, and then we can just return it just like we do there. So that's the view, and we can add it to the URLs. Can have this at the bottom, path trends, API.get trends, name get trends, and save. So hopefully that should work now. Okay, there are no errors. Perfect. So let's try to show them now up here. So this can be our loop object. Just move this down a little bit. Loop through by saying v4 trend in trends. Then v bind key trend.id. Then we show the hashtag here, trend.hashtag, and how many posts are connected to this hashtag, trend.occurrences. Save. So if I refresh now, that did not work. For trend in trends, no, because here we forgot to say this.trends equals response.data. Response.data. So now we have it here. Django 2, Python 1, Stein 1. Perfect. So now we need to be able to click this to either go to the search or a separate page showing only this. But before that, I just want to do one more thing in this script we created, the generate trends. The problem here is that we actually get all of the posts in the database, but we only want the one created in the previous 24 hours. So let's find out how we can do that. Django query set get all last 24 hours. So there, maybe you can use this. Filter, no. We don't want 1 day, we want actually hours. Okay, that's 12 hours just so that you can see it a little bit different. Okay, so here you can see this. So we need to import time delta from date time. And we need to import Django utils like that. So then we have these two, and then we need to set up this hour, which should be now. this can then go up here together with that variable, and then we set up 1 hour later. But I want this to be minus 24 hours. 24 hours. So that was it for that. Then we just need to pass in this filter here to this. So remove all as a filter, date range. This should be created at range, and then 24 hours. Maybe these should move like that. Let's test and see if this is working. So stop the server, run the script again. That looks okay. Run the server, go back here. Now they are not showing. Okay. So let me just copy this. Copy. It's a print to see what we get here. Stop the server, run this script again. So we get 1 post. So only 1 post was created in the previous 24 hours. That is not correct. Let me try to replace this. Then it was empty. Maybe we can just say created at greater than or equals 24 hours ago. Yes, that gives more posts, which looks more correctly. So then I can move this down here again. I can just remove this. Then we can try to run it again. Then I can run the server again. Go back, refresh, and then this is back again. So now this should only keep track of the posts created in the 24 previous hour. And then this script here will need to be set up on the live server, so it's generating once per hour or once per day or similar. We will come back to that. But for now, we need to make it possible to click this and explore. So I think we should have a separate page for this. So new file, trendview.view, and then here we can say template, just close it like that, and script, and then we can copy a lot from the feed view. Actually, you can just copy everything, paste it here. Here we do not need a submit form. I don't want to write anything here. The body can just be emptied away, and then this is like it is, but we want to remove this form. So let me just save this now, and then we can import this to the router. Import trend view from .views/trendview.view. Then we need to add it to the list down here. Can make a copy of this. Here we want to say trends / then an ID of this trend. Trends view, trend view, trend view. Then we need to have a link from the trends component to that page. So this can be replaced with a router link to name trend view, and then set up the params. ID should be trend.id. Forgot to add a colon here to make this JavaScript. Then that looks okay. You can just close the router link there and save and go back. Route path should start with a slash. Okay, forgot to add a slash at the beginning there. Sorry about that. Refresh. And now you can see down here that I should be able to click these to be sent to that page. And when we're sent to that page, you can see that this is now loading, which is the regular feed, but we have the people you may know and trends over there. So then in the trend view, I want to load posts from a specific hashtag. So here I think I can say post slash trend post slash, what should I add here? For example, trend equals, and then I can append the ID we are on. Or should we actually see the hashtag itself? That's probably better, yes. Sorry, let's just go back to not the search view, not the profile view. Let's go to the trends component. So instead of showing the ID here, we can say hashtag save. Let's go back, click Django, then we see trends slash Django instead. So we can send this to the backend instead. So in the trend view here, we can say, use the curly braces and $, this dot route dot params dot ID. I need to switch these with backticks and save. So if I refresh now and go here, you can see that we are trying to get posts where the trend is Django. So then I just need to change the view for this a little bit, which is the post list. Below where we get the posts from the database, I can say trend equals request.get trend, default this to be empty, and say if trend, then there is something in the URL. You can say posts equals posts dot filter, and then we want where the body I contains equals trend. So we will now would get all of the posts where the body contains this word. So refresh, and now we only get these two, Django, Django. Maybe we should also add a hashtag in front in case someone has written only Django and not the hashtag Django. Okay, so now that's working. Let me try Python. Yes, now you can see we have this problem that the URL is changing, but the page is not changing, just like the profile view. So we solved this by watching the router param ID. So just copy this, go back again and find the trend view there, and when this changes, we want to run this again. So refresh, click Python, then we get this, Python, click Stein, then we get Stein. Great. Maybe you should also show the hashtag we are visiting at the top here, just so it's much clearer what we actually are doing. So I can copy this div, and then in here I can say h2 class text xl hashtag, and then we can just print the one word up here by saying route.params.id. That didn't work. Cannot read properties of undefined. Maybe we need to add the $sign there. Yes. Okay. Maybe you should say trend, just so it's a little bit more clearer what you do. So if you go there now, it says Python, there it says Django. Nice. So this seems to be working. Testing again with Django and hello post, and if I refresh now, this still is the same, but if I stop, run the script again, run the server again, refresh, all of a sudden this is 3 posts and hello is also appearing here. Nice. So these scripts then need to be run at a certain amount of time per day, or 1 per day, or whatever you want, but we will come back to that when we are doing a live deployment of this project. But for now it's working at least. So I can set this task to done. Okay, so the next step then is to make it possible to edit the profile. Okay, so for this we are going to need one more view. So just create one more file, edit profile.view. So what do we want this to look like? At least when you go here, I want to have an edit button here. So we can begin by just creating that. Just want to say template here and edit profile, just so we can add this to the router and test that the view is working. So import edit profile view. Oops, forgot to add the name view at the end there. That's optional to have, but it makes it more clear to the user that this is a view and not a component and similar. So then we can add it together with this one at the top here, profile edit view. Okay, so then it's imported there. Then we just need a button from the profile page. So profile view. Then next to the log out button, let's make a copy of this and paste it. Fix the indentation. Then we can say edit profile, and I actually want this to be a router link to, I can just say profile/edit, and this should only show if you are the correct user, and then we can close the router link. Let's see if this is okay. Profile edit view is not defined. Okay, what did I call it? Edit profile view, of course. Edit profile. So now we have it there. It should not be red, and we need some space between these. So this can, for example, be this color, purple 600, and then R2. Yes, much better. So if I click this now, you will see the edit profile page here. Nice. So we already have all of the information on the stored in the browser, so we can use this to show in the form and then only send information to the server if you actually do anything with it. So let me just close a little bit of these files so it's easier for you to follow along. Let me open up the sign up view, and we can then make a copy of a few things here. We can import both of these two things down here in the script tag. We can set up the export default like that. We want to have the toast store in case we want to show user information to the user. The data can be like this, almost at least. We don't need the passwords. We want a separate view for this, but we want the email and the name. So then we can copy the methods where we check this, paste it down here, and if there are no errors, we can send the information to the server like that. And close the methods. We don't have this, we can remove this. Something went wrong, please try again. And the information was saved. Then we also need to update the user store in the browser. And this should not say API sign up, but for example say edit profile. So then we are sending in this, and the rest of the information like the ID is already on the server, because you should only be able to do this when you are logged in. So we can save this for now and scroll up. Then we can copy, what do we want to copy here? Yes, let's copy the entire thing and just remove a few things like that. So here we can say edit profile, and we can remove this. Now we can see what this looks like. Okay, a little bit okay. Let's remove the 2 password files or fields. So now we have this. Here we want to show your name, and here we want to show the email, and change this to save changes. So to fill in this information, I think we here can say okay, we need to import a user store as well. So import use user store from @stores/user const user store equals use user store and return user store. Then here maybe I can just say this dot user store dot user dot email. Let me try that. Yes, so then it's automatically filled out there. Then we do the same thing with the name. Save. Nice. So then we need to be able to send this to the backend. That is already taken care of here. So we just need to add this API view. So let's find api.py in the account app. Then we can create one more view here. We want this to be a post, so we can copy one of this. Def edit profile request, and then we want to get the user, which is just the request user. User equals request user. And then we can say user dot name equals request dot data dot get name, which is the information we get here, or at least from this one. The only problem by doing this now is that if the email already exists and that is not you, then we cannot save that. But we can save the name anyways. So we can say user.save at the bottom here, and then we can no, let's search first. If user.objects.filter email equals request.data.get email. You can actually store this in a variable to make this a little bit clearer. Email equals this. So if there is a user with this email, then we know that it's already in use by someone else. We just want to exclude ID equals user.id. So we exclude ourselves and check if someone else uses this email address. And then we say .exist at the end there. And then we want to return information about this to the user in the front end. Now we can say email already exists. And if there isn't a user with this information, then we can save the user. User.email equals email. And then we can say information updated. Okay, so that was actually very easy. I don't think here is anything wrong. So let's import this to the URLs in the account app. Path edit profile. Was that the URL? edit profile in one word like that. So, okay. API.edit profile. Here I use 2 words. I should use the same thing everywhere. Edit profile, name, edit profile, and save. So now this should automatically send back here, and hopefully we get this or this back. So save now, save changes. Something went wrong, please try again. What was wrong? This doesn't say anything. It's just this. Okay, because the message here is not success. If the message is information updated, then this should show. Refresh. Information was saved. Okay, I do not need to reset the form here, of course. So refresh. The information was saved. John Doe changed. Save changes. The information was saved. If I refresh, this still says John Doe. But if I try to log out and log in again, johndoe@gmail.com, then this should get the new information from the server, and then you can say John Doe changed. Nice. And if I go here, John Doe changed. But that means that I need to update information that we have in the browser. So open up user.js. Which one of these can I use? I can set this one. This includes the ID, the name, and the email. So let's send this information there. This.userstore.setUserInfo user, or I can say it like this, ID, and then I use the ID already. .user.id, name should be this.form.name, which points to the form up here, and email this.form.email. Then I can remove this and remove that. So let's try one more time. John Doe changed, new, save changes, information was saved. If I refresh now, it remains the same here. Perfect. But I can try to change the email as well. Save changes, refresh, that worked. But if I now try cws@gmail.com, which is an email used by someone else, I should hopefully see something went wrong. Nice. And then I could show this information here. For example, change this to backticks. Oops. There. And then I say this dot, no, I say just response dot data dot message. That's not correct. Okay, that's a double backtick. Refresh. Then I try this again with email. I know that is in use. Email already exists. Please try again. Okay, then I just go back to John Doe. Save changes. Refresh. Everything is okay. Nice. But when everything is okay, like it is here, I should be redirected back to my profile page. So here I can say this dot router dot push. I can just send myself back. View router, go back. Push, push, push. Replace. Go -1. Okay, let's just use that, but or I can say router dot back. Save. So let me save, and then I was sent back here, and this still pops up. Nice. But if I try to change this, changed, save changes, updated here, and I got this. Nice. So now I can update the information about the user next step then is to make it possible to add an avatar to the profile. If I open up the models.py on the account page, you can see that we have this field already. So now I just need to know how I can upload this from Vue to the backend. So for us to help this now, let me open up the forms.py in here, and then I can append avatar here. That makes it much easier for me to save this, but then I need to use a form here instead. So here I can say form equals sign up form. Maybe I should rename this and take it away from there. Create a new one. Call this a model form. Forms.model form. Then we need to import this from Django. From Django import forms. And then we remove these two and say avatar instead, because we don't want password fields here. Okay, and this should also be renamed to, you can just say profile form. Save, close. Then we need to import this like that. And then under here we say form equals profile form and pass in request.data. We also need to set instance equals user, so that we pass in the information that we already have on the user. So then I can just close it like that and say if form.isValid, form.save, and save. Let's try this again. Edit profile, save changes, nothing, error happens there. Okay. So then I need to send the field to the backend as well. So I can try to save this image so that I have one to test with. Save. And then here I need a select image field. So let's go to the edit profile page. And here I can say avatar. This isn't stored any place, so I can save it like this. And then if I scroll up, I can make a copy of this. Avatar. I think that I need to find a code for this. GitHub Stein Halset. I have already done this in a separate tutorial, and I just want to copy a little bit from that. If I find it, file uploader, nice. So then I just go into that model, and the model is set up correctly. Yes, the form is set up correctly. I can open up the view and the template. The view is just very simple. Okay, I need to import, pass in this as well. Oops, I almost forgot that. So in the API.py, I can say request.files as well. Print request.files, just to see that we get something from the front end. And then in the template, I need to copy a few things here. So the input field for this should look like this. Let me just find edit profile. So I do not want multiple because I only want one avatar, of course. And when we call this, we call a function called select file. I will see if I need this. I don't think so, so let me just remove that. But we say type file, reference file, and class file input can just be taken away. So the input field is very simple. Input type file, ref file. And then I need to do some more changes down here. So Boom, 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 boom. Perform upload. I need to change this to form data, just to make it as simple as I can for us. Then avatar is file, but where do I get this file from? That's from this function which calls this one, and then file is this one. Okay, I need to do a few tests here. Let me just copy this. Then I want to comment out this so I can do a few tests. Console.log this.ref.file, which refers to this ref here. Files, I'm not sure if plural is correct to use here. So let me just choose a file, downloads, save changes, file list, 0 file, so it looks like it is there. Nice. Then I can say 0 instead so that I get the first one. Let me test one more time. Yes, now I have the file there. So that means that I should be able to add this into here. Then we have the form data for that. And then I can say form data dot append name, this dot form dot name. Copy this for the email as well. This dot form dot email. Then I can say console.log and just say form data to look at this. Refresh, select the image, save, form data. Okay, it doesn't look anything there, but that's not important right now. Let's just focus on sending this to the backend. Change this to form data. So let's try this now. If I save changes. Okay, no errors, no errors, no errors. That's okay. This should now probably not be request data, but request post. Print request.post and save. So refresh, edit profile. Just try to save. Okay, this was updated. Refresh, so it's working at least. As you can see here, the multi-value dict is empty, which is the avatar itself. I can just remove this from the form because I don't use it anyway, since I used the ref up here instead of a model. So now we are sending in this, we're sending in this, and we're sending in this. Let me just go back to the template that I had here to see if, yes, as you can see here, I set up the content type in the headers just to let the backend know that there are actually coming other content types than information. Save. Now we can go and refresh. Try to send an image to the server. Save changes. Now you can see here I actually got an image and I got the name and the email. Perfect. So now I have everything that I need. We are putting in the post, we are putting in the files, saving it to this user. So hopefully we actually have an image now. Let me go to the computer and check. So in the way backend folder, I should have an avatars folder where I have the 300 JPEG. I can just go ahead and delete this because I want this to be located in a file called media. So this is actually set up correct, but I need to do some changes in the settings.py. So here I can set the media URL equals media, which is where we are loading the images from, which we can show in the front end. And then I just need to do one more change here, which I always forget, which is the media root. So now everything will be put into the base directory, which is the one where manage.py is. Then you will create a media folder, and in there we get one folder called avatars where the images will be. Let me try one more time. Refresh, edit profile, upload, save changes. Go back here, media, avatars, 300 JPEG. Perfect. So now we have the avatar there. Next step then is to actually load this and show it in the front end. So if I now open up the serializer for the user, then I here can append the avatar, and maybe this will work. Not sure what we get there. So for example, on the profile view, here on the mounted, no, this.user, here we set this.user, console.log, this.user.avatar, save, refresh, then you can see here that we actually get this URL. Nice. But it's /media, which will not work. We need the address for the backend as well here. But if we here said http ://127.001.8000 plus, then it will load the correct one, but this will give a 404. So we need to do one more thing before we can test this. So if I just open up the urls.py here, and that did not have anything correct there. Let's find a different project. Yes, I need to add this in order to serve media files on the development server. So open up urls.py in the way backend and add this there. So now I just need to import static and settings. So from django.conf import settings, then those two went away, then it's just this one, which comes from django.conf.urls.static import static. So if I go back here now, find the image, refresh, it will now show there, and that means that I can show it and use it here as well. Perfect. So let's do that. This.user should now contain the avatar, but this should be automatically added in the backend as well. So we can make a model function for this. Inside the user model, we can say def get avatar self return, then the URL plus self.avatar.url. If self.avatar, we need to check if you actually have this. If not, it can just return an empty string. Now we just need to update the serializer to use this instead. I think that should work. There are no errors. Refresh. No errors, no errors. Perfect. So in the profile view, we can take away this. Since we have access to everything there, if I now scroll up, instead of using this now, let me just take it away first, so we see that it's gone. And then we can say user.avatar, get avatar instead, add the colon there so that we can use values in there. Now this, if I inspect it, you should see that this is loaded from the backend instead. Nice. So we should do the same thing here. Let me just copy this and find out where we do this. Per avatar, not there. Feed view.view, that's a component. Feed item.view, I mean. Then I replace this like that. Save, refresh. Okay, there is something wrong. Cannot read properties of undefined reading get avatar. But that user does not exist, so here we say post.createdby.getAvatar instead. Refresh, and then that was loaded. Let me just see everywhere else that we use this, not the template. That's not necessary to change, but app.vue. Here, okay, I need to find out how to store this in the user store as well. The comments, there we have it. So here it's comment dot created by dot get avatar. People you may know, this is not fixed yet, so they can just be like it is. But in here we need to fix it. So first, here we access the user by saying yes, move this, sorry, into here as well. And then we say user.getAvatar. Oops, it was a little bit doubled. Copy and save. We have 2 more instances in here. And then here it's message.createdBy, and the same thing down here. Message.createdBy.getAvatar. In the friends, this should be the user. So that's correct already, user.getAvatar, but there are more instances. Here it's friendship request.createdBy, and also down here for the friend itself, but here we call it user, so that should be okay. And then on the search we also call the user object user. So then it's only people you may know and your own profile. So let me just test this is working. Those 2 user doesn't have an image, that's okay. But I need to fix the user store. So user.js, we need 1 more field here. Let's edit up here, avatar, default this to null. And we can copy one of these, avatar, avatar. And then set the token, it's not correct. This can be avatar set to null. That should actually be the same for these values, only this should have false. We can then empty the local storage as well, user.avatar. Set user info, avatar, avatar, and store it in the browser, avatar, avatar. Then this is the URL for the avatar, not the avatar itself. So now that that is done, we can update it here and say :src user store.user.avatar and save. So if I refresh, the image is gone. So let me try to log out. If I just find my user, I can't click it any here longer there. Log out. If I now log in again, johndoe@gmail.com, then I'm logged in, but there is something wrong. User info doesn't contain the avatar. Okay, so this is probably in the api.py in the account app, and it's the field we get up here, avatar request.user.avatar.url, or just .getAvatar. So let's try again. Go into my profile, log out, log in, johndoe@gmail.com. Log in one more time, it's not working. Okay, but is the URL setting missing parameter ID? Okay, I got an error in the backend. Okay. Object of type method is not serializable. If If I call it like that, maybe log in, yes, but still didn't get the avatar correct. But I have it there now at least. So set user info. This looks to be okay. And when I console log that, then it is missing there. Store object temp1.name. There it is, temp1.avatar. That's also there. So I have it. Instance.update is not a function. But where the fuck does that come from? Okay, when I refreshed, it was there. The size looks horrible, so I need to fix that. App.view w12 maybe. Yes. Okay, so now we have that image there as well for the avatar. So if I now say pravatar, it's not used anywhere else but here. Let me just try to add one more image for one of the other users. Okay, let me save this. And then if I try to go into one of the other users I have, oops, that didn't work. I need to fix the error messages here soon. There, I was logged in. And if I then go to my own profile, edit profile, choose image, download, save changes, then I have image there. This is not set automatically. Okay. So that's a task for next time. I will set it up here. Set avatar in store when adding, changing avatar, fix error messages in login, sign up. So that's something we will do in the next part. I just want to set this like that. I can save this and I can save this because now this is working. So now we have avatars as well. Hey guys, and welcome back to this part of this tutorial series. Today I'm first going to fix these 3 small tasks. So first I want to increase the post count when we create new posts. I've forgotten to do that, and we can do that here in the post create function. So first I just want to get the user by saying user equals request.user, and then user.post count equals user.post count plus 1, and then just user.save. I want to check if this is correct. So open up the model for the account. Yeah, okay, it was posts count in plural. So then we can save this and test it. So if I refresh now, you can see 2 posts here and 2 posts. Then I can add one more. Testing, post. Now I have 3. If I refresh, this is 3, so the backend is okay. Then I just want to increase this when I add a post here. So if I open up profile view, I can do it here. So this number is the user.posts count. So just scroll down, not send, not send, not get, but this submit form. So here I can say this.user.posts count plus equals 1. So refresh, one more test and post. So now this incremented. Nice. So let's go to the do list and set the first task here to done. Next step is then setting the avatar in the store when adding or changing an avatar. So we already do this in the login. So let me just close a few files and find the login view. So here we actually pass in this information into the user store down here where this is set, but we also need to do this in the edit profile view. So here you can see that we are passing in this information into set user info, but here I want to set the URL for the image we have uploaded. So if I then just open up user.js, I just want to see here. Yes, this will be reset every time we do something here because we are only passing in this. So here I do want to say avatar, and then I can use the information we get from the server, response.data.user.getAvatar. So then I just need to make sure that this information is sent back together with the message here. So if I open up api.py inside the account app, then we have the edit profile. Nice. Let me just remove these two print statements. So here we are sending in this, but we can also send in the user as well. So user, no, we can say serializer equals user serializer. Pass in the user, which is the one we have up here, and then we can set here many. No, many we don't have to set it, but we can now append it here. User serializer.data and save. So I think that should be it. Let me try to edit my profile. Choose image, change back to this one, save changes. So there are no errors. If I refresh, everything seems to be okay. And I can do one more test. Change to this one again, change, and now it was updated there and there, which means that now this is working. Nice. So that means that one more time we can go here and set this task to done. So then we can fix error messages in login/signup. So if I first just log out, go to login, try to log in with the email address that doesn't work, you can see that I'm redirected to the feed page and I'm still not logged in. So this should not work. So if I now go to login view, you can see here why this is happening. As you can see here, this error is this is 0 because we have filled in these two, but we have nothing to catch the error correctly here. So if I open up the console here, you can see that I get the 401 unauthorized back from the server. This should come down here. You can see here that we get an Axios error with message request failed with status error code 401. So instead of continuing here, we should actually show a message to the user. And for this I want to use the toast store. So let's import it. Import use toast store from @stores/toast. Then we can initialize it here. Const toast store equals use toast store, and then pass it in here, toast store. So then we should be able to use that. But how can I prevent it from going from here and down to this? For example, we can do one more check. If I do this now, and then I add this check here as well, and then in here I can send this .errors.push the username, the email or password is incorrect. So then we can actually test this now by going back here, go to the login again, try email address, we know that doesn't exist. Let me see here, the email or password is incorrect, and it's actually enough to show it here. We don't need the toast store for this, so I can just remove this import like that. So now we are showing information here if there is something wrong. So let me just remove this console log. We don't need it. It's just messing up the console here. But now we know that we have a good information here if the user types something wrong. Okay. And then we have to do the same with the sign up. If I go here now, try to sign up, this is working now. That's good. But if I try to send in something like this, click sign up. Okay, I have a simple validation there. The password does not match, so I have the validation locally, and that's good. But what if there is an error that comes back here and is not a part of this? Let me just open up the API so I can look at the code. So I have the sign up here. And if the message is error, then I don't really know what the problem is. So I should get some more information here. Let me just say Django print form errors in Vue. Okay, I'm not on the internet. Okay, that's better. So accessing Django form error message in Vue. Okay, so I can just print it like this. Great. Let me do it here so that I can see what this looks like. And then I can try to sign up with an email that I know exists. And then I need a password here. Sign up. Something went wrong, please try again. And if I go here, you can see I have two different types of validation error. User with this email already exists, and the password is too short. It must contain at least 8 characters. Okay, so I should show these in the front end somewhere. That means that I need to return more than just this message. So maybe I can just return the whole thing. If I now say message equals this, then we can see in the front end what this looks like. So error, blah blah blah, error. Okay, I don't have a console log on this because we are going into this now actually and not this. So here I can say console.log response.data, sign up, try one more time to fill out this, sign up. Okay, that did not, okay, actually get the 500 error. The validation error is not JSON serializable. So I need to fix that. e.message_dict. Okay, I can return it like this. e.message_dict. So I get it as a dictionary. So like that, I think. What is E? That's a validation error. But it's not an exception like it is here. Okay, what if I set safe equals false on this one? Will that work? Let me try. Sign up. Still get a 500 error because it's still not serializable. Okay. Form.errors. What is this then? Then it said something different. So now I get a message. And then it says here, email, user with this email exists and this password error. Nice. So then in the front end, I can loop through this inside here. So for let I equals 0 to create a for loop, I is lower than response.data.message, which is this dictionary here, this one, dot length and I++. Let me try to test this, console.log, and then we get the first one like that. Okay, refresh, so everything is okay. Sign up. Something went wrong. It didn't go into this loop. Why didn't that work? Maybe it's because this was not message dot. Maybe if I convert this to a list, let's try to see it then. Email twice. Sign up view. Okay, so I think it will work because I set 0 there. That will just get the first one in this list, but you have to say I, so I get first number 1 and then number 2 and similar. So then we can console log this again just to test. Sign up. Then you can see email and password. There is something wrong with those two. Great. So how do I extract that information about this? Maybe if I set 0 there, let me just see what I get then. Now then I just get the first letters. Okay, so let me try to print this in the backend. Print message, so I can see what this actually looks like. The information I'm sending forward. Yes, you can see that I'm just sending email and I'm sending password. Okay. So what we can actually do then, if I say .sdata here, maybe I get the whole thing then. Let me see. That didn't work. Sorry. Print message. I forgot that I took this away. Sign up. Go back again. Still just sending in this. Okay. And if I do this, then I get the other error that I did not want. Then I get this one. And now the data looks like this. Okay, how do I do this? Let me try this. .message dict. See if this is working. Sign up. Dict has no attribute message dict, and that's probably because we don't have the same problem as this user here. Okay, maybe this sjson. Let me see if that is working. Yes, that looks a little bit better. So then we can see here that this is something called message inside there. So in the front end now, instead of saying this, let me try to print just this again. Sign up, then I get a whole lot of things here. So maybe I need to say JSON dot is it JSON.parse? That did not look correct. JavaScript parse JSON. JSON.parse. So different from what I did. JSON.parse. Let me see if this is now working. JSON is not defined. Okay, I was doing it correctly. Okay, one more try. So there is something wrong with that JSON. Okay. So what I am returning in this message is not okay. So console.log. Let me just see the whole shebang. Sign up. Okay, so here you can see the whole code that I'm getting. So then I need to go through this. JavaScript loop through JSON. So yes, I agree. So then I can try to say this. Instead, for key in response.data.message console.log key. And if I want to get the value, I think I can say res key, or at least like this. Okay, just remove this then, save now, and let's test. Sign up. That did not work good. At least you can see that it's looping through this. Const JSON data equals json.parse. Pass it in here. Replace this with data and this with data. Okay, hopefully last attempt now. Sign up. JSON is not defined. Fuck this. Parse. Sign up. Now I get email and I got password, and in there we have the message. Nice. Finally. Okay, so then you can see here that I have this, which is the key. The key user with this email already exists. So here I think I can say, let me try to say dot message to see if I can get the message itself. Sign up. Undefined. Darn. Okay, if I get the first value there, one more time, sign up, and now it's there. Perfect. Then I just need the message, so now maybe I can say message. Sorry about all of this back and forth. Now it's looking okay. Nice. So then I can push this information or this error here in where we want it. This dot errors dot push, pass it in there and save. So now it should work. Sign up. User with this email already exists. Okay, so then I need to change that. And this password is too short. It must contain at least 8 characters. Great. So now we have error messages in login and sign up as well. Before I continue, I just want to say thanks to all of my patrons. If you too want to support me, you will find a link in the description below. Okay, so maybe we can work on the change password view. So if I now log in with one of my users, cos@gmail.com, and then go to my profile, then on the edit profile page, maybe here we should have a edit password button or similar. So let me just close everything here, open up the edit profile view. You can put this button wherever you want, but I think this is a okay place to have it. Router link to, let me see, profile edit password. Then edit password, save. You can see that we have that there. Class, you can add underline so it's easy to see that you can click on this. This view doesn't exist, so we need to create it. If I just copy everything here, paste it in a new file and save it as edit password view.vue. Vue. Now we can import this to the router. Just copy this, replace profile here with password, scroll down and edit here. So here's the profile, edit /password, edit password, and we want to use the edit password view. So if I now go back, you can see here we still have this page now, but it's because the code is the same as here. Here we do not want an avatar, we do not want the email and not the name itself, but I want to change this very soon. So here you can change your password, edit password. So that looks better. So then I just need to fix this. So password, and then form.name, no, form.old password. We want to get this also. Your old password. This should be type password. Then I can make a copy of this. Let's say new password. This can just be password 1, your new password, and then last one, repeat password. This can be password 2. Change the placeholder to repeat password and save. So now you have these 3 fields you need to fill out in order to change your password. I need to update this. Old password, default is to empty, password 1 default to empty, and password 2 default to empty. So then I can also open up signup.vue and just copy this very simple validation of the new passwords. Like that, the password doesn't match. And the information I want to send to the back end should be the old password. That should then be this.form.oldpassword. I want to send in password 1 and password 2. Double S, password 1 and password 2. So then the URL can be API edit profile /password, or it can just be /edit password. Information was saved. We don't need to store anything here, and when this is done we can redirect us back to the profile page. I think that's the best. So push /profile and our ID. So profile this.user_store.user.id. I just need to replace this with backticks like that. So I think this should work now. Let's go to the API.py in the account app. Then we should have the edit profile. Let's create one more here. At API view, post, and then def edit password request. Now we first can get the user that we are logged in with, and then we can get the 3 password fields. So old password equals. Actually, before I do this, I want to see if Django has a built-in form for this with validation. So Django change password form. Change password and reset. Let me scroll. Okay, it looks like Django has this built in password change view, but I want to know where this form is coming from. Maybe I can just try to import it directly. from Django.contrib.auth.forms import change password change form. So we can try to look at this by going into the source code, search for this. So here you can see that we are expecting the old password and we are expecting new password 1 and new password 2. Okay, so let's change that in the front end first, so they have the same names as we expect in the backend. And it was old password with underscore. Yes, perfect. So we can do it down here as well. New password 1 and new password 2. New password 1, new password 2. Like that. So now the front end and back end uses the same naming convention. That's very good. So since we have now imported this, it should be very easy to fix. We don't need to do this then. So then we can just say form equals change password change form, pass in request.post, and this request.post is the information that we have added here to the form data. And then we can say instance equals user, which is the one we are logged in with. If form.is valid, then we can say form.save. And if that's the case, then we can return a success message to the front end. We can just say success. And if the form isn't valid, then we want to do the same thing as we did on the other place here. This one. So now we return this instead. So then we can say return JSON response message, put this there, and say safe equals false, and save. So last thing before we can test this is to add this to the account URLs. Just copy this, replace profile these 3 places with password, and save. So no errors there. We can try to use this. I see here that this is for old version of Django, but it still probably the same, this one. Let me try with a different wrong password, see what we get back. The 500 error. Got an unexpected keyword argument instance. Okay. So how do I provide information about the user we want to change? Clean old password. Where is that information? Set password form. Okay, let me just see if I find an example of this. Okay, it's trying to set user like that. User equals request user. Okay, user equals user. Let me see if that works now. Go here again, save changes, still get an error. Got multiple values for argument user. Let me try to set this first. Argument cannot appear after keyword arguments. Okay. So we just pass in the user like that. Still error. User has no attribute get. This is not working as I was hoping. Okay, if I set data equals like that. So data equals and user equals. Try one more time. Save changes. Okay, so now I got this. Your old password was incorrectly. Okay, and the new password is too short and similar. But instead of showing these in only a few seconds, I want to show them on the page. And just like we do on the page here. So here we can loop through the information, copy these 4 lines, go back here, and then it should be in this. We can just remove this toast and say it like this instead. So we can try to do it now. Use a wrong password there. Okay, your old password was entered incorrectly. Please enter it again. This password is too short. It must contain at least 8 characters. Now we can try to fix this. Save changes. Unexpected token success is not valid. It looks like it went through. And then this should just be saved, or success was the keyword we added. Okay, one more time. Now it's probably the new password. Save changes. Now it's redirected here and the information was saved. So now we have the possibility to change the password for the logged in user. Nice. So that means I can set this to done. Okay, so the next task can then be verify your email address on sign up. So what we want to do then is that in the API.py where we create a new user, we have the sign up function somewhere here, there. What we can do here is to just say user equals form.save and user.isActive equals false and user.save. So if I do that, then go here now, log out, try to create a new user, Stein, can just add a random user. Oops. Sign up. The user is registered. Please log in. We need to change this information, but it says success here. So if I then try to find this user in the database by stopping here now and say python mention.py shell from account.models import user, user equals user.object.get email equals the one I just used. Maybe that was the wrong email address. What did I type in? Oh no. Okay. Users equals user.objects.all users. So this is the email address I used. Hit enter. So user.isActive, that is set to false. That means that if I try to log in with the user here, just to run server, it should hopefully not work. etc. The email or password is incorrect, even though the message was that you are not active. So if I go to login.vue, you can add that as well, or the user is not activated. Save. So if I now refresh, try to log in with this user again, then or the user is not activated. So we need to activate it. But before I need to start working on that, we can say here, user was registered, please activate your account by clicking your email link or something similar to that. So what we need to do then is to do some changes to the model for the user. So models.py, we need one field here that should be maybe I don't need to do a change. Maybe I can just send the ID and then the email. So when you click a link, you can be sent to a page where you activate this. Okay, yes, sorry about my blah blah blah. Open up settings.py. We can configure the email server. So Django email backend command line. First we can just set and send emails in the backend, so we can show them in the console. Console. Yes, here we have this. So somewhere here you just say email backend, Django core mail backends console email backend, and when then send emails, they will just show here, so we can see that everything is working. So if I now scroll up somewhere here, here is how we can send a very simple email. Let's just copy this and go to api.py. This is in the core, so that should go in the middle. I like to have these alphabetically, but that's totally up to you what you want. Send email. This should go down here. Send verification email. The subject should be please verify your email. Here is the message. This can be sent from noreply@way.com or whatever your domain will be. You can also use a Gmail and similar. The to address should go to user dot guess this is email field, like that, and then it's the message. The URL for activating your account is, and then we can pass it in here. So here we can just say F like that, and then in here we say URL. So now we need to generate this up here. URL equals, and then it's HTTP 127.0.0.1.8000, which is the one that we have here. Activate email, and then we want to add email equals, pass in user.email, and we want one more field, for example the ID equals user.id. Then just add the F here for format, so we can use variables in the string here. Okay, so now this URL will be put in here, and when you go to this, which has not been created yet, but we will do that very soon. But we can make a test to see that it's working now. Let me try to create one more user. Hello at hello.com. Sign up. Okay, the user is registered. Please activate your account. And if I go here now, you can see that this is the email that was sent to the user now. You see the subject, the email address, and then the message itself. The URL for activating your account is this one. So let's copy this, go here, open up a new tab, and paste it, and hit enter. Now I get this is not found. Okay. So what we can do then is to create this. This is now a Django view and not a view used in the front end. So in views.py here, we can say def activate email request, and then the email we want to activate is request.get email. Default is to empty, and the ID. So now this is the user ID, and this is the email for the user we want to activate. So now you can check that both of this is filled in by saying if email and ID. Now we can try to get this user from the database by saying user equals user.objects.get where email equals email, and comma or actually ID equals ID. So here I get a warning because we need to import this model from .models import user. That's gone now. Print user. Then we just return HTTP response blah blah blah. So we need to import this up here from Django.http import HTTP response, which makes it very easy to just show information here. So if I now try to refresh, that did not work, of course, because I haven't added it to the URLs here. So we can import it here first from .import views. You see this is the API which comes from this file. You can add it at the bottom, path, activate, email. You don't need to think about the parameters up here because this is get parameters and not a part of the URL itself. So views.activate email, name, activate email, and save. So if I now refresh, it's still not working. Activate email, activate. Okay, the URL is supposed to be API/activate email. Okay, that's a little bit dumb. Let's just import this directly to the main URL file in way backend from account.views import activate email. Now we can add it at the bottom there above admin. Activate email, activate email. So now this points directly to this, which goes back into here. So now we can refresh. Now we see this information, which is just a simple string we are printing instead of using this render function you are used to with Django. So you can see here it's printing hello at hello.com because it found the user, and we have these two fields here. So since we now know that the user had that link, we can't just guess this by random. So that means we can say user.isActive equals true and user.save. So then the user is activated because he clicked the email. Then we can say the user is now activated. You can go ahead and log in. If the email and ID isn't filled out, we can say return HTTP response. The parameters is not valid. So if I refresh now, the user is activated. You can go ahead and log in. And if I go to the front end now, we can try to log in with that user. astf@asf.no, I think it was. No, that was not the correct address. I used hello this time. I'm getting old. Log in, and now I was logged in with that user. See here that I get one more weird error that I should probably fix before I continue. And that is one that's probably connected to the one up here. And if I go to app.view, I think it is because this is not always set. But I think if I then is authenticated and then if I put it in there like that, refresh. Okay, now it's not showing at all. Okay, that was wrong of me. Sorry. Take it back. Like that. It's because this user doesn't have a default image, which it should have. Let me just go here, set this to done, and then we can set this as task. A user should have a default avatar, and save. So it's very dumb that this isn't showing anything now. So what should we do if we don't have an image? Then we can go, for example, to placeholder image API, lorem pixum. We can use a default image. That's not the best one. Placeholder. That was not the correct one. Placeholder image generator. We can use whatever we want here actually. So let's just try to take one of these URLs. So if I then go to models.py in the account app where we get this, instead of returning an empty string, we can return this instead. So if I go here now, and if I then just go to my profile, hello, then you can see here that I get an image. I want this to be completely round like that. So now I have a default image there, but it's not set up there. But if I go and log out and log in again, then you can see it's automatically set, and the user error here is gone as well. Perfect. So now this is really starting to look like something. I can set this to done because now this is fixed. Okay, so the next thing I want to work with then is image attachments. So we already have the model for this. If I open up models.py in the post app, you can see here that we have it here, post attachment. This can be an image which will be put into this folder. And then we just need to append it to the attachment here. So we have already done a little bit for this on the avatar for the user. So I think that we can borrow some code there. If I just scroll down and find the edit profile. If I then make a copy of this one, the input type file, and go to feed.view or the profile view, I guess that's where we can post things from. We can take the post and we can take it here. Okay, let's do it here in the profile view. So if I scroll up and find the form, here, let me just add it below there. It doesn't look good now, but we will fix that later when we have made it work. So then I can go back here again, copy the rest of the code we need here. Now I need to use this to sending the information back instead. So let's scroll down and find the submit form. And then we can add the avatar, which should be image, and one more field for the body. So body, this dot body, and then in here we can instead just say form data, which then points to this one. And then here I can say image, and this just takes the first image in the list of image we try to upload. So then I need to add the headers as well, so that the backend understands that we are sending more than just a raw text. Like that. Okay, get the warning there. Forgot to add this curly brace. Like that. That, and that, and that there. Okay. So now that should be taken care of. You don't need to think about anything else with the uploading here. So then we need to do some changes in the backend to handle this, because here we just put it in like this, the post form. So how should we handle if there is some sort of attachment to this? Let me try to say create a class here for this. So class attachment form, pass in model form, set the class meta, model should be the post attachment, this one. And then the fields we want here should be the image. This is added manually afterwards, and this is added automatically by Django. So here we can just say not post attachment but image, sorry, image, like that. Then we need to import the model up here. We can copy this here now, the attachment form, and import it here together with post form. And then below, inside here, I think I can say if request dot files print has files, so that I know this. Then I can say attachment equals, no, I don't want to do it there. First, sorry. Here, post form, this needs to be changed to request.post, since we changed the front end to have this form data instead of just posting it directly. So this should still work. And then I can say attachment form equals attachment form and pass in request.files, and say if attachment form dot is valid, then I can say attachment equals for attachment form dot save, and say commit equals false, because here I need to do the same thing as we do here. Set attachment dot created by is the logged in user, and say attachment dot save. And then just to make it easy to connect these, I say attachment here equals none, and then in here before we save this I say if attachment, then we know that this is valid and that we have an attachment. Post dot, what was the name we call this? Attachments, okay, that's easy. Dot add attachment. So that should be it. Okay, let's try to test this. Choose file, just select one of these, post with image, and post. Post with image, there were no errors. Let me try to see in the Finder if the image is there. So that did not upload to post attachments. Okay, doesn't seem like it was uploaded. Post create. Doesn't seem like that was working. Print request.files, and I can print this. Print attachment form. Print attachment form is valid, and if not we can say print attachment form dot errors. So now we should at least see if there is anything wrong. Let me try one more time. Select an image, post, go back here, then you can see here that the image field is required. Okay, so that's weird. We are calling it image there. In the front end, when we are sending in, we are calling it image. So why is it not working? Because you can see here it's called image, but the error is that the image is not there. Okay, what if I also add request.post to see if that is working? Post. Then I get an error. Foreign key constraint failed. Here you can see that attachment form is valid. Attachment form is valid, but it's also printing. Okay, remove this. Was it valid up here as well? No, here it was wrong. Okay, let me just save now, stop, start again, just so everything is clear. Refresh, try one more time, select an image, post. Okay, so the foreign key constraint failed. That's okay, I will fix that. But you can see here that attachment form is valid. So that means that we got in here. We are setting the attachment to save and commit false. That means that we can set the created by afterwards, which we do here. Created by is request.user, and then we save it. So where does this come from? Line 76, that is this one, post.attachment.add. Attachments, it's this one, which refers to this one, and this one refers to that one, so that should be okay. Print attachment, just want to see what this is. Why isn't this correct? Try to post again. So up here it says post attachment, so it looks like the post attachment is created. If I go here, we have a new folder with some new images, which means that this is created. We go down here, but this is not correct. Maybe if I go down here below, and that makes sense actually, because when we had it like this, since we set commit false, the post isn't created when I try to go into this. So I need to set this afterwards. So then I can set it like that. Scroll down, try one last time, post, and now this was reset. And we got information back. Everything is okay here. Nice. So let me just take this away, take this away, take this away, because now we should have a post with an image. For example, this one. So that means that I just need to do some changes to the serializer, the post serializer. Here we need to create a serializer for the post attachments. Class post attachment serializer, serializer.model serializer, set the class meta. Here we can set the model to post attachment, of course, and the fields we want is ID and image. So that means that down here we can also do it here. Attachments equals post attachment serializer, read only equals true, and many equals true, because we want this to be a list. Then we can add it at the list down here and save. Actually, we need this same thing down here on the post detail when we're going to the detail page of a post. So now it's available there, so we should be able to show an image there. So if I go to feed item.view. Above the body, we can say template v-if post.attachments.length. Since this is a list, just want to set something there. Okay, so now you can see that we get an ASDF. Add some more. You can see that we get this there because this post has an image. Nice. Okay, so here I can now say img v-4 image in post.attachments v bind key image.id and colon source, so that we can use JavaScript in here. And you can just say image.url or image.image.url. Maybe that's correct. We will test. And then class rounded-xl. So we get rounded corners on the image. So that did not work. Okay. Let me see if there is anything here that makes sense. Okay, you can see that we try to insert an image, but the source is empty. Posts. Let me save one of these. Attachments is empty. Maybe it's this one. Attachment. There we have the image. Media post. Okay, we are close. Just open up the models.py in the account. We need a similar function to this one. Get avatar. So open up the models.py again in the post. Get image. If self.image, then we return self.image.url. Else we can just return an empty string. And then we can go to the serializer, scroll to the top and say get image instead of just image. Go back here and say image.get image and save. Hopefully refresh, and now we have the image there. Perfect. Maybe we should show this in full width and have a little bit space below. So W full and B 4. Nice. Let me try one more post, one more. Add the other image we have, post, and then it was added down here automatically. Perfect. And if I try to go into the detail page, it's also showing here. Nice. So now we actually have image upload for the post. I just want to do one more thing. And that is that if I go to the feed, the image upload isn't working here, so we need to fix that. But I want it to look a little bit better and just use this. So the best way to do this, I think I need to Google. Okay, so here, styling upload field, upload file input. So how do we do that? Typically this, you don't need JavaScript, but let me see what this looks like, blah blah blah. Okay, let me see what this answer says instead. That was just scrolled up a little bit. You could also wrap the entire, okay, let me just copy this. Go back here, scroll up again where we are having this, paste it, go back here, and then we can copy this code, display none. If you just scroll above here, we can say style, like that, and copy this, and paste and save. So if I go back, it looks a little bit better. We just need to fix it so it looks like this instead. So what we need to do in order to make that work, Maybe I can just copy the classes for this. Maybe that can work. Oh yes, that looks great. So nice. Then we can just move over the ref to this one, remove that close and say attach image. Now we can remove this and we can remove that and save. So if I now click this, we can select image. Now we don't see it anywhere here. So what would be cool then is to show a preview image here. So let me just close a few of these. Very much here. I don't need any more. JavaScript show preview input type file. How to preview selected image. Okay. We don't use jQuery. Yuck. Here you can see how we can do this with pure JavaScript, but maybe we can search Vue to see if we get a good example using Vue, which is a little bit better. Please keep in mind we can't use TIFF. No, that's okay. On file change. Okay, first we can add another URL to the data here, and then we create a new method. So scroll down inside the methods here, const file is that one, this.url equals the URL to that image locally, and then we create one more div there. Nice, that seemed to go very well. Just scroll. Where do we want this? Maybe we just have it below the image or the text area. So I think this vif should go on this instead, so that we don't show the div unless there is a preview. So let's save this and just test it. Attach image 300. No, that will not work, of course, because I haven't connected this here to the file change. So at change, then we want to call the method we just added, which is called on file change. Save, refresh just to make sure everything is okay. Select an image and then it was added there. Nice, but it's a little bit too big. We can probably specify something here. Class. You can set the width to B or W and then 100 pixels. This is how you hard code something in Tailwind. And then rounded XL. Oh wow, much better. Little bit space up to the text area. MT2. Maybe MT3. So it's same there as there. Okay. So that looks good. If I try to change this, it will be that image instead. Okay. Testing. Post. Then it was added there. Nice. I see that this is reset when we click post. I want to do the same thing with the image as well. So if I scroll down, then I can probably just say this.refs.file.files 0 equals null. Or something like that. Let's try it. Attach image, select one, post. That was not corrected. Index is not supported. Okay, JavaScript reset this, or let's say view reset, like that. How to clear input, great. This refs file upload value equals null, so I was almost correct. Refresh, try one more time, post, no. This refs dot value, the value maybe for that one. No, that did not work. Okay, maybe that just reset. This to the refs.file reset, save, refresh, test one more time, post. No, this is not the function. Input value equals null. But why doesn't it work? This.refs.file.value equals null. I thought I already tested it. Refresh, select an image, post. No, it is not. Okay, maybe it actually is reset, but I need to hide the HTML. So I can set this.url also to null. That is probably it. Okay, last attempt. Attach image, post, yes. So now that is working as well. Nice. So then I can go here and set this to done. So now we have images as well for the posts. Nice. In this part we are going to start working on the notifications. So for example, if you get a friend request, someone accepts your friend request and similar, I want to show a notification here. Maybe there's also some other notifications we can add as well. For example, when we get a comment or when we get a like on one of our posts. Anyway, let's begin with setting up the database model and an app for this. So if I now go to the command line, then I can stop the web server and create a new app called Python mentioned.py start app notification and hit enter. So if I then go to Visual Studio Code where I have the code, I can find the app somewhere here. So if I then go to Visual Studio Code where I have the code, then I can open up models.py inside the notification app. Then here I want to begin by importing UUID. So we have that. And then I can import the user model. So from account.models import user. And then down here I can create the model for a notification. So class notification, pass in models.model. First I can paste in the code for the ID field, and I want to have a field for who created this. So created by equals models.foreign key user. Related name can be set to created notifications, and on delete we just said models.cascade. So if we delete the user, we also delete all of its notifications, or all the notifications connected to this user. And then I want a content field or a body field, models.text field. This is where I want to store the information about what it is and similar. So I want to have a function for generating the information that we're going to see in the notification. And then this is then who it was created by, but we need to know who it was created for as well. So created for equals models.foreign key, set the user, and the related name can be received notifications, and I just paste everything at the end there. Then I want to know when it was created, so created at equals models.date time field, and set this to auto now add equals true. And the last thing I want to add here now is a field for is read, so that we can mark it as read when you have opened the page notifications and maybe even clicked on it. So then here we say model.boolean field default can be false. Maybe I should also add a few constants here so that I know what type of notification this is. For example, if it is a friend request, then we can store friend request in the database. If it's a post like, then we can store post like, or if it's a post comment, or we can say new friend request, and maybe we should have one for accepted. And a last one for rejected. And then I noticed here that I have a reference by for and who it was created for, but if it is a post, I would also like the ID for this. So we can add a post ID field here equals models dot integer field. No, this has to be a char field since it's probably a UU value. Okay, so we can actually have it a UU field to make it as easy as possible. And then this can be blank equals true and null equals true in case it's a friend request, then we don't have a post ID. Or if we want to make it even easier for us, we can just say post and make this a foreign key. And then the foreign key should go to the post, and the related name can be actually we don't need a related name for this, but we can set on delete to models.cascade like that. So then I just need to import this, so from post.models import post, and then we have it here as well, and this does not need to be filled out. So then we just need to add this as well. So choices type of notification equals create a tuple new friend request or accepted friend request accepted, just paste it in from there, or rejected post like and post comment. So I guess there are a lot of different ways we could implement notifications, but this is how I have done it previously, so that's just the way I want to do it now as well. So below the isRead we can set type of notification to models.char field. Can set the max length to be 50, and the choices to choose between is this tuple here, and I do not think we need a default here. That just has to be added, and it's then a required field. Okay, so let's update the database. Python manage.py start app. Sorry, not start app, but make migrations. No changes detected because I did a mistake. I forgot to add it to the settings list in here for the installed apps. Notification. Save. Let's go back and try again. And now you get the new model notification. Nice. Python manage.py migrate. Okay, I just want to move this task up out of the roadmap so that I have it here. Create app, this is done. Set up database model, that is done, and that is done. And what should now be the next step? Well, I think I want to create a utility function inside there. Create function for creating a notification. And then I also want it possible to load notifications on the notification page. Make it possible to click a notification, mark a notification as read. So then we need to create a function for creating a notification. So I have the notification app here, and then I can create a new file called utils.py. I don't think this is good to have in the views and not one of the other files as well, so that's why I create a file called utils.py. And then here I can import the notification model, so from .models import notification, and then I just create a function def create notification, and then I want to check here what type of notification we are creating. Based on that, I can understand what we are going to put into the body. So I can copy these fields just so that I have them here. So it's a little bit easier to keep track of everything. So the ID can just be removed from here, and also the is read. And the created at will also be added automatically, but these 5 fields here needs to be added manually by me. So here I can say notification equals notification.objects.create, and then this is then definitely created by the request.user equals request.user, and then you see here this is missing now. So what I can do then is to up here say created for, and then just replace it down here like that. Or maybe it's just best to get the request parameter here and just still use request.user. So that means that now I can remove this field as well. And then I need to start figuring out how to handle these here. So the type of notification should come in a post. Okay, so let's begin with the type of notification. If I add that here as a parameter, then I can set here type of notification equals type of notification. So the way we are going to call this function will now be create notification, pass in the request parameter, and this, which will be a string, for example, post like. And then I can down here say if type of notification equals post like, then I know that the body will be something like pass in the user here, request.user.name liked, sorry, this should go out here, liked one of your posts. And then this is now the body for this one. Elif type of notification equals post comment. Then the body will be very similar. We can just say commented on one of your posts. Or if it is Elif type of notification is new friend request, then the body should be the name of that, want or sent you a friend request. And then we can say here if type of notification is accepted friend request, then this is of course the one who accepts or denied. Then I can say accepted your friend request, or if it's rejected, then we can say rejected your friend request, accepted, like that. So now we have all of different types here. That means that down here I can now say body equals body, and the body we get from one of these. So let's remove this one now to move this up, so I have it more or less like the same ordering as down here. Type of notification is also added. And then we need to figure out how we're going to get these two fields here. If it is a post like, then we should get the ID from somewhere up here. So we can say post ID equals null or none, so it's defaulted to none, which means that then I think I can say down here post equals post ID, or post ID equals post ID, because you can set directly the post ID and not refer to the post itself. And then last but not least, it's the created for. So then we know who the owner of the post is. So here I can say created for equals none, just so I have it there. Created for equals, I think here I can say post equals post.objects.get pk equals post ID. And then I just need this model as well. So from post.models import post. Here we need to pass in something, for example, one of the UUIDs, which looks similar to this at least. Like that. Created for will then be post.created by, that's the owner of the post, which this user now has liked. And the same thing down here. And then we have the friend request. Let me pass that in here. Friend request ID equals none. So that means that down here I can say friend request equals friend request. Let me import this model as well. From account.models import friendship request. .objects.get pk equals friendship request ID. And then I can just say that created for equals friendship request, not created by. Just need to check it out what I had there. Account. This is then created for. So if I just copy this for this and this, then I can down here say created for equals created for. So that means that now the notification should be created. We also need one more here at the end there. So this doesn't look very good, so I will have to clean it up a little bit, but at least we can now test it. So here we can then say return notification, just so that we have done something here. So now it's time to use this. Let's begin by testing it for a post like. So if I open up api.py inside the post app, we can import the function we just created. From notification.utils import create notification, and this is then used like this. So if I scroll down at the post list, post data, post create, no, post like, Then here I can call this and say notification equals create notification. This is a post like, and we pass in the request parameter. Now this is then the value for the post ID. So here I just want to say post.id, which refers to this one, or I could just pass in post or pk. Then it's the friendship request ID that can just be null now, so we don't have to have it there like that. Then think if I say post ID equals, just to make sure that I point to this one. Let's try this one now. Go back and refresh. There is something wrong. I have not run the server. Refresh. Okay, there is something wrong. I'm unauthorized. Let me try to log in. So that worked. So there is no errors now. Let me try to like this post. 1. Go back here. There is nothing. If I refresh, it still has 1 likes, which means that liking at least is still working. Let me try to see if it exists. So Python mentioned by shell from notification.models import notification. Notifications equals notification.objects.all. Then you can just print from here. Then you can see here that we have 1 notification object. So .first body coded Stein liked one of your posts. Nice. Or I can see which post ID this is. I can see created by, which should refer to the user that I'm logged in with. Nice. So that means that this is looking like it's working. So for now we can set this to done, and then we want to load the notifications on the notification page. Let's begin by setting up the serializer for this. So I just want to make a copy of this just so that I have something I can work with. Go to notification app and create a new file, serializers.py, and paste. So here I want to import the notification, of course. The model I want to use is notification, and I want this to be a notification serializer. The fields I want to get here is ID, and I want to get the body. For now, that's enough. I know that I want more of these fields, for example, who created it and similar, but for now it can just be like it is. And then we can create a new API file, api.py. From .serializers import notification serializer, and from .models import notification. Then I just need to go to the API here and import the Django JSON response and the decorators from the REST framework. Paste it in like this. Then we can create the view. So at API view, there should just be a get view. Def notifications equals, pass in the request parameter. And then here I want to get all of the notifications that belongs to me. So that means that I should be able to use the received notifications. So receive notifications equals notification dot not that, but request dot user dot receive notifications dot filter is red equals false, because I don't want to get the ones that is red. So then I can say serializer equals notification serializer, pass in these objects that we got from the database, and then say many equals true, because this is a list of objects we want. Then we can say return JSON response and just say serializer.data save equals false. So that's everything we need there for now. Then we just need a urls.py file. urls.py from Django.urls import path. And we can import the API views from .import API and URL patterns list path. And when this is empty, I want to use API.notifications, set the name to notifications and save. Last step then for the backend is to open up the main urls.py file in the way backend and take one of these notifications and point to the correct one, which is notification.urls. So when the address is API/notifications, we will be using this view to trigger the view we just created here, which will return this data. Okay, so then we have done everything we need in the backend for now. So let's find the front end and create a new view. Don't think we have anything for this. No. So notifications view.view. Here we can just add the template tag with some information inside so that we can add it to the router and test that it is working. Paste it, notifications, name notifications, and we want to use the notifications view. And if I scroll up, we just need to import this notification view from /views/notifications view.view. Okay, so if I now open up the app.view, we can add this up here. That's the last one here. So router link to /notifications and close the link correctly like that, remove it there. So if I now go back and refresh, the server is not running, which means that I need to log in again. Okay, so if I click here now, you can see this text that I added there. Okay, so the next step then is to set up the script for pulling the notifications. So we can set the script. First we can import Axios from Axios and set the export default name notifications. Then we can set up the data array, return notifications, which can be an empty list. And when we are mounting this, we should just call this.get notifications. Then we can create that view or method in the methods list. Get notifications, and in here we want to call or use Axios. So Axios.get /API/notifications/ then we will get the response back from the backend. We can say console.log response. So we can take a look at this response.data, and if there are an error, we just say catch error fat arrow function console.log error and error. So now if I go back here and refresh, you can see down here that I actually got one notification. You can see the ID and the body of it. Perfect. So then I want to show it here somehow. So I don't have a design for these, so let's just try to make something quick. I think that I can copy a little bit from the feed view. If I scroll up, I can take this one and I can take this one. And Actually, let me copy everything down to here. And then in here, I paste it and close this div. And I do not need this form, so that can just be taken away firstly. And here, instead of saying for post in post, I say notification in notifications. And I want to use the notification.id. I don't have a feed item, but let me just add some text here to see that the loop is working. That did not seem to be working, no, because you need to say this.notifications equals response.data. So then we get one notification here. Great. So then in there we can show the body. For example, notification.body. Then you can see here that Stein liked one of your posts. Here I want a button so I can click that to be sent to this specific post. I can set a template tag here. Template if notification dot. Then I want to check what type of notification it is. So if it's a post like or a post comment, equals post like, or notification dot type of notification equals post comment. Then I want to show a specific button. Router link to, let me just take it to the front page right now. Actually, when I think about it, I don't want to use a router link here. Here I want to use a button at click, read notification, pass in the notification.id. Oops, typo, like that. And then go to post. So then I can create this function very quickly. Down in the methods, we set this below the get notifications. Here we just pass in the ID. Console.log read notification. Sorry, this was supposed to be a string and ID. Okay, so what I want to use this function for is to tell the backend that I have read this notification, and when that is done, I want to redirect the user to the post or the friends page. So then I think I can save this, go back, refresh. No, I don't have this inside the serializer, so let's add it like that. Refresh. Hope that should do it. Type of notification is post underscore like. Okay, let me just rename this to underscores, just so that everything is okay. But why was it stored like that? Open up the API pie here. Post like. Yes, that's why it was stored like this and not without the underscore, but that's okay. We can have with, just so it's a little bit easier actually also to see it here, what I mean. So then I can go back here again and rename to post underscore like, post underscore comment, save, refresh, and it's still not working. Type of notification, post like, then you have this go to post. You can add a class underline, just so it's easy to see that this is a link. And if I click this now, you will see down in the corner here, read notification, and then the ID of this notification. So then we can do one more check. Just copy this. Actually, we can pass in the notification itself to that function. Notification, and say notification.id. Then if the notification type of notification is one of these two, then I know that I want to redirect the user to a post page. Redirect to post page. Else, then I know that it is a friend request related things, so then redirect to friends page. Okay, so then I can do one more thing in the back end, and that is to create the view for reading a notification. So at API view, set this to post def read notification request, and then we need to get the notification based on the ID we are putting in here. So notification equals notification.objects.get primary key equals primary key. If this is also created for you, so filter created for equals request.user, so that you can't put anyone else's notification as read. Notification.isRead equals true, and notification.save. Then we can just return a very simple message, notification read. Okay, so let's import this to the urls.py file inside the notification app, path, read, and then in here we can pass in UUID called primary key. Then we want to call the API.read notification and set the name to read notification. So now we have a way of setting notification as marked as read, which means that when we call this function again, we won't get it one more time to show it in the front end. So that's good. So that means that I just need to tell the backend about this. So if I go to the notification view, then here I want to say it. So Axios.post/API/notifications/read and then the ID. I think this was correct. Read and then the ID. Then I just use the dollars and curly brace notification.id. Remember the slash at the end there, and replace these with backticks so that we can use variables inside here. Just copy these lines from up here, and we can just console log the data. So if there is an error, I don't want to do this, and I don't want to do this before this is finished. And to do that, we can set this function to be async for asynchronous, and we want to await for this to finish before we continue going down here. Or I can actually just take it from there, paste it in there. Then I definitely know that we won't redirect us to the correct page before this. So let me try to refresh. Click that one. Then we can say notification read. It was posted there, and if I refresh now, it's gone from here. Nice. So then it's just a matter of fixing the redirect. So to redirect to the post page, we can say this.router.push, and here we want to go to the route called, I need to find this, just open up the router file. Here we want to go to this one, post view, where we pass in an ID. So then we need to set the params ID, and here we say notification.post_ID. And this is still not available, so in the serializer we need to add the post ID here. Save. So that means that now this should work. Next is the redirect for the friends. So this.router.push name for this one is friends. There we need to pass in an ID as well. And this should be found inside the notification dot created by ID. This is also not available in the serializer, so let's add it there and save. So I think that I can test this one more time now. Go here and click like. Okay, I have already liked that, so let me like this. Go to notification and then have this one. So when I click this, I should hopefully be sent to that specific post. Yes, that is working. Perfect. So now I have a way of clicking those as well. So what we need to do then is to find the post view. No, sorry, not the post view, but the API file in the post here, where we create notification for the post like. We need to do the same thing down here for the comment. Post, comment, and save. So if I now just copy this, we can do the same thing in api.py for the account. First we can import that function we created. So from notification.utils import create notification. And then we can find where we create send friendship request. Down here we can say new friendship request. I think that was what we called it. No, just new friend request. Here we do not use the post ID. If you remember, here we pass in the friend request ID. So let me go back here, paste it like that, and then we can here say friend request equals, and then we say ID like that. This, sorry, is this one, and then we pass in the friend request.id, which is just created up here. So if I scroll down, you can see here this is where we accept a friend request. Copy this one, then we can add this at the bottom. And instead of, sorry, this was supposed to be new underscore friend request. So rename it here, here, and here. There, accepted friend request. I just want to see that in the models we have the same name there. Accepted friend request, perfect. Okay, so back here now, I can pass in that accepted friend request. And friendship request.id is the one we are posting in there. So refresh now, and then go to the search for Stein. Who am I logged in with now? I'm logged in with code with Stein. I don't think I'm a friend with Mr. John Doe. So send friendship request, and then hopefully if I can go and log in with him, just log out johndoe@gmail.com. Then on the notification page, code with Stein sent you a friend request. That's perfect. So if I then can go to the notifications view, then I want to have a similar button here as we had on the other way. So let me just copy, paste. Here I can just say v-else. I could just use the same buttons and say read more instead actually. So then I don't have to use this test or similar. So save now. Then if I click this now, I should hopefully be sent to the friend request page. Yes, so you can see here. There was supposed to be a friend request. Okay, no, I was sent to the wrong place now. Okay, so now the notification is gone, of course. I should be sent to my own friend page, of course. So instead of saying this, I can actually just say created for ID. So copy this, go to the serializer for the notification and replace it like that. So that's actually everything I need. Maybe I should show information here now that you don't have any notifications. So if notification.length, and then I can copy one of these, else, you don't have any unread notifications. Okay, great. So now if I go to the to-do list, I can set this to done, this to done, this to done, and this to done, and now we have notifications in our app. Perfect. In this part we're going to work with suggest friends, or this people you may know. So I'm not quite sure how I want to do this, but I think that I need to do something in the models.py. And I think it has to be a little bit similar to the trends. If you remember that we have a separate table or a model just for that. Or maybe we can add a extra field to the user model. That's actually probably better. So people you may know equals, and then we use this one as well. So what I want to do then is just like for the trends, that we just loop through everyone you have as a friend, and then we go through each of those people's friends. And if you don't have them as a friend, then we can append it to this list, and we can do it once per day, or maybe if you once you create a new friendship and similar. So now we have done that at least. So let's update the database, make migrations and migrate. So then I can run the server again. Okay, so then I want to create a script for this. So let me find the scripts folder and then the generate trends. So I can make a copy of this and say generate friend suggestions.py and paste it. So then I can just remove everything down here, and the thing I want to import is from account.models. I want to import user. So this can just be like it is. Maybe I need something of this, so it can just be like that. But first I want to get all of the users from the database. Users equals user.objects.all. Now we can loop through them by saying for user in users print user and save. So then here I can just stop the server and say Python script generate friend suggestions. So you can see that I have 5 different users in my database. So how should I now do this? For example, I can set, first I want to reset the user dot friend, what did I call it? People you may know, of course, yes. So I want to reset this. So how to do that? I need to Google Django reset many to many field. Empty, kanske. How do I make field optional? No. I want to delete it. Remove all relations. That's probably what I want. You will need a clear, by using clear or remove, whichever suits you. So my object.relations.clear. We can try it out, see if there are no errors. No. So clear the suggestion list. And then I can say we want to loop through all of your friends. So for friend in user.friends.all. So here we just loop through everyone that you have in this list. Then we can say print friend so that we can see if I have any suggestions. Yes, friend, this one, this is a friend. But who is this a friend for? Okay, I need to print this first. So code with Stein has one friend. This has one friend, no friend, no friend, and no friend. Okay. I should actually just log in and make sure that, for example, this is friend with John Doe. So I can do this in the console by saying Python mentioned by shell from account.models import user user us1 equals user.objects.get where email equals John Doe, us2 equals user.objects.get where email is this one, email equals us.friend us1.friends.add us2. Nice. us1.friends count equals, just want to increment this as well, plus 1 us1.save us2.friends count. We want to update this as well, us2.friends count plus 1 and us2.save. So then that should be okay. So if I now run this again, you can see that this has 2 friends, he has 1 friend, and John has 1 friend. So in theory, what I want to do now is that when I run this script for this user, I want John Doe to be recommended as a friend for codewithstein@gmail.com. So then I think here I can say if friend not in okay, no, that's probably not. If user not in friend.friends.all print suggest me. Just want to see if this is working. There is no thing. Let me see if that work. Yes, just me, but that's not correct, because what I want to do here is to check that if the current user is not one of your friends. Just add some more comments here so it's a little bit easier to follow. Find friends for this user. already friend with. Okay, so let me just run this now. So now we can say find friends with this, already friends with, find friends for, already friends. So that's a little bit easier to follow along with. And then at the end here, I can add an empty print statement, so I have space between them as well. So now the point is to check that if this user isn't one of my friends, then I want him suggested. Or to be more clear, if this friend isn't one of his user's friends, then I want to add. Okay, so I found the solution. This might not be very good since I'm actually using a for loop inside a for loop with a for loop in that loop again. Not very efficient, so I will need to see if I can optimize it somehow. But for now, what I do is to first clear the list of suggestions that you already have, and then I want to find the friends for this user. And then for this user, I loop through all of the friends I have and say that I'm friend with this user. And then I check if the friends, for example, this user's friends, I loop through them and check that if that user is not in the original user's friends and that friend is not me, then I want to suggest this user. So you can see here, find friends for Code with Stein. He is friend with Code with Stein or cvs@gmail.com. And CVS is friend with John Doe. So here, this should be suggested. Same down here, find for John Doe. He is friend with this user. And then Code with Stein at Gmail is the one that is suggested. So down here, I can actually say user.people you may know.add, and then I just pass in this one and save. So if I now run this, then this user should have a suggestion, and also John Doe should have a suggestion. So let me try to run the server again now. Go to the Vite app, and then you can see here, these are hard-coded. So let's fix that. I'm currently logged in with John Doe, so it should be easy to see if I can get the user there. So to do this, I want to go into the views and create, into api.py and create a separate view for getting the suggested friends. So at API view, get def for my friendship suggestions. Pass in the request parameter like that. And then here I can get the data here. For example, I can just say serializer equals. Here we want to use the user serializer that we already have. This contains all of the information that we need. So there we can pass in request.user. Then we just say people you may know .all and set many equals true because this is a list of users. And then we can say return JSON response, pass in serializer.data and set safe equals true, safe equals false. Then we just need to add this to the urls.py inside the account app. So path, maybe friends/suggested, api.myFriendshipSuggestions, name myFriendshipSuggestions. So then I need to load this. So if I now find the component for this, people you may know, then I can first just remove two of these, which is hard coded, and you can set up the script. First we can import Axios, so import Axios from Axios, export default like that, and then we set up the data, return, and then we can have an array called users. It's very simple. And when this is mounted, we can say this.get friend suggestions. Set up the methods list and this method here. Then we can just say axios.get /API/friends/suggested/ then we get some information back, so then the response, lowercase r, like that, and then we can say console.log response.data, so we can look at what we are getting and then just catch the error and show it in the console. Error, oops, comma, error, and save. So let's go back now. Here I get the 500 internal server error. Method object is not iterable. Okay, so this is not iterable. Why? Okay, need to add that there, I think. Maybe it's not the solution, but it was. So then I can see there, people you may know. Here I get one suggested user, as you can see here, with the avatar and the ID, the name and similar, and everything that we need to have there. So open up this component again. Instead of then I can set this to be a loop v for user in users v-bind :key user.id. Then we can show the real name here, user.name. We can have the avatar, user.get avatar. Just set the colon there. That is not working. No, one more time, I forgot to say this.users equals response.data. And then we have it here. The avatar, the name, then we just need to fix this link, which should be a router link to. And we want this to go to the route named profile, and then we can say comma params id user.id. We just need to close this router link and save. So, whoops, if you look down at the left corner, this is not working because I forgot to add the comma there. So now click here, Stein Helset. Nice. Okay, so that means that now I can go to the to-do list and set this task to done. And one thing I want to fix before I quit today's part is that since there already is if there already is a friendship request, then I do not want to show this button. So we can do this a couple of different ways. By the way, this file needs to be run on the server just like this file, and I will show that when we are deploying this project later. So if I then just close everything here and find the api.py, we should have a view called, not one of these, friends, no. If I go to profile.view, what are we loading? Posts profile. Okay, so we get the user inside there. So that is how we get the user. So let me open up api.py in the post here. So then I can find the post detail. No, it's the post list. No, sorry. Posts profile. It's this one. Here is where I get the user inside the serializer. Okay, so here I should have something information about if there is a friendship request or not. So I would love to have a model function for this on the user, but that is not possible. So how should I do this? For example, I can create one more variable down here and then just very easy say if need to load the model first, so friendship request. Then we can create a variable can send friendship request equals maybe you can default this to true. And then we can see first of all if you are already friends. If request.user in user.friends.all, then this should be set to false. But also if there is a friendship request pending with you two in it, then we should also set this to false. So if friendship request dot let me try to see how I have done this earlier. If I open up the API pie in the account, then I have done a check somewhere here. Yes, you can see here I have these two checks to see if there is a friendship request, and I can have this here as well now. So let me just paste both of these. So if one of these two are true, then can send friendship request equals false. Copy this, go here and paste it in like that. So that means that now this should be available somewhere in the front end here. You can see I can send friendship request to Stein has it because we are not friends. But if I click it and refresh, then we can see that it's now false. Perfect. So in the profile view, I can create just one more variable here and then default this to null. And when we get the user, just like we do here on the get feed, I can say this dot can send friendship request equals response dot data dot can send friendship request. So then that should be okay. And if I now just scroll up and find that button, which is somewhere here, send friendship request. So you cannot send to yourself, and can send friendship request has to be true. So I think I can send it like that. Let me try to search for nothing and then just go into one user, and here I can send. Perfect. And when I send a friendship request, I want to set this to false as well. So let me scroll down, and then here I can say this dot can send friendship equals false, just so that when I click this, it's gone and the request was sent. Perfect. So that means that now I can go. Yes, okay, I didn't have a task for that, but anyway, it's now done. I have created a few new tasks since the previous part. First, I want to make it possible to set posts as public or private. And if they're private, only you or your followers should be able to find this. I also want to make it possible to post directly from the feed. Right now, I know that this doesn't work. So if I go into here, post something, then you can see that the body is missing. But on the profile page, it is working. So that's something I want to fix, and I want to combine this form and that functionality into a component so it's reusable. Then I want to prepare a few things for the deployment. I want to have different or separate settings file. I don't want to hard code the URLs, etc. So let's begin by making it possible to set posts as public or private. So if we then open up the models.py for the post app, then we can have it inside here somewhere. For example, we can say is private equals models.boolean field, default is to false. So then we have the database field for this, and we can update the database. So let's just go to the command line, stop the web server, and say python manage.py make migrations, and python manage.py migrate. Great. So now we can run the server again. So what we then need to think about is that somewhere here we should have a toggle to set if this is private or not. So maybe I should just have a checkbox here or similar. So let's open up the profile view.view. And if I then scroll up to the form, then you can see that we have it here. So below this text area, which is this one, we can have it. So then say create a label, and then input type checkbox, and we can create a v model for this and just call it is private. And then after the input here we can say private. Save, go back, and since we put the input field inside the label, you can actually just click here and don't necessarily need to click there. So now we can toggle this. Then we just need to create this variable down in the data array. So inside below the body we can say is private, default is to be false. And then we need to make sure that when we are sending this information to the backend, here in this submit form, we are passing it on. So form data.append is private, this dot is private. And also when the upload or posting is finished, we can reset this. So this dot is private equals false. So then we can save that. And if I then open up the API.view, because we need to handle this in the backend as well. So in this post create, we have the form here where I just pass in the request post, so it should be okay there. We just need to fix this form. So open up forms.py in the post app, and then together with body we can say is private and save. So then we can test this, just to refresh, open up the inspector so we can look for errors. First private post test, private and post. So there are no errors, nothing here either. So it looks like this was working. So now I just want to get this data so we can show here in the front end if this is private or not as well. So let's open up the serializers.py in the post app. And then here where we get this information, we can just say is private and save. So then it should be available here. So if I go back to profile view, we are including the feed item, and that's the place we need to fix this. So open up feed item.view, and then we can just show it together with the posts here. So now we can just show it together with the likes, comments, and now we can have a text here if it's private or not. So we have the likes and the comments, and then at the end here you can say div v if post.is private is private. Oops, remove that one. Then you can see here this is private, and that's not on any of these else, so it was working. Let me just copy these classes here as well, paste, and then these should be on the same line. So this div up here should also have the items center, save, and that looks better. Maybe we should have an icon as well, so let's go to hero icons, search for private. Yeah, that could work. And then in here we paste it above the label or the text and fix indentations. Go back here. Oops, these should be on the same line, of course. So let's just copy these classes as well, paste it here on the div around these two, and then we have it there. Nice. I just want, there should be some space there, so if I add a span, there. Nice. So now it's very easy to see if your posts are private or not. And I just noticed that I have these here, and that was because I want to make it possible to toggle a little modal here to report posts and similar. So that's something I need to add to the to-do list. Make it possible to delete a post, and make it possible to report a post. So that's two things I want to have here. Anyways, let's continue and make it this possible, because now we can set it as possible and you can see if it's possible, private or public. So now I want to make sure that if someone who's not my friend search for this, they should not see it in the search. So I can see it here if I search now. Let me just see who my friends are. Oops. John and Stein. Okay, let's log out and log in. Sorry, I need to create a new user. Jake at gmail.com. Okay, user is registered. Please activate. I can't activate, but if I just go to this address, the user is now activated. So then I can use this, jake at gmail.com, and then the password I used, log in. Nice. So if I go here now, search for private, yes, then you can see I get this, but I shouldn't be able to do that because this is set as private. So then I can just close everything and open up api.py in the post app again. So then in the list here, where we get all of these posts, then you only get posts from your friends, so that's okay. Here should we also do the same thing? Should be able to go directly to a post which one of your friends hasn't posted. So let's copy this here and paste it here so we can do a check. And then instead of saying it like this, we can say post and just move this up here. So now we filter it based on the user ID, and then we get it based on the primary key. Because here it doesn't matter. If you're a friend, then you get the post. If not, you can't. No matter what. If it's okay, yes, if it's public, you should get it anyways, but not in the list. Sorry. So we need to make it possible to add an or here. So we need to import Q from Django DB models, from django.db.models import Q, which makes it possible to add a little bit more advanced query sets. So here Q, wrap it around there, or Q, maybe just one, yes, or is public equals false. That means that you now can go directly to a post, or it has to be one of your friends. Is public, maybe I set is private, of course. So if is private is false, then you can go directly to it if you have the address. Okay, but we also need to fix this when you go to someone's profile. Then you should only see the public posts. Let me just go back and refresh. Then you can see that now it's working here. I can't see this anymore. No, that was, sorry, private. Let me just fix the search first, and then we can fix the profile page. So find it down up here. Post list, no? Okay, I just want to add a few to-dos, so it's done. Fix public private in trends, fix public private in search, fix public private in profile view. And we can begin with this one. So then here, if you are visiting someone who you are not a friend to, so when I go in here, I shouldn't see this because I'm not a friend with Code with Stein. So then you can see here that I just automatically get all the posts based on the user I'm visiting. So here we also need to do this. Paste it. And then we can use the Q here as well. So copy this and replace the whole thing there. No, that's not correct. If you are in this list, then we should filter it like, okay, let me just type it out. If you're a friend, then see all posts. If you're not a friend, then only see public posts, like that. So that means that if I'm not in this list, that means that I should not be in there. Actually, maybe I can do it. Okay, let me just test something. If request.user in user.friends.all. Then we get the posts just like this. Else, then posts equals post.objects dot filter. We can copy this, but we also need to filter is private equals false. But we can make this a little bit better by moving this up here. And then we say if not request.user in friends.all, then we say posts.filter like that. So then I can just get rid of this. So how this works now is that first we get the user we are visiting, then we get all of the posts that that user has created. Then we check if you are not one of this user friends, then we filter it based on the post's privacy settings. So that means that this should now work, hopefully. So let's go back, refresh. Yes, so now I only see the public posts. Perfect. So then I can set this to done. Then we need to fix this in the trends as well. So at the bottom we have the get trends, but that only get the trends, so it should be up in the list here. So for the trends we only want to show the public posts. I don't think a private post should be a part of a trend, of course. So here we can just say .filter is private equals false, capital F of course. And that means that also in the generate trends file we should filter on this as well. So here when we get all of the posts from the database we should filter is private equals false. Like that. So then we only generate trends based on if it's public or not. So now it should be fixed there. So that means I can set this to done, and then it's the search. But where do I have the search? Okay, I have a separate app for that, I forgot. So here where we search, I think that I need to borrow some of the code here. So let me copy these lines, go back here again, paste it at the bottom. So then I can fix this up there, and I can make this list as well below there. So now I have a list of the people you are friend with or your user ID. And then below here I can say, I'm having a bit of a hard time thinking about what's the right to do here and not. So I only want to get the posts that are public or the posts that are private and the people you are friend with. So maybe first I should take all of the posts that filter is private equals false. That means that these are public posts. But then I also want to get all of the posts that your friends has created, because they do not need to be public. So let me just move this line up as well. This will now override that, so we can't have anything of that. So private posts, then I get everyone that you or your friends has created and just filter it on if the body contains it. So private posts, and then just to clean this up a little bit, I can have one filter like that and one filter like that. Let me just save and see that there are no errors. Let me try to search for Stein. Yes, it looks like it's working still. So I want to combine these two. And I think I want to do that using the queue again. So from django.db.models import queue. So then I can say queue on that one. So now I get all of these, or if this filter kicks in. So then add a new queue there and paste it in. Then I can remove that comment to remove this one. So that looks okay. Let me refresh, search for Stein. That looks okay. If I search for private, then I don't get that post anymore. So now it is working there. Let me just see if I can have this on separate lines so it's a little bit cleaner. Stein. Yes, so now the search is working as well. So now I think I can set this to done. I think I fixed it everywhere now, because here we get only the one that your friends are. Yes. So feel free to test this out a little bit and add a comment below if it doesn't work, or if you find somewhere that I have forgotten to do the correct thing. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, so then I will continue to the next one, which is make it possible to post correctly from the feed, not only your profile. Combine this into a component. So instead of actually fixing it in the feed, I want to just start on this to make a component for this. So let me just close the backend folder, and then inside the components folder, create a new file called feedform.vue template form. And then inside the profile view where this is working, I can add this inside this div. So here I can say feed form and don't pass in anything yet. Then we just need to import this down in the script. Here where we import the other components, import feedform from /components/feedform.vue and register it here in the list of components. So if I now go to my profile, then you can see here form. Nice. So then we can start moving this code into that component. So if I scroll up again, I can take this whole thing, this form, just cut right out of there, go back here and paste it, then fix the indentation, and you can see that I get a bunch of errors which I need to fix now. So we can begin with the submit form function or method. So if I just scroll down and then I find this methods here, then I should have one called submit form. So if I take the whole thing, remove it from this file, go back to feed form, create a script tag, export default, and paste, no sorry, before I paste I need to add the methods, like that. So then I have it there. There you can see that I'm referencing a whole bunch of things here. You can take one and one part. So let me go up here again. I know that these three fields are connected, so body is private and URL. So I need to add the data array here. Data return. Now we paste these three in there. If I save now, you can see that it looks like all of the errors here are gone. But this will not work. As you can see here, first of all, I'm referencing the posts list and this user. So the user is something I want to pass in as a parameter, so or prop. So you need to add a props list at the top here. You can pass in user, which is an object, and we also need to pass in the posts list. Posts list, array, what's called in JavaScript. Maybe this should use curly braces and not brackets. So now I expect to get two properties as well. So let's save this file now, go back to profile view, and up here where we use the feed form, we can say vbind user. So now this user here is what the property is called there, and this user is referring to the user from the data array. Then we need to do the same thing with these posts here. We can actually move these to separate lines. We bind posts, posts, and save. So then I can refresh here, test this. First post from Jake, post, whoops. Axios is not defined. Okay, so let's import it. Import Axios from Axios. Save, refresh. First, whoops. First from Jake, post. Okay, so it was posted there. This incremented automatically, and it was added here automatically. And if I refresh, it's still there. Nice. So that means that now this is working in the profile view, but the task was to make it possible to work in the feed as well. So I can just copy these 4 lines and open up the feed view. And up here I can replace this whole form like that. Here I don't have a user. So that will not work. If I just set this to null, let me see if that will work. But we have the posts, so then we need to import this. Import feed form from /component/feed form and add it down here in the list. So feed form and save. So then here I can remove these here. The submit form doesn't need that anymore. So refresh, go to the feed, test from the feed post. Yes, it was added there, but now I couldn't increment the posts count. Okay, but that is okay. So let me just see where I use the user here. It's just here. So down here I can just say if this.user. Then we check if that variable is defined. So let's try one more time. One more time. Post. Yes. Submit one more time. Now it's added there. And there are no errors. Perfect. Save or check and check. Okay. So now I want to make it possible to prepare a little bit for deployment. So I want to have 2 separate settings files. So now I can close the front end again, open up the backend, find away backend and settings.py. So for example here I refer to localhost, which is obviously my local computer. So let's just copy everything, create a new file and save it as, and just save it as settingsprod.py. So then you can see here that we have something called allowed hosts. So here I need to add the address that we're going to use in the backend. I'm going to use a fake domain called way.com and also api.way.com for the backend. So in here I need to add api.way.com. So I will show you later in the next part when we are going to deploy, if it's the next part, but in the deployment part, how you can fake a domain and let your computer think that you have this. So then it's added there, but we also need to have it down here in the course allowed. Here we add way.com, which is the address for the front end. Way.com, also there, the front end address. So I know that I'm going to use a different database in the backend. I'm going to use PostgreSQL, but I won't change this before we're actually going to deploy it and I'm setting that up. Then I need to add one more variable here, website URL, and then we just pass in this. Actually, here is it http:// remember HTTPS if you want to use SSL certificates. And if I copy this now and go to settings.py, we can add it here as well. And here is a 127.0.0.1.8.000, which is the address that you have here. So now that that is done, we have a separate settings file. The reason I want to do this is that if I search for this address, then you can see that I have hard-coded this, for example, in the API.py, and that's not very smart. So here I want to inject what we get from here, based on the environment we are in. So we need to make it possible to use the settings file. So at the top here we can say from Django.conf import settings. Scroll down again, and then here I can remove all of this and say settings.website URL. So Django knows that the settings file we are using, for example, here we are using this file, which is the settings.py, but in production we will use settingsprod, and Django will fix this for us automatically and find this variable or static constant in there and then inject it there. So then we need to do this in the models.py as well, so that we get the correct images. So we need to import it here as well, from Django.conf import settings, and scroll down and find this here. Then we can just settings.website URL plus this one. This one will be added automatically. Yes, that should be correct. And the same thing in this models.py. From Django.conf import settings. Remove it from there, so it's fixed for the posts as well. Settings.website URL. So now it should be fixed there. So the backend should be more or less ready for deploying now. And if I go into here, you can see that we set default URL for the backend here in the front end as well. So here I am really not sure how we can do this based on the environment. So I need to find out how I can set this in an environment file or similar. So if I search now Vue 3 environment file, let's see if that is working or something I can use. Okay, yes. Okay, let's try to do this. Only loaded in specific mode. Let's say that inside the folder, not source but in the way front end, we create a new file .env, and then here is a website URL or API URL equals, and then we just add it like that, http://127.0.0.1.8.000. Let's try to use this inside the main.js here and console log it. Loading. Okay, so let's just try to see if this works out of the box. API URL. Go back, refresh. Process is not defined. Okay. It was too good to be true. So how do I get access to that one? Let me just Google this error and quote process is not defined. Okay, first of all, I just redid this a little bit and say go to vite.js.dev and see that you use import meta env and then the variable name. So import meta env API URL, which is defined there, but it is undefined. So if I go here, you can see here on the top that it's undefined. So there's probably one thing that I am missing somewhere. Okay, so now I got it working. When I read one more time here, you actually need to use Vite as a prefix on the static names here. So in the env file, I have Vite API URL, and then in main.js I can load it like this. So that means that I can replace this now, go back and save, and if I go here and refresh, everything is still working. So now I want to have one specific file for production. So I think that let me just console log this again. URL, let me just do one more test. So I have this file here. I can replace this with way.com. So if I go back to the browser now, you can see that I get a lot of errors, but the URL there is correct. Then I create one more file, .env.local, and then here I say Vite API URL equals, it should be :/ and paste the local address there instead. So then it was supposed to work. Let me try to log in. cvs@gmail.com. Yes, now it is working. So that means that when I'm locally now and use this here command npm run dev, then this will be loaded, but later when we are running for production, this file will be used instead, and then this file now will be dynamic. Nice. So that means that now I think everything should be okay and prepared for deployment. So I can set this to done. Actually, let me just uncheck that one because I want to do one more thing. If I stop here now and say pip freeze, then we will get a list of the packages that we have installed locally. This is something I want to install on the live server as well. So to get this list into a file, we can say pip freeze and then into a file called requirements.txt ls. So then you can see that we have a new file here, cat requirements. Nice. So now it will be very easy to install the same software on the server as we have here. So I will come back to this in one of the upcoming parts, so it will be easier to understand then. But now I can set this to done. So that was actually also it for this part of the series. In the next part I will make these two tasks, and I will also see if there are any more small things that I can do before we are deploying this to DigitalOcean. So in this part we're going to make it possible to delete a post and also report a post. So when you click these three dots here, I want to have a simple modal here that shows a button for deleting and one for reporting a post. So let's begin by making this clickable and showing a little modal here. So if I go to Visual Studio Code, then I can just close everything here and open up feed item.view. So then we have this down here. Let me add a div around this so we have something that we can actually click, which is a little better than SVG. At click toggle extra modal, or whatever you want to call it. Then we add this down in the methods and just a console log just to see that it's now clickable. Yes, you can see down here in the corner, hopefully, that this is toggle extra modal. So then we should show a little div above here, or maybe just below here. We can add a data array here. data return show extra modal false, like that. And then below this div here, yes, that's, no, we actually want it below this div, yes. So the div if show extra modal, if this is true, then we render this div hello. Refresh. Yes, forgot to set this to true. So down here, this dot show extra modal equals not this show extra modal. So what this is that does is that if this is now true, this will set it to the opposite, which is false, and if this is false, it will set it to true. So that's how you can toggle something, as you can see here. Okay, so then down here we can have one button for submitting a report and one for deleting. So let's have the div here with some flex, like that. Then we can copy one of these, yes. Then just paste it and say delete post. Maybe this should be red, like that, and we should not have a heart there. Let's find an icon for trash. Replace this one. Nice. Maybe this should also be red, just to make sure that it's very visible. So then just a text red 500, and then everything there is red. Nice. So then we need one more for reporting. What kind of icon should we use for that? Report, yes, flag, of course. Just remove this click here, and div class flex items center space dash x dash 2. Paste this one like that, fix the indentation, and then we can copy this text and say report post. This should maybe be orange, and the same with the icon. Text orange 500, text orange 500. Yes, so now it's very clear what this actually does. So we can begin by making it possible to delete post, which is also the first task. Let's create the API endpoint for this. So in api.py, in the posts app, we can create a new here. I think I can say API view and then make this only access with a delete, like that. So it's not a post and it's not a get, but it's a delete request. And then def post delete, pass in the request parameter and the primary key. And then we can say post equals post dot objects dot filter created by equals request dot user, so that we only get the post that you have created, so we don't accidentally delete someone else's post. And then get pk equals pk from the URL post dot delete. Then we can return JSON response message post deleted and save. So now we need to add this to the urls.py inside the post app. So we already have this like and the comment. So let's just copy and replace delete, post delete, and post delete, and save. So the backend should be ready now. Let's fix this now. So if you click this now, at the click, delete post, and then we can pass in the post ID. That's actually not necessary since we have this property. So just delete post, remove the parentheses. Now we can copy this and say delete post, console.log, delete post. Maybe we can print the ID, this.post.id, just to make sure that everything is working. Toggle this one, delete, and there's a delete post with this ID. Nice. I don't need to send this information to the backend, but before I fix the backend, I want to fix the front end. So when we click here, we need to update the parent, which is the profile view or the feed view. So let's open up both of them, profile view and feed view.view. So here we have a list of posts, and this is not available for us here because we're just passing it in one post at a time. So what we need to do then is to use an emit to tell the parent to remove it from that list. So in the feed item, here we can say this.emit, and then we say delete post and pass in this.post.id. And then on the profile view, we can listen to this by saying v on delete post. And when we get this emit here, we want to call a function here called delete post. Then we can copy this, scroll down to the methods list, ID, console.log, delete post in profile ID, just to see that this is working. This is not needed here anymore, so let me just remove it and go back, refresh, test. No, need to go to my profile, click this one, delete post, and then you can see here that we are calling it first in the feed item here, and then delete post in profile with the same ID. Nice. So then on the profile view down here, we can say that this.posts equal this.posts.filter post equals fat arrow function post.id not equals ID. So what this here does is now that it takes this list here and filter it and say that if the post ID that you're looping through now should not be the ID that we get from the child. So let me try to refresh. Here it says something wrong. Extra non-emit event listeners. Okay, we'll have to come back to that. But let's test it now. If I click delete, then it was deleted from the list there. Nice. But if I refresh, it's still here because we haven't talked to the backend. So then I can just remove it from there. And then I want the, this feed item to actually talk to the backend. So here we can say Axios dot delete. So instead of post or get, we say now delete. Use the backticks /API/posts. Then we pass in this.post.id and delete, which should be the URL. And then we will get some information back, like we do here. Console.log, response.data, we can see what we get. And if there are any errors, we just show them in the console. So refresh. Now we can try to delete this one. Delete post, post deleted, and if I refresh, it's not there anymore. Nice. So now we can actually delete posts. So I can remove this console log as well. And if I go here now, we can copy this and go to the feed view, because we need it here as well. And the little change we did up here on the component where we listen to this also needs to be added here, like that. So now this should hopefully work in the feed as well. Delete. Yes, now it's gone from there. Nice. If you are not the owner of this post, you shouldn't see this delete button. You should only see the report post. So we can do a check. Do you have access to the user here? No. So I need to import the user store here. Or the user there. The user is not there. Okay, let's import use user store from. Let me just see how I did it here. Okay, I use it like that. Like that. And then I initialize it by using this setup method. Just remove the toast store like that. So now I have available this. So then here on the delete button, I can add a test saying v if user store.user.id equals, and then we say post.createdby.id and save. So if these are similar or the same, then we should see this. That means that this should now be working. Okay, so that means that now we have the possibility to delete posts as well. So we can set this to done. Next, I want to make it possible to report a post. So to do that, we need to do some changes to the backend. So let's open up models.py in the post app. And then we can actually maybe just add something here. Reported by users equals, and then link to the user and reported post. It's easy to see which post you have reported. But when this starts to fill up, the owner of the website needs to check why is this reported by so many users. So when we now report a post, we can just add your username to this list. Very simple. So let's update the database, make migrations. Sorry, just hit Ctrl+C to stop this. This of course has to be a many-to-many field. And remove this. So that means that I probably don't need this either, but we can set this blank equals true, because it's not necessarily reported by anyone. Okay, let's try again. Nice, and then migrate. Perfect, so we can run the server. And then we need an API endpoint in the post app for actually reporting this. So this needs to be a post request. Post def post report request and primary key, and then we can get this almost like this, but you can of course report other people's posts as well. So then here we can say post get it from the database, post dot reported by users dot add request dot user, and then just post.save. So now this makes sure that your user is added to this. And then we can say Oops, copy this, paste as a post reported, and save. Fix the URLs file in the post app. Copy this one, rename to post report, and just report at the end there. So then we can open up feed view again, feed item, and instead of saying delete post here, we can say at click report post, like that. Now we can add this down here in the methods, report post. This doesn't need to emit anything to the parent because we don't want to remove it from the list just because it is reported. So rename this to be Axios.post and use report at the end there. Now we get some information back when you have reported this. Here we should show some feedback to the users that it has been reported. So we can use a toast here, import, use toast store from at stores/toast. Then initialize it here, const toast store equals use toast store, and down here we said toast store. So I just want to see how I have used this other places. Okay, this was the file I was in, of course. So edit password. There is how I use this. So then I just say the post was reported. We can use BG Emerald Green because this is good. I see now that I pasted it in the wrong place. The post was deleted. So we can have it there, and we can also have it up here on the report. Reported. Save. So let's try this now. First private post, I can report my own report post. The post was reported. Okay, let's try to see if this actually is correct. So Python mentioned by shell. From post.models import post.objects.all. Posts equals post.objects.all for post in posts. Print post.reported by users.all. So one of these should have a user inside. Nice. So now we know that there is one post reported by a user. Nice. So let's run the server again. I want to set this to done, but before I quit for today, I need to fix this error down here. Declare it using the emits. Let me just copy this error, paste it in Google and see what it says to me. Okay, so define emits, view setup. We don't use that, we do it like this. So let me just try to add this, see if that makes the error go away. So in feed item, up together with props, we can have it here, and this emits something called delete post. So delete post, like that. Go back, refresh, and now the error is gone. Nice. So I don't need a task for that. Dream it, build it, grow it. Kidding. In this part, we're going to deploy Way to a live server on DigitalOcean. So if you don't have an account there, you can sign up for free, and if you go to the description below, you can find a link where if you use this to sign up, you will get $100 that you can test out DigitalOcean for free in 60 days. So once you have found that link and clicked it, you can just click sign up to create an account. I already have an account, so I just log in. And when then you have logged in, you have a button up here. We can just click this and find droplets in the list. A droplet is like a server that is hosted on for DigitalOcean. I'm going to use Ubuntu, which is something I always use when I deploy Django. So I like to select a data center near where I live, but usually you should always select a droplet where most of your clients or users are. So just select one of these, and then the data center. Frankfurt just have one, so I just stick with this. And then down here you can select between different types. For example, marketplace, there you have ready servers for example, WordPress or cPanel, LAMP and similar, but I like to do this from scratch. Then I select Ubuntu as the OS and 22.04, which is an LTS. That stands for long-term support, which means that Ubuntu is going to keep making security patches and similar for this. Then down here you can just select shared CPU. These here are more expensive types of servers. For Stein, I just use this regular with SSD, which is the cheapest one, which is more than good enough for me. And then you need to select the size. The smallest one costs $4 per month and is 512 megabytes of RAM. That might be a little bit too low, but we can select it now and see if it works for us. If not, you can go for this, which is more than enough for a little website. And then down here, I don't need extra disk space. This already have 10 gigabytes. And then you select how you connect to this server. For example, you can use SSH keys, which means that you don't need a password, or you can select a password. So I'm just going to do that for now. And then this is all working now. Here you can select this one, add improved metrics monitoring and alerting, which will give you an email if, for example, the CPU or the memory is using too much of the resources. Maybe you want backups, so this will give you an automatically weekly image of the whole server, which is very easy to use, but I don't need that for this project. And I want one droplet, and then we can give it a name. I usually go, for example, with CVS1 for Stein1. So you can call it whatever you want. You can call it Jupiter if you want to. It doesn't really matter what you call it. And then select project. I have two, one personal and then one for Stein. And then just click create droplet. Then this usually takes a few minutes. So here you can see the name of this server, and yes, you can rename it after if you want to do that as well. And by the way, DigitalOcean only draws money from you when you have a droplet there. So in 10 minutes you can delete it, and then you will just pay for those 10 minutes that it has been used. So technically you can delete it today and start again tomorrow if you want to practice deploying and similar. Okay, so now you can see that the server is online because you had the IP address and it's active. If I go into this, you can see a little bit more information about this. The usage of bandwidth, you can access it directly here if you want to. Here you can reset the root password. You can delete it by going to destroy and a little bit things like that. But for now, let's just copy this address, go to the command line and log in. And to log in, I use SSH root at and then the IP address. Root is a user that is automatically created. For Windows users, maybe you need to download something called PuTTY. I haven't been using Windows for a long time, but when I did, I used something called Putty, which is an SSH client. So anyways, then we can hit enter. Yes, I want to add this, and then the password that I used. Sometimes this can take a few minutes, so if you can't log in at the first attempt, just wait a few minutes and try again. So as you can see here, we have a few updates that needs to be installed. So we can begin by that, just to make sure that the server is up to date. So sudo apt update. This will then update all of the lists, just to check with all of the servers and similar to see if there are even more updates. And it's going to be a few commands now that we're going to run. Maybe some of them are unfamiliar to you and similar. If you just try to do this deployment procedure a few times, you will probably understand more. And the most important thing is here that you are just trying and that you want to learn. And it can be hard to understand everything at the beginning. So now the list is updated, so then we can do the actual upgrade by running sudo apt upgrade. So then this will upgrade all of the packages that was in the list. So then here, do you want to continue? Capital Y and hit enter. So this can take a little while to do. Okay, so now I get some information that there is a new kernel for the server. So this wants me to restart the server. So okay. And here we can also just hit enter to say okay. So if we wanted to restart now, we could just say reboot, hit enter, and then log in again in a few minutes. But I'm not going to do that right now. So now that I have upgraded everything, we are ready to start installing some of the software we are going to need in this deployment. So what I want to install, first of all, we install things by saying sudo apt install, and then the packages I want to install. First, Python 3 pip, so that we can use pip to install packages. Python 3-dev, which is a few libraries and similar for Python. libpqdev, PostgreSQL, PostgreSQL contrib are things we need for the database. We're going to use a database server called PostgreSQL, and then Nginx, which is a web server we're going to use for Vue, and also a little bit for the Django. So then we can hit enter. And then yes, I want to install these. So here you can see a list of things that will be installed, a few dependencies and similar. Okay, again, just hit enter and hit enter. So when we have now installed most of the things we need, we can continue to the next part, which is setting up the database. So to do that, we need to log in to PostgreSQL, and you do that by saying sudo-u, which can just change the user and run something called psql, and hit enter. So now we are logged in to PostgreSQL, as you can see here. So now we can create a database, create database, and then the name, way, and semicolon. You can call it whatever you want, but for reference I just call it this, and that's what I'm going to use throughout this deployment. And then hit enter. And then I want to create a user that we can use to access this database. So create user, way user, with password, and then a password. I just want to use way user 123, but you should use something more advanced or secure when you are doing this for a real project. And then hit enter. Next, I want to run one more command, alter role way. This should actually say way user, because that is the role we are changing. Set client encoding to UTF-8. This has to do with configuration with Django, so that Django and PostgreSQL are working together. Good. So hit enter, and then one more, alter role way user set default transaction isolation to read committed, and this is a little bit on how you insert data to the database and the information you get back. And then alter role way user set time zone to UTC, and that is the same thing that we have in the settings.py. Then hit enter, and last but not least, we need to grant all of the privileges in this database to this user. So now this user will have access to insert, delete, read, and similar. So just hit enter. And by the way, I have done this tons of times and I don't really remember this, and I don't really understand what, for example, this really does, but I know that this has to be done. So I've just kind of have a procedure that I do this every time. So now we can quit by saying \q. So now we have the database. It's currently empty. There are no tables or similar, so we need to fix that a little bit later in this deployment. Okay, so then we can begin by creating the home folder for all of the projects. So mkdir/web apps. Then we can go into that, cd/web apps. So now this folder can be used to host multiple web applications, for example Way, but if you have e-commerce or a blog or similar, you can also put it here. And then we want one folder for the Way project, mkdir Way. This will hold both of the Vue and the Django project, so we can go into this also. Next, I want to do a little bit things with the permissions. So I want to add a group to the system called web apps. So this group is sort of like parent for all of the users that can work on this server. So sudo group add -system and then the name, which is web apps. And I need a user. Just want to make this a little bit wider. Sudo user add -system. Then we specify which group this belongs to, which is web apps, and set the default shell to bin bash and the home folder for this user, which is web apps/way, this one, and then the username. This is not connected to the PostgreSQL user, but I just like to use the same username here as well. Then hit enter. So now we have a user and we have a group, so it's easy to handle permissions on the server now. Okay, so next step then is to create the virtual environment. So Python 3 -m venv and then the name of the environment, which can just be env. Okay, you can see here now that I got an error because I haven't installed a software that I need. So I can do it now by saying sudo apt install python 3.10-venv, which makes it possible to use this command. Yes, I want to continue. Hit enter, and then I can just click the up arrow 2 times, so I get this command again, python 3-m venv env, and hit enter. So if I run ls now, you can see that we have a folder here called env, which is the environment. Let's activate it so we can start installing a few more things. So source env bin activate, and then I want to install something called psychopg2-binary, and this is a library or package that we need for Django or Python to talk to the PostgreSQL database. So just hit enter. Nice. So now we have come to the step that we need to get the code that we have on the local computer and move it to the server. So you have a few ways you can do this. You can do it using SCP or rsync. You can use FTP, or you can connect to Git, send your code there and pull it down here again. In this video I'm just going to use SCP, which I think is very easy to use. So if I go to the iterm, which is a different terminal I have, then I have the backend here. Let me stop the web server and go up one folder. So the easiest way to do this now is to just make a zip out of this folder and send it. And to do that I can just zip -r and then the name of the zip, way backend.zip, and then way backend, which is the folder that I want to make a zip out of. You could also go directly into that folder, just right click and create archive or whatever you are used to do. So if I now run ls, you can see that I have a zip here. And then to transfer this to the server, I just need to go here again to get this IP address. Go back to the terminal and say SCP, which stands for secure copy, way backend.zip. This is the file I want to send to the server. You could send a folder, but it usually takes a lot more time since you need to send one file. And then root at, and the IP, oops, I need to copy this again. Root at this IP address, :dot. And that means that I just put it in the root folder, but maybe you should say :/webapps/way. So we put it in the home folder of this user. And then hit enter and pass in the password we used. The password we used to create the server, by the way. Okay, so now it's sent to the server, and if I go here now, run ls, you can see that we got this zip here. And to install it, we first need to, to open it, we need to install something first. So sudo apt install unzip, which is a program just for unzipping zips. Okay, hit enter, wait for this to finish. And when it is finished, I can just say ls and unzip way backend. So now I have the folder there as well. And since I don't need to use this anymore, I can just say rm way backend.zip. Hit enter. So now that is gone. And we have this. So now that we have done that, the next step, I think, will be to install something called gunicorn. So gunicorn, what is that? This is a WSGI HTTP server for Unix, and this will be the server for our Django backend. And we could use Nginx, but gunicorn is much faster just for the Django backend. But we need Nginx for serving the media files, like the avatars or the post attachments. Okay, so if I go back to the server again, we can start by installing gunicorn. Pip install gunicorn. Okay, that was quick. And then to make sure that we're using gunicorn to run the server, we need to create a file. To create it, we say touch env bin and then gunicorn underscore start. And then we can edit this by saying vi env bin gunicorn start. Now we are in editing mode. If I just click I on my keyboard now, you can see that there's insert here, which means that I can start writing. So first, just hash !bin/shell to make sure that we're using shell to execute this. And then I want to define a few constants. First, the name, which doesn't really matter, it's just nice to have the same as your project. The Django directory, webapps/way/backend, and then the socket file, which is sort of how gunicorn are running inside this file. This will be created automatically, so you don't have to think about this anymore now. Then the user we are using, this is the Unix user and not the PostgreSQL user. Then the groups for executing things, num workers are 3. This is to get to 3, you just take the number of CPUs you have on your server, multiply it with 2 and add 1. And in here somewhere we should see that this has 1 CPU. Maybe it doesn't stand here, but this server at least has 1 CPU. multiply it with 2, add 1, and you get 3. And then you have the Django settings module. I can see a typo now. This should say way underscore backend, which is the folder you can see here. So that's this folder we are talking about, or more specific, this one, because this folder is then inside the Django directory. Settings prod points to the file we created in the previous part, which is this one, which is the production file for this project. And then Django WSGI module, this is entry points for the web server. And this is now a default, but GUnicorn will make sure that we're using the settings prod instead of this. And this is just to make sure that we first go into this, then to the settings file, then to the URLs, then to the view, and then we see the template in the browser. Anyways, then we have the timeout in case something takes a lot of time. So we need to rename this also to way backend. And then 2 more commands, or 2 commands. First, we tell the script to go into Django directory, which is this one, and then activate the virtual environment by just saying source.bin, which makes it go up 1 folder to this one. And then, sorry, one more typo here as well. It should say env/bin/activate, which is the activation script. And then we run 2 more commands. First, we export the settings module, which is this file, to the command line so that this is easier for the script to use. And the same with Python path. We are now adding this Django for this virtual environment into the Python path so that Python knows where Django exists. And then we run there and say that the directory name is this one, which is what we are running. And now we test to see that this exists, and if it doesn't exist, we will create it. And then we execute everything. So execute, and we do the same thing as we did up here. We go in and run this GUnicorn application, and then we tell which WSGI module to use, set the name to the constants up here, and how we want to log this and similar. So let's save this, hit colon and type WQ to write and quit, and then hit enter. And then we need to make this script executable for Unix, and to do that we just say chmod +x. Now we can copy this, paste it, oops, sorry, chmod +x, copy again, paste, and hit enter. So now this is an executable script. But this will not work now, because if I run ls-lart, you will see that root user and root group are owning this and this, which will mean that the run and the socket file will not be able to be created here. So we need to tell this server that this is owned by the way user and the web apps group. So let's go up 1 more folder and say chown-r to make this recursive, way user web apps, and then just dot. So if I now hit enter, go into the way backend again and run the same command, ls-lart, then you can see that way user in the way apps group are owning all of this. Great. So now we should be a step closer, and hopefully this is now working. So now we need to find out how we can run this GUnicorn script, how to make sure that it's always running. And the way that I usually do is that I use something called supervisor. Supervisor will make sure that it is running. If it crashes, it will try to restart it and similar. So then we need to install supervisor by saying sudo apt install supervisor. You can read more about it If you just say supervisor Ubuntu. So then you can read a little bit more about this if you want to. So let's just wait for this to finish. Hit enter, and hit enter. And when that is done, we need to just create a configuration file for supervisor. And to do that, we say touch/env, no, it's etc, supervisor conf, and then the name, which should be way.conf. And then we can edit this file by just using vi, copy all of this, paste and hit enter. And then so you can insert things here. So then I can just paste what I have prepared. We create a program called way. And then we say what command to use. And this is the Django script that we created. What user to use should be way user. Where to log things. We need to create this folder in a few seconds. Where to redirect blah blah blah. I'm not quite sure what this does, but you need to set it to true. And then we set environment to UTF-8 and English. So then we can just save and quit by clicking escape, type colon and WQ and hit enter. So let me just create this logs folder, mkdir logs, and then we need to make sure that the correct user are owning this. So if I just click up to find this command, hit enter, ls-lort, then you can see that the correct user are owning this logs folder as well. Nice. So then we just need to tell supervisor to use this script. So supervisor ctl read to check if everything is okay. Yes, way is available. Supervisor ctl update. Okay, so now you can see that this was added to group. So hopefully it should have been started now. We can check it out by saying supervisor ctl status and hit enter. Then you can see here that it's currently starting up. If I just wait a few seconds. Okay, still says starting. Sometimes it takes a little while. It can also be that there are something wrong. Let me try to see if there are anything in the log file. Worker failed to boot. Yes, you can see here that there are something wrong. No module named Django. No, of course, I haven't installed the Django or anything. So let's go into cd way backend. And in previous part we created this requirements file, cat requirements. So these are the packages that I want to install now. And to install everything from this list, you just say pip install -r requirements.txt and hit enter. So now I should have everything that I have on the local computer. So when this is just finished, that means that I can try to restart supervisor again. So supervisor ctl status, see what it says now. Still says starting, but then I can try to restart way. So stopped, started, then we can run the status again, and now it says running, uptime 1 second. So now this is running in the background and hopefully working. So then it's time to do one more change in the backend code. So if I open up the settings file by saying vi way backend settings prod.py, and then just scroll down by clicking the down button until I find the database. There you have it here. So we are not going to use SQL3 backend anymore. So here we're going to use django.db.backends.postgresql _ psychopg2, which is something we installed a few minutes ago. And then the name should be way, which is the name of the database. And then we specify the user we want to use, which is way user. This is the PostgreSQL user. Then the password we used to create this. I used way user 123. And which host to use. This is where we have PostgreSQL, which is just local host. And which port to use. We can just set this to empty, so it's the default one. So now we can save and quit everything here. And then we need to initialize the database. And to do that, we say python manage.py migrate, I think. Actually, this is not working now because this will just try to use the default settings file. So I think I need to specify settings equals way backend dot settings prod and hit enter. No module named way backend dot settings prod. That's weird. Maybe if I just say settings prod. No. Okay, let me try to Google this. Django manage.py specify settings file. How to use a different settings file. Settings.prod. So this looks correct based on what I did. ls way backend. Okay, yes, you can see I call the file setting prod. Let's rename this to settings prod. So mv way backend setting prod to way backend settings prod.py. Then we can try to run the migrate script again. This one we'll specify way backend.settings prod, hit enter. I think I might get a new error here. You can see here that we have a problem in the conversation app that we are converting the ID to UUID. So to fix this, we can just delete the migration script and regenerate them. So rm -r, because this is a directory, and then chat/migrations, and then we can run this command, but we need to say make migrations first. Make migrations, hit enter. No changes detected. Okay, let me try to do the migrate script again. So now it looks like everything was created. Actually, I think I did something stupid there because I deleted the folder. Let me recreate this. mkdir chat migrations, and then create an empty file in there. Chat migrations __ init __ and then we can try to run the make migrations again. Yes, so now we get the new database models for the conversations, and we can run the migrate script again. So now the database should be created in PostgreSQL, but it's totally empty there now. Everything you had locally is not existing there now. So, but that usually doesn't matter when we are deploying a project. You only do this now when you actually are setting it live the first time. So now everything for the Django is starting to look okay. We have the supervisor, Unicorn. Then we just need to use create a script for Nginx as well. So touch etc Nginx sites enabled /api.way.com or api.way.conf, and then we can edit this file by copying and pasting like that. So it's important that you end this file with .conf and that it's inside this site enabled. So then we can start fixing the configuration. So first we create something called upstream with a web app server. This just points to the socket file, which is then automatically created by the gunicorn script that supervisor is running. Then we create an actual server where we listen to port 80. Then we need to set up something called the server name, which in my case is api.way.com. So I obviously don't own this domain, but my Mac thinks that this domain is on my server. And on Mac it's very easy to fix and do this. I'm not sure how to do it on Windows, but I think you can just say Windows change hosts file. So here you see how you can do that. So if I then just go to the command line again, open up a new tab and say sudo vi etc hosts, then you can see that I have my IP address for the server pointing to api.way.com, and one more time to way.com, which will be the Vue frontend. So then I can just say WQ to save and quit. And if I now try to go to this website, api.way.com, then you can see that I'm sent to Nginx, which is the web server that is located on this Jupyter server. So then I can go back here and continue the server configuration. So here I want to configure 2 log files. I want one log file for the Django access and one for the Django error file. So this is just every time someone visits your server, you get information in this file. And this is if there is something wrong with the Nginx part of the server. So Nginx is sort of like the face out from the server, which redirects the user to the gunicorn server that hosts Django. But this is done in a proxy so that the user doesn't know this, and it's just how a typical Django application is hosted. Then we need to tell Nginx how we are going to host our media files. So we set up a location /media. So when the URL is api.way.com/media, it will go to this folder and find the files there located on the server. And then we have something called just location / and that's for all other URLs. So let me just close everything here and go into this. And then in here we set up something called proxy set header, x forwarded, blah blah blah. This just sends information from Nginx to the gunicorn with information about the host, the URLs you are on, the information about the redirects and similar. And then last but not least, we set up something called a request file name, or in other words, we are checking if the request is not the file name, then we pass the user into this web app server that's located up here, and then the user will see the Django part of this application. By the way, all of these files will be available in the description below, so if you just want to copy and paste, you can find it down there. So let me just close and save this. And then we need to restart Nginx to tell Nginx to use this file. And to do that, we can just say service Nginx start or restart to be precise. So there were no errors now. So I think if I refresh now, you will see that we are now reaching the backend or our Django. And I'm seeing this because we have debug to true, which is not something we should have in production. So let's fix that by saying vi web way backend settings prod, and then down here we have debug set to true. This needs to be changed to false. So fix that, write and quit, hit enter, and then we need to restart gunicorn. And the reason why we need to do that is because we have done a Python change, and to restart gunicorn we are going to use a supervisor. So supervisor ctl restart way. So stopped and started. So if I refresh now, I should just see a not found page, which is more better than all of the debug information that the user shouldn't see. Okay, so that looks now like the back end of the project is deployed and ready to use, which means that we can go on and fix the front end. So let's stop this now, and then I just need to check one thing in the front end, and that is that we set up this correctly. Vite API URL should be api.way.com, because we are going to point to the backend and not the front end. So this should be like it is now. And then we need to build this project for deployment. And to do that, we can just say npm run build. So that's very quick. This created now a folder called dist, which contains all of the things or the views and similar. You can see here that's 156 kilobytes, which is a very small application, and then this file here. So now we want to send this dist file to the server. So ls dist to see what we have in there. Here we also have the assets file, ls dist assets. So let me try to send this to the server now. So if I just go up one more folder here, then we can send all of this into zip file as well. So zip-r way frontend.zip, and the folder I want to zip like that. And I like to do this because now we just send all of the node modules, the generated script and similar from local, so I don't have to think about installing node and similar on the server. So now we can send this file as well to the server. So if I just go over here, click up one more time, go back here, then I just rename this from way backend to way front end, hit enter, then I type my password and wait for this to finish. This file is a little bit bigger than the Django backend. So what happened when we run this npm run build is that we actually just minified all of the code and similar into this dist folder. So you might just need to send the dist folder to the server. But I like to just send everything so it's there if I need anything. Okay, so 100%, it's now sent to the server. So if I go up one folder here, say ls, you can see that we have it here. So I can unzip this as well, hit enter, and then I can say rm way frontend.zip. So we don't have the zip file anymore. So then we have actually sent it to there, and then we can create the Nginx configuration for this. That's everything we need. So touch etc, touch etc, Nginx sites enabled way.conf, and then we can edit it by saying vi etc Nginx sites enabled way.conf. And I've prepared this already. Here we just create a server. We're listening to port 80, which is normal HTTP. Set up the server name, which is way.com, the error and access logs. Set the char set for the server, and then tell where the root is, which is web apps, way frontend, and then the dist folder. In here, you're going to need to look for these two files. Don't think we need this, but I just used to have it there. And then the location, no matter what the URL, we go into the root, set the root again, and try files, the URLs, and similar in here. So it will find this file inside the dist folder. So there we can just save and quit and restart Nginx again. So service Nginx restart. So that went okay, there were no errors. So let me try to go to way.com. So now I get a 500 internal server error. So let's try to find the log files for this. ls-lart, tail, and then it should be in this one, Nginx Vue error. Oops, tail, Nginx Vue error log. So rewrite or internal redirection cycle. And then you see up here that there is a permission denied, so there's something wrong with this. It might be fixed by just running. You can see here that root is now owning this because I uploaded using the root user. So ch own -r, then the name of this user that I want to use, which is way user :web apps and way frontend. And we can restart Nginx again. Restart, and we still have the same problem. And this might be because Nginx uses a different user. So let me try to change the ownership of the folder again to something called www-user:. That's not correct. www data. Yes, that's correct. So that might fix this. So if I refresh now, then we're actually loading the Vite app or way. So let me try to sign up to create a user. Stein code with stein@gmail.com, then a password. Sign up. Okay, that did not seem to work. There actually is an error. Yes, you can see here that it's trying to use this address here again. That means that whatever we did in this env file did not work. So why did it try to use this one? Okay, that was not good. Let me try to find the dist folder here. Dist index.html. Just want to search 127.0.0.1. You can see here that the base URL in this file that was generated is not the correct one. So why did it not use that one? Vite build uses wrong env file. Env file load incorrect. Blah blah blah. File name and/or will work when running locally. Okay, let me open a package. Vite build. Maybe I should actually use Vite build and not npm run build. Let's try that one. So let me go to the command line here for the front end, go into way frontend and say Vite build. No, that did not work. Okay. One more test is to just copy this, create a new file, save it as .env.production, use dot. Okay, let me try with this npm run build again. And then we can open up this index file into dist file. Scroll to the bottom. I think that's where it was. And yes, now it's actually using the correct base URL. Perfect. So then we just need to repeat what we did here. Go up one folder, create a zip with this folder name, hit enter, and then we send it one more time. Just click up, hit enter, type in your password. So if we were using Git now, this would be a little bit easier because then we can just git add, commit it, and pull it on the server. If you want to learn how I usually do this, I have a course on my website, codedstein.com, where I deploy to a Ubuntu server as well. Okay, so now it's sent. So in here we can say zip way frontend.zip again and all, because I want to replace everything in there. Okay, so then we can delete the way frontend.zip again. And then we need to change the ownership of this. So it's chown like that. And then maybe I can go here again, refresh, try to sign up again. Stein code with stein@gmail.com, sign up. So now the user is registered. Please activate your account by clicking your email link. And since we are still just using this email backend, you need to change this to, for example, MailChat or similar, or you can use Gmail as well. Then you will actually send an email now. So in order to set my user as active, just so I can log in and make sure everything is working, I can say Python mentioned.py. I need to go into the cd way backend Python mentioned.py settings equals way backend.settings prod, and before I specify this I can say shell and hit enter. So now I will be in the shell where I talk to the PostgreSQL database. So from account.models import user equals user.objects.first user dot, like that. You can see that this is the user I just created. User.isActive equals true, and user.save. So I can just quit by saying Control D and go back here and log in. So code with stein@gmail.com and then my password, log in, and then I am logged in, and it seems like everything is working. Hey, test from live post, yes, perfect. So post with a trend, Django. So what we need to do now before I quit is to make sure that we are generating this here 1 time per day. And to do that, we're going to need to use something called cron jobs. So cron jobs Ubuntu. You can learn here if you want to, you can read here if you want to learn more about automating tasks and similar. And to run one of these, we need to use commands that looks like this. So I will go through how this works. And then to install a cron job, we just say cron tab-e for edit. And then here you can see that you can select which editor you use. I like to use 2, which is Vim. And then just scroll down to the bottom. Down here, you specify when you want this to run. I want this to run every minute when the clock is 1 in the night. Every day, every week, and every month. So you specify minute, hour, day, week, and month. So then you want to find a Python which is located in the environment for way, and then the URL for the script, which is web apps way backend scripts generate trends. You can actually copy this command, copy, and then we save and quit this now. And you can see here installing new cron tab. And to make sure that this script is working, we can paste it here and hit enter. So now there are no errors, and if I go back and refresh, it was not working. So why did it not work? Yes, sorry. I think I need to change the script a little bit. Via scripts generate trends. We are actually specifying the wrong settings file here. This needs to be changed to settings prod, and the same with the other one, generate friendship requests. Settings prod. Then we can try to run this command again, which will run every night now. Then refresh, and now the trend is generated. Perfect. So now we just need one more cron job for the friend requests. So cron tab-e, scroll all the way to the bottom, and then this can run when the clock is 0 at 2 in the night, every day, every week, every month. Then we can just copy everything up to here and paste it. And the name of that file is scripts generate friend suggestions. Friend suggestions.py. So then we can save and quit this as well. Then you can see that we now have 2 cron jobs. If I want to see all of them, I can just say cron tab -L for list. Then we have it here. So if I go to the to-do list now, you can see that we are built locally some to this folder. We are running the cron jobs, and we can set this to done as well. And that was it for this series. I hope you enjoyed it and that you learned something new. If you have any tips for improvements, maybe I can do this in a follow-up video. I have a few ideas myself, but I'm not sure if I'm going to do that. If you have any questions about today's code or anything in the series, feel free to leave a comment below and I will answer as soon as I can. See you in the next video.